It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
The New York Yankees dropped the first 3 games of the 4-game series versus the Red Sox this weekend and have fallen behind them in the standings once again. Anthony Volpe finally gets benched, and Aaron Judge still can't play the field, limiting Giancarlo Stanton's hot bat in the lineup. Can this team rally in the unusually cool August weather, or will they stay cold, leading to a quick exit from the playoffs, if they even make it there? Browns' 5th-round draft pick Shedeur Sanders stunk it up in his last preseason game after a strong first showing and missing the second game due to injury. Shedeur still thinks he will get a roster spot despite being listed as QB4, while his brother Shilo threw a punch during his preseason game, leading to the Bucs cutting him shortly after. Can the Sanders boys turn it around, or will they not even make it to their father's nickname, the Prime Time? All that, and we will do our preview of the AFC and NFC West before making a call to the pen and dialing it up to 11 on another brand spanking new, live, Monday night edition of 𝐵𝐺𝐵𝐿 and the Mouth.
A significant. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, and Saquon Barkley, at this point,
I'm gonna fight them all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Take it down.
Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really?
And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. Back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette. And the name's going from my eyes. Can't get it all.
Let's do it.
You're listening to 𝐵𝐺𝐵𝐿 and the Mouth.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to a brand new show of 𝐵𝐺𝐵𝐿 and the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, 𝐵𝐺𝐵 Chamberlain and Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including 𝐵𝐺𝐵𝐿 and the Mouth every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. It was an interesting weekend, ladies and gentlemen. And I've been dealing with really all weekend long being sick. I had vertigo during the show last week. I was very sick. I threw up. But throughout the weekend, I couldn't concentrate. I had problems concentrating, driving. I did a couple of events, and I couldn't really concentrate at the event. And then I did a party. It was a backyard party on Saturday, and I will say this. It was a fun party. I want to give a shout out to Jen Flood and her family. It was great. And Johnny, one of our writers, he actually was at the party. First time I ever met him in person. He's been on many times during the intern conversations that we've had, as all the writers have been really interactive with me over the last couple of years. Johnny is 14 years old at the time when he started with us. He's been writing for us for the last 2.5 years. He's now a senior in high school. He's moving on to college next year. He's going to St. John's. And it was the first time I met him. And he is a sensational writer. If you don't check him out, or you haven't checked him out on our website, go to our website and check out all the different stories that he posts up. And at the tail end of the party, I play the final song of the night. And this idiot, because I was set up right by this beautiful built-in swimming pool. This idiot does a cannonball within like 2 feet from my DJ equipment and wets all my equipment. Absolutely wets every single one of my equipment, from my speakers to my computer to my decks. He pissed me the F off. I tried to calm down because I wanted to choke this guy. I really wanted to jump into the pool and drown the SOB. But I calmed down, I relaxed, and I still moved on. I got into my car as quick as I possibly can, because if I didn't, Jabba, I would have smashed a hammer on this guy's head. That's how mad I was, because I was cleaning it. I was drying everything down. I was trying to blow into my turntables, because when the water gets into the turntables, it can ruin the mechanism that spins the turntables. So I was so infuriated, and I'm not blaming Jen. I'm not blaming the family over there, because they were sensational. It was a great crowd of people. They enjoyed the music. I had a lot of fun. I do it every single year, so their parties are sensational. But that idiot, I probably would have been arrested if I really wanted to kill this guy. So I just walked out of the backyard and I said, you know what, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. But Jabba, how was your weekend? I'm sure it was a little bit better than mine.
It wasn't too bad. Kind of chill, really. There wasn't much going on. We got finally, it's not 115 degrees. It was, I think, 51 when I got up this morning. So back to the old mornings where your heat's on, and probably about mid-afternoon you got to turn the air on. So it's that time of year for us. But other than that, it was good. Carter had his last kind of free weekend, so they're about to start getting after it, and we got a lot of sports going on, so it's a great time of the year. I can't complain. It was a fun-filled weekend of a lot of different sports, so that was great.
Yeah, well, you love volleyball out there in Nebraska. I'm not a volleyball fan. I'm not going to sit there and say, oh, I'm going to go watch beach volleyball, or I want to go watch team volleyball. But I'm not taking shots at Nebraska for their volleyball teams. They have a great volleyball team for women and men's. They're one of the best in the country. Don't have men. No, I'm sorry, women's. But whatever. Nevertheless, I'm not into the volleyball situation, so I'm not the person to talk about volleyball with. But I do watch the Olympic volleyball teams. I watch the men. I watch the women, and I look forward to that every single 4 years. But nevertheless, I'm not that kind of person. But I've had an interesting couple of days, and I'm feeling a little bit better. I know a lot of people. I want to give a shout out to all the people that reached out to me and told me and reached out to me and asked me how I was feeling from over the 4 or 5 days that I was very, very sick. And I want to give a shout out to every single person that reached out and showed me some love. So thank you to all the people out there asking how I was feeling. It wasn't very, very good for 2 or 3 of the days, but I got better as the weekend progressively moved forward. And by Sunday, I was feeling a lot better. For the last 48 hours, I've been fairly good. I've had no problems as far as my equilibrium. I can see straight, but it was scary during the show on Wednesday. I was very, very sick. I was throwing up. I didn't feel in place to even doing a show. And I want to give a shout out to you guys, because you guys kept telling me, oh, if you can't finish it, we'll finish it for you. And I do appreciate that. But the show must go on. And we have a great show lined up for everybody tonight. At 8:45, we will be talking to executive producer of It's Not Over. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, she is going to be on this show for the first time. Her father was one of the greatest Yankees, one of the greatest baseball players of all time, arguably the greatest catcher of all time. Lindsey Berra is going to be joining us. So she's doing great things right now for her grandfather. That's Yogi's granddaughter, also the board of members for the Yogi Berra Museum, and content creator of Team Mustard. So I'm very interested to hear what she has to say, her story behind the movie, the documentary they made, which is on Netflix right now. You can check it out. It is a sensational documentary, and it gets to explain how Yogi really became Yogi Berra, from his high school days, his kid days, all the way to his professional days as a New York Yankee and winning the most rings any Yankees ever won. So Yogi Berra, one of the greatest, and I'm so excited to have her on the show, so that'll be fun a little bit later in the show. Speaking of Yankees, the Yankees lose 3 out of 4 against the Red Sox over the weekend. The New York Yankees went into a 4-game series this weekend against the Red Sox, needing to show up, and no-showed the first 3 games of the series, getting outscored 19-4. Despite being able to take Sunday's game 7-2, the Yankees are now behind the Red Sox in the standings. Both Paul O'Neill and Michael Kay on the Yes broadcast of Saturday's 12-1 stink bomb blasted the team, saying that the Yankees have completely fallen apart and it can't get any worse. After yet another boneheaded play by, yes, no other than Anthony Volpe in the field, cost the Yankees in a tie game in the 9th inning. He was finally benched by the team, but Aaron Boone says he is not sure if he will be there for long. Another major issue with the superstar is Aaron Judge still isn't playing in the field. With his return to the field still unclear. The Yankees try to avoid re-injury. This has forced Giancarlo Stanton to either play the field or be a pinch hitter, although he's one of the hottest hitters right now in baseball. Despite the trouble, the Yankees are still in the second wild card spot, half a game behind the Red Sox and half a game behind the Mariners, and apparently have the easiest schedule in baseball for the rest of the way. It's so interesting when we get into the Yankee conversation. I know a lot of Yankee fans sitting here today are probably going to say, well, the Yankees are still in a playoff spot, so we're not worried. The Yankees have a chance to make it, and all they got to do is get in. That's what everybody talks about. Just get in. Get into the show, and there's a chance for anybody to win. As we've spoke about that many, many times. If you remember a couple of years ago, who was in the World Series? The Texas Rangers, who shouldn't have been there, and the Arizona Diamondbacks. I remember that. Arizona and Texas have not been back into the playoffs since then. In baseball, there's a possibility that you can make the playoffs one year and not make the playoffs the year after, or the year after, or the year after. Nevertheless, if you make the playoffs, you can get hot. You can get a hot hitter. You can get a hot pitching staff. A bullpen can get really, really hot, and you can go on a big run, as we saw the New York Mets do last year. But the Yankees, with really the injuries that they've been dealing with, the boneheaded calls when it comes to the bullpen, as we're going to be talking about that a little bit later in the show, the pitching staff, and going back to Max Fried, he actually showed up this week. His blisters on his fingers didn't really affect his pitching. He was probably the best pitcher for the Yankees throughout the weekend games, losing 1-0 against the Boston Red Sox. The Red Sox really couldn't hit him, but they had to pull him in the 7th inning. The Yankees have not had consistency, and they're not getting consistency at the plate. Anthony Volpe has been an abysmal. He's been absolutely putrid on the baseball field. And again, going back to comparing and contrasting his talents as a defensive player. This guy was a Gold Glove winner. And now all of a sudden he's one of the worst defensive players in baseball. He's one of the worst defensive players at the shortstop position we've ever seen a Yankee play. Just think about it. This guy went from a Gold Glove winner to one of the worst shortstops in all of baseball, making the mistakes that he's made. And a guy that has had a pretty good bat. We were talking about his talents as far as at the plate and the power that he has at the plate. The man has not really hit enough home runs since he's come into the league. He's not hitting for average. He's one of the worst hitters in baseball right now. You can argue he's one of the worst players in baseball. But the Yankees have decided to keep him up as long as they've had, because they have no really depth at the shortstop position. And they keep bringing these guys up to move around on the field, infield, to try to figure out who will fit where and how many times are they going to play Anthony Volpe every single week. But the Yankees have really put a lot of pressure on this young kid. And say whatever you want. He is 24 years old. He's still a kid. He's still a little wet behind the ears. Obviously, he's not figuring it out. We've seen this many, many times with ex-Yankee players, young Yankee players. We've mentioned a ton of them in the past. Some people can't cut it in New York. Anthony Volpe could be traded next year. The Yankees aren't going to get much for him, but maybe he gets traded to Seattle, or maybe he gets traded to the Angels or somewhere else, Texas, and he goes to another roster, and maybe he figures it out. But the Yankees trusted that this kid was the future face of this organization when Aaron Judge decides to lace up the cleats. The Yankees right now, they don't have enough depth. Now, Giancarlo Stanton's hot. They're getting enough from Bellinger, but this lineup has not been as good and as potent as we thought the Yankees lineup was going to be this year. And you question Aaron Boone. Is Aaron Boone the right guy for the job? We all know Jorge Posada has put his name in the mix. He wants to be the next manager for the New York Yankees. Nevertheless, we still have to finish the season. The Yankees still have a chance to make the playoffs and make a run. Do I think the Yankees have any chance of winning a World Series right now with the roster the way it's put together right now? No. This roster is not good enough. And the Red Sox have been one of the hotter teams in the second half of the season. And again, when you look at the division and the American League East, and the American League East is still one of the better divisions in all of baseball, with the Blue Jays and the Red Sox sitting up there on top and the Yankees are squeaking into the playoffs, that doesn't sell me anything on where this roster and where this team's going to be in the next couple of years. They have no depth in their farm system. And again, going back to Brian Cashman, who's come out and said a lot of interesting things over the last couple of weeks, trying to figure out where this team is and what this team is going to be in the future. The fact is right now, this team is an aging team. They have some youth and young players right now that we're going to see in the next couple of weeks. Maybe we see Spencer Jones before the season's end. Maybe not. We will see him next year. Dominguez is up and down. Volpe is just absolutely terrible. They don't have anything. Now, the kid that they have on the mound right now, how do you pronounce his name? Schlittler. He looks like he's a pretty good pitcher. He looks like he almost, was it him that almost pitched a perfect game the other day? If the Yankees could figure out their pitching staff and figure out some of the youth that they have in their farm system and find a guy in their farm system. Now, Warren hasn't really been the guy. I thought Warren was going to figure it out this year. He's been up and down. He was terrible this weekend against the Red Sox. The Yankees, the problem over the years, who was the last pitcher the Yankees had from their farm system that really developed? Luis Severino? And the other one after that is Andy Pettitte. A lot of these young pitchers become bullpen specialists, like Jonathan 𝐬𝐻𝐵𝐾. When Jonathan 𝐬𝐻𝐵𝐾 came into the league, he was not a relief pitcher. They were expecting him to be a starter. Jabba Chamberlain, where he's right now on our show. Jabba's one of the lead guys on the show. Jabba was back and forth. The Yankees were trying to figure out, is he a bullpen specialist? Is he the future closer after Mo leaves? Or is he a starter for this team? This has been going on with the New York Yankees forever. And the Yankees, at one point, had Phil Hughes, had Jabba Chamberlain, had those kind of guys, had those kind of arms in their farm system, and did nothing with them. You look at this Yankee roster, what scares you? What scares you as a Yankee, as a Yankee hater out there? People that can't stand the New York Yankees, that want to see the Yankees fall down flat on their face. Jazz Chisholm? He don't scare me. There is nobody on this roster right now besides Giancarlo Stanton and Bellinger that scares me. Aaron Judge, since he's come back, is batting .207. .207. He went from a .350 hitter to a .320 hitter in what? 3.5 weeks. He's not hitting. I think he has 3 home runs and 7 RBIs since he's come back. The Yankees right now have nothing to look forward to for next year either. Now, if Gerrit Cole comes back, but we all know he's coming back from Tommy John, Gerrit Cole's not going to be back in the beginning of the season. He probably won't be back until the end of July. And then you have Max Fried. You have practically the same rotation. Heel is coming back, maybe a second year back from his injury. He'll be better next year. There's nothing to look forward to with the New York Yankees, except maybe a new manager or maybe a new GM, depending on where the Yankees go in the offseason. Is Hal going to part ways finally with Brian Cashman? When he was handed Brian Cashman, when he took over the team, when George decided to step away. The problem with the New York Yankees, and I'll go back to the past to the present, the Yankees organization for years thought that they can build around a roster of young talent that they brought up from their team and their farm system. Who was the 2 guys that the Yankees wanted to build around over the last 10 years? Luis Severino, he's gone. Now, is he with the Oakland Athletics now?
And doing terrible.
Yeah. So he was a guy that
And he signed one of the biggest deal in A's as a starter.
Yep. With the A's. And he was a guy that the Yankees wanted to build their pitching staff with. He's no longer with the team. Aaron Judge, he's right there. Jason Dominguez. Yankee fans want to trade him. Anthony Volpe, another guy. The Yankees over the years, if you look at decade after decade after decade, in a 10-year to 12-year decade, they had 4 to 5 players they would build their roster with, and then they would bring in veteran players, big priced players like Jason Giambi. Remember him? We could go on and on and on over the years. 𝐶𝐶 Mark Teixeira, A.J. Burnett, Alex Rodriguez. We could go on and on and on with the New York Yankees. That's what the Yankees do. That is the Yankee way. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen? If you look at the past championship teams over the last couple of years, it's all about building your farm system, bringing up youth. Look at the Red Sox over the weekend against the Yankees. Look at the young talent the Red Sox have. And now they're signing these young talented players. They're doing exactly what the Atlanta Braves have been doing over the last couple of years. They draft these players, they call them up. Eventually they know they're stars, and they give them long-term deals. They give them a 10-year, $100 million contract. Well, that's what the Red Sox are doing right now. And that's what a lot of these young, talented teams are doing right now, because they want to make sure that they keep their youth around for the first 10 years of their career. Then they'll see what their 30s are going to lie, or where it lies. As we see Aaron Judge in his 30s, he's still at the top of his game. But usually players, when they hit their 30 mark, between 30 and 34, they're not the same players they were in their early and mid-20s. That's why Juan Soto, it was so important for Juan Soto to become a free agent in his mid-20s. He became a free agent at 26, 27 years old. Most players don't become free agents at those ages. Do you know why he became a free agent at that age? Because he came into the league at a very young age. Juan Soto came into the league almost at 18 years old. He was between 19 and 20 when he won his first World Series and won the World Series MVP. Within that time, he played for 3 franchises: the Nationals, the Padres, and the Yankees. And now, ladies and gentlemen, he's playing for the New York Mets for the rest of his career, because he just signed an extension worth about $768 million. Baseball's a completely different sport than most of the sports we talk about. With football, besides the money that they're guaranteed in the beginning of the contract, nothing is guaranteed at the tail end. And basketball, there is guaranteed money, but there's only 13 players, 14 players on a roster. So if you make a roster, you're going to make as much money as most players that are rookies in baseball. Because if you look at the baseball players, the rookies that are getting called up, they're only making $800,000 to $900,000. You look at the guys right now on the roster, on a basketball roster, an NBA roster that's right now sitting the bench, riding the bench, and only practices with the team, the 13th or 14th spot. They're making about $3 million a year. It's different. Sports are different now. And there's only a minimum amount of positions and places you can play on a roster. That's why you can't wait for the NFL and preseason, because you got to see some of the young players and who's going to make the team. Maybe players that you wouldn't expect to sneak in and beat out another guy that was a 4th-round talent the year before and beat him out at being a non-drafted player that you were unbelievable find. We've seen this many, many times with the Jets and the Giants living here in New York, the Eagles. I've seen that with the Eagles over the last couple of years. Baseball's different. You got to work your way up all the way to the big leagues. You go from single A to double A to triple A to the big leagues. Some guys, like Joba Chamberlain, barely was in the minors. He practically went to the minors to just be called up as a major league player in his first year. Not many guys get that opportunity. Nobody. A matter of fact, most of these guys don't get that opportunity. No matter how talented you are or where you're drafted in the first round in the top 10. It takes a long time to be called up. in the major leagues. And when you look at Anthony Volpe that worked his way up to the majors, and we watched this kid develop in his rookie season where he wins a Gold Glove, and everybody says, this guy's the future. When Aaron Judge decides to part ways, this guy could be the future captain of the New York Yankees. Now we're talking about Anthony Volpe not making the team next year. Not making the roster next year, depending on who the manager is, because Aaron Boone more than likely will not be here next year. That's the scary part right now with the New York Yankees. We don't know who the Yankees are. Usually, they're called the Bronx Bombers. And yes, they had their spurts over the last couple of weeks.
They're hitting homers, but that's about it.
They're not winning. And the Yankees are all about winning. They're a winning franchise. Go ask anybody. Who's won more games than the New York Yankees in the last 35 years? Nobody. In any sport. I know there's 162 games in a baseball season, which is more than any sport in the world. But if you look at all the baseball teams in the last 35 years, tell me a team that's won more games than the New York Yankees. Nobody. And that's the difference. No matter how many games you win, you look at the Yankees are not being calculated about how many wins they have. It's championships. And the Yankees haven't won a championship in 15 years. That's the scary part right now. And any Yankee fan sitting here today that wants to argue this, well, then you can call the show right now. I'd love to hear you. This is a pathetic organization right now. This is a pathetic team. This team is not good. They should not make the playoffs, but the American League is so very bad. The Yankees are going to sneak into the playoffs. Are they going to make a run? Are they going to beat the Blue Jays right now? Are they going to beat the Red Sox, who are very, very hot right now? No. Are they going to beat the Houston Astros? No. The Mariners? No. The Yankees went from one of the best teams in the American League before the season started to one of the worst teams making it to the playoffs. That's the scary part, guys. That's what scares me about the New York Yankees. Anybody sitting here and want to argue that, good, go right ahead. We had a guy that was in the home run derby talking all that dump out of his mouth. He hit 3 home runs in the home run derby. And then after the home run derby was opening his mouth again, talking about the Yankees being one of the better defensive teams in the league, one of the better teams in all of the major leagues. The Yankees, if you look at the Yankees record in the second half, they're one of the 2 worst teams in all of the major leagues in the second half of the baseball season. There's no excuse to this team. Nothing. Injuries? Every team has injuries. There's no excuse. There's no depth on this team. And anybody sitting here and want to argue with me on that, you can go right ahead. The bullpen, the Yankees added all these guys. They added 2 big arms in the bullpen at the trade deadline. Both guys have been up and down since they've come to the Yankees. They have not been consistent. And then we all know what Devin Williams is. He's an absolute joke. He's a joke. This guy was one of the best relief pitchers in all of baseball for the last 5 seasons. He goes to the Yankees, he stinks.
Did you see the number, Errol, of how many, I think it was in 3 or 4 years, it was 26 runs with the Brewers, and he's given that up in it was like 5 months with the Yankees.
It's absolutely
that's
pathetic.
Tough.
It's pathetic. You were a relief pitcher. You were one of the best in the league at one point, and you watch this guy. This guy was practically untouchable when he was over there in Milwaukee. When he was in Milwaukee, he was untouchable. And then the Mets, I know a lot of people make jokes. As soon as Pete Alonso got a hold of that 3-run home run, they said that he got into his head. And then he goes to the Yankees. He gets traded to the Yankees in the offseason and with a new start with the New York Yankees and thinking that, I got a chance to win a World Series with this team. And he's been an absolute bust. He's been one of the worst relief pitchers in all of baseball. Think about that. Anthony Volpe won the Gold Glove for shortstop as a defensive player a year and a half ago. Now he's the worst defensive player in the infield in all of baseball. What does he have, 17 errors? He's horrible.
I think he's only second behind 𝐬𝐿𝐫𝐫𝐿, right?
I don't even know.
But I don't think he has the range that De La Cruz does. De La Cruz has better range.
No, yeah. I think De La Cruz has either one or two more, but yeah, De La Cruz is covering way more ground.
Yeah,
too.
he just has random mental lapses. Like, he still had a lot of good range. Like, Volpe, it looked like, had the good range at the beginning of his career, and then all of a sudden, I saw something where he's, like, trying to field from his knees or something like that because he doesn't trust his glove, he doesn't trust his range, and I think that's gotten in his head so much. And, again, a lot of young shortstops have had that kind of syndrome, trying to come up and trying to be these elite defenders right away. And then Volpe had that kind of case in 2023 where he won a Gold Glove his rookie year, and since then, it's been on a downward track, and it just gotten really low to the extent. And I'm going to bring up something that you brought up with pitchers, Java, and that's like trying to figure out your mentality too. Because I think the only way that the Yankees are going to have him bounce back and get a roll is defining it the way you've seen teams like the Dodgers and the Braves do. The Dodgers did that same kind of thing with Gavin Lux when he first came up. They left him on the bench during the postseason because he wasn't hitting. He had some similar defensive issues at second base, and I think he was having issues with vision or something like that as well. And they left him down. They left him on the bench for a little while. Then he grew into his game later. He ended up getting traded, but he still was a decent player. And then the Braves did that same kind of thing in center field with Christian Pache when he came up as a prospect in their World Series year. Left him on the bench. He was a good defender but couldn't hit. But they let him develop, and they traded him to the Athletics eventually. The Yankees need that same kind of thing with Volpe if you want to get any kind of trade value at this point, because he seems like he's shot.
Speedy, at this point too, like with seeing like what Volpe's done and kind of this, do you think like, and we've talked about this with some guys before, do you think sending him down would do any good? Or because we've seen it both ways, kind of how it hurts and sometimes how, it hinders. Maybe a reset, or it's just, hey, a phantom DL where you can just kind of woosah and just, get like, because he really wasn't getting days off. And this is kind of, when I guess, you get a zit, then, it comes to a head and it gets popped. So
yeah, you're going for the 𝐦𝐿 effect with the Brewers.
I don't know about that terminology. You're going to have to ask Mike Piazza about.
There was more than one on his back, though.
You can connect the dots with Mike Piazza.
But yeah, I don't know what you'd really do. I mean, obviously, a mental break sometimes is more important than a physical break, right? And he has to see it and understand it. So I don't know what the right thing would do right now for him is.
And I'm reading what Kevin's saying. He said to me, genuine question is, the problem with the Yankees farm system, is there enough talent or they're recruiting the wrong guys? And that's a good question. It really is. And only Brian Cashman and their recruiting guys, their voices right now, their analytics and the guys right now looking and scouting these guys, because the Yankees have always been a very good organization on scouting and finding players all over the country, all over the world. Internationally, look at the guys the Yankees have brought in over the years that have, some of them been successful, some of them have been absolute busts. But the Yankees have always been a smart organization on finding the right players for the position. Over the last couple of years, really the last 15 years, remember when they brought Dominguez in, or even bringing in Gary Sanchez. Gary Sanchez signed a contract with the Yankees at the age of 15. The Yankees gave him $5 million. And it was the biggest contract internationally any player's ever got. He gets called up in the middle of the season, and I'll never forget it, where he went on a tear. He was putting up numbers that Babe Ruth was putting up. And everybody's like, oh, this guy's going to be an absolute slam dunk. And then all of a sudden, he wasn't getting along with Joe Girardi, or something was going on in the locker room. Over the next 2 years, he was going into these slumps, and he couldn't throw the ball to second base. And what happened? He winds up losing his luck over there with the Yankees. He gets traded and gets let go by the New York Yankees. And this has been going on forever. The only guy that really has stood out to me over the years, the guy that has been a Yankee from thick and thin from their farm system, is Aaron Judge. And now Yankee fans sitting here and saying, well, we need another Aaron Judge. Those guys don't grow on trees, guys. They don't grow on trees. Aaron Judge is a once-in-a-generational type of player. Those guys don't grow like that. Now, I'm hoping Spencer Jones becomes a great player. Now, everybody expects to see this kid become a superstar right in front of our eyes. He's doing great things right now in AAA. He's had a sensational run in AAA, but can he do it in the major leagues? And again, going back to some of these young players that we've seen get called up over the years with the Yankees after killing AAA. Dominguez was killing AAA before he got called up. Was he any good in the majors? Has he been any good in the major leagues? This guy is what? Dominguez is what, 24, 25 years old? They call him the alien, the Martian, whatever the hell they call him, because he's a.
I've always Errol. Let me ask you this. I've always wondered this, and I wanted your opinion because I obviously being a sports guy.
Yeah,
he had that name before he did anything. Don't you think you should do something to earn that name?
100%.
Okay,
100%.
Because I was like, he got a name for not even doing anything, and I saw over Players Weekend he had a Martian bat, which dope. Nicknames are great. We'll get into that later, but. Like, I feel like you have to earn, like, that nickname, like, not like the self-appointed your favorite player in all of football, Mr. Hunter himself, a.k.a. the Unicorn, a.k.a. to Errol Marks, the Gremlin.
The Gremlin. That's a great nickname.
So I always wondered, like, I wouldn't even, like, as a player, I would be like, hey, let me earn that. Like, just don't, I haven't done anything. To get it.
No,
there he is. Favorite player ever.
Yeah,
I've always wondered that.
Well, you're absolutely.
If
absolutely
people
right.
felt the same way.
You're absolutely right, Joppa. And again, going back to, you were a professional baseball player. You were there a significant amount of time. You were there in the majors for 10 years. You were one of the better relief pitchers in baseball for 3 years, and very, very hot. As far as the Yankee is concerned, Yankee guys, usually Yankee pitchers, when they get called up over the years, don't do anything. They're not really that, dominant. And we've gone on speaking about that early in this segment, talking about ex-Yankee pitchers that we've named over the years that really, they had 1 or 2 good years and they completely disappear. The fact is, you got to earn the right to stay up in the major leagues. Anthony Volpe does not deserve to be up in the majors. He should be in AAA or AA and figure things out. Now, sending him down, does it hurt him? Absolutely. Will he ever be called up again? Will he ever be the same player he was when he got called up and he was a Gold Glove winner? I don't know. The fact is the fans are killing him. And once you hear the fans start booing you, you're not the same player. And we've heard it. I've heard Nick Swisher say it a couple of times when he was a Yankee. He said the fans are like, they're my drive. When the fans are cheering you on, they drive me to be the player that I am. When the fans are booing me, I can't be the player that I want to be. It's like I'm losing oil. I'm losing gas. I'm losing that energy. So it's hard when you have the Yankee fans who are, and I'm not saying this because I'm a Yankee fan. Some of the best fans in the world, when they're out there cheering you on, the bleacher creatures are out there calling your name, and you're saluting them out in the outfield, that is an amazing feeling. Could you imagine the bleacher creatures booing you and calling you an ass or saying other derogatory things to you off and on the field? That, to me, is the worst feeling in the world. And this kid is a 23, 24-year-old player who doesn't understand what it's like to be pressured because he was always the best player in high school. He was always the best player in college and the minor leagues. And now he's just another player on the New York Yankees.
Yeah, I want to bring up a point that Josh Towers brought up to us a few months ago when he was talking about the Orioles and how they have a lot of great athletes, great prospects on paper, and did not know how to develop them. And you wonder if the Yankees have that same kind of syndrome right now when it comes to when you're drafting a lot of these shortstops, especially in the first round. A lot of them are drafted there because they're the best overall athletes in college baseball or high school baseball at the time. And some organizations just have trouble with it. The Texas Rangers, you brought them up before. Now they're getting better with their player development. They had a lot of top prospects that flamed out in the beginning of their careers because of that. Neftali Feliz as a pitcher. You had Jurickson Profar, was the number 1 prospect in baseball that didn't amount to anything when he was there. Joey Gallo, a notable example, supposed to be a great power hitter and never amounted into much of anything. So then you have teams like the Brewers and the Astros that they churn out different pitching prospects.
The Brewers have been one of the best teams in all of baseball when it comes to developing players and pitching staffs. Go look at their pitching staff right now. Go look at their lineup, and they play old school baseball. The Yankees haven't played old school baseball in the last 20 years, 25 years. It's all home runs. It's all power, and power doesn't win championships. Go look at the teams over the last couple of years, even the Dodgers last year. They played small ball against the Yankees. Yeah, they hit home runs, but go look. They were stealing bases. They were hitting runs. The Yankees don't do that.
The Dodgers did not chase at all, even against the Mets, too. Like, they barely struck out.
The Yankees don't do that. And that's the problem right now for the Yankees. And everybody's going to blame Aaron Boone. It's Aaron Boone's fault. No, it's all about the analytics. It's all the guys up there, the executives running the team, the Levines, and obviously the Steinbrenners. Everybody up there negotiating or trying to figure out out ways where this team should be going and looking at these analytics and figuring out what works and what doesn't. But Aaron Boone's going to take the brunt. He's the manager, and that's the way it goes. And now you got guys like Jorge Posada. Why would you bring in? And here's another thing. I'm not taking shots at Jorge Posada, and I want to go deeper into this. I really don't. But Jorge Posada has no experience as a manager. He is
neither did Boone.
No, that's where I'm getting at. So if you look at Jorge Posada and he's going out there and he's speaking that he would love to take the job over for Aaron Boone if it becomes available. Aaron Boone was in a booth. He was working for ESPN. Now his father, his background as a GM, his other brother working and as a manager, that's great. Aaron Boone had no experience as a manager. He took over for the New York Yankees. He's never won anything. He's never been anywhere besides with the New York Yankees. Does he have a winning record? Yes, but the Yankees have given him talent year in and year out to win. It hasn't worked. Now you're going to bring in Jorge Posada. Jorge Posada was a part of the Yankees organization in that time where the Yankees were so dominant. Who was the manager of those teams? Joe Torre. Joe Torre had experience. Joe Torre jumped from one team to another. He was a Cardinals manager. He was a Mets manager. He went all over the place before he got the Yankee job, and he wasn't even supposed to get the Yankee job. It was offered back to Buck Showalter when he was fired. And he didn't want it because he was not able to bring in his own coaching staff. And Steinbrenner wanted him to take the coaches that he wanted on in the dugout. And that was the difference. Buck didn't want that. So he hired Joe Torre on a whim. And it was a slam dunk for the Steinbrenner family. It worked with some of the talent and some of the personalities in that clubhouse. But guess what? Posada was one of those personalities. A lot of people, I've heard stories about Jorge Posada. Some people like him, others don't. Now, Derek Jeter and him are best friends, and Mo is too. But there were other players, playing for those teams over the years, and I'm not going to mention names that I've spoken to off air that told me Jorge Posada was an ass. He was a jerk. So now you're going to bring this guy in who has no management experience, none whatsoever, and you're going to expect him to do better than Aaron Boone? Aaron Boone at least took the Yankees all the way to a World Series. They played a better team. The Dodgers were a better built team. What is Jorge Posada going to do? And how long is it going to take Jorge Posada to take the Yankees to a World Series? It took Aaron Boone almost 6 years. So why would the Yankees bring in a guy with no experience? The best thing the Yankees should do in the offseason if they're going to fire Aaron Boone is go look at a manager that has experience. The Mark Del Rosas of the world. Guys that have experience. Understand how to build a team from the bottom to the top. Because if the Yankees continue doing this, they're going to fall flat on their face and they're never going to win a World Series. Because I'll remember, and I said this before a couple of weeks ago, and Jabba, you can agree with me. Joe Girardi, when the Yankees won in 2009, he wore the number 27. After they won the World Series in 2009, he changed his number to 28 because he wanted to be the manager to win number 28. The last time the Yankees won a World Series was when he wore number 27. So you know what I would say to the managers, or the next manager running the New York Yankees? He should wear the number 27. Because to me, ever since Joe Girardi did that, he put a hex, a demon, a curse in the Yankees organization. And by the way, the last time the Yankees won, George Steinbrenner was alive. Since George Steinbrenner has been dead, the Yankees have not won a World Series. I don't know. That could be the Steinbrenner curse. We'll call that, the boss curse? We'll call it the boss curse. That's what we'll call it. The New York Yankees boss curse. And until the Yankees win a World Series, to me, I think they're a cursed organization.
Where do you stand on Jabba? Where do you stand on the next Yankees manager wearing number 62?
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, I wish I was there because numbers was going for big money back when I played. I remember when they all came over, they were trading for like 10, 15, 20 grand. I was like, damn, y'all want my number? I'll go ahead and give it to y'all. Like, come on now. But no, I mean, it's interesting, like how it's going to play itself out. It's funny that you think about all the curses and the Cubs and the Red Sox and whatever, and you get to, see what's happening now. It's just like, it's weird to see how it's transgressed in 15 years, and that's really not that long when you really think about it. Like in the essence of. But it seems like the culture has changed so much in that span where I get what you're saying with Horry bringing in a guy that obviously doesn't have it, just like Booney did. It sounds great in theory, but knowing Sato and knowing whatever, he would never be a puppet, and he would want to do things the way that he would want to do it. So, does it sound great, and does it make everybody tingle in all the right spots as Yankee fans?
I'm not tingling. Trust me.
Most of them, but yeah, I like the younger. I mean, but Joe Madden would be a different one because he kind of is off the beaten path. I mean, he's bringing Penguins in the club. Everybody that I know that played for him said it was great because he was a guy that was like, he brought in like what is the mariachi band, like all kinds of stuff. They said it was cool. So I guess we'll see. Time will tell. You never know. I mean, we could be talking about the same thing, and they didn't do anything. Oh yeah. Speedy, yeah. Oh, he did.
He wanted
a live lion.
He wanted to bring in a live lion when his first year with Hard Knocks or something.
It would bother anybody. It would bother anybody right now when you're sitting here and you're in the middle of making a wild card run, and you're talking about who the next manager is going to be for the New York Yankees. That's the scary part right now for all the Yankee fans out there. That's the only thing they want to talk about. So I guess the Yankees have given up on the season.
Still got a chance this year. I mean, the year's not over.
Yeah, you're right. Speaking of over, Shedeur Sanders struggled, and Shilo Sanders was cut. Legendary brand athlete Shedeur Sanders struggled mightily in his final preseason game of action, going 3 for 6 with 14 yards, getting sacked 5 times. He finished with a negative 27 yards, counting in the negative sack yardage. RG3, a frequent Sanders defender, was critical of the Browns taking Sanders out at the end of the game to give Snoop Huntley the last series, only to cut him after the game. Griffin went further, saying that Sanders was given a raw deal, having to play with guys who were not going to make the team, while Dillon Gabriel had a better talented bunch of players around him. Former lineman and NFL analyst Jeff Schwartz fired back at RG3, showing clips of Sanders holding on to the ball for too long and missed open plays. Hall of Famer running back Eric Dickerson claims that the NFL source told him that the league colluded with teams not to draft him on the first 2 days of the draft. Shedeur's brother, Shilo, was cut from the Buccaneers after throwing a punch at a Bills tight end in the last preseason game. The Browns traded Kenny Pickett for a 5th-round pick to the Raiders, opening up a QB3 for Shedeur just minutes ago. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot to get into with Shedeur Sanders. And the fact is, there was no way Shedeur wasn't going to make this team. There was no way. First of all, if you look at the jersey sales right now with the Browns, they're one of the highest out of the whole team. Just think about it. A 3rd-string, 4th-string quarterback, at one point, a 5th-string quarterback on this roster, his jersey is selling more than half the players on this roster. So there was no way the Browns, knowing that this guy is a high-profile player, his father is Deion Sanders prime, that they weren't going to let this guy make the team, no matter how bad he played in his final game. The fact is right now, Shedeur Sanders has a lot to prove. A lot. And only time will tell if he's an NFL player or he's a CFL player or he's just another guy. And right now, hey, if you're a Browns fan, you should be excited because you don't know who your quarterback's going to be. You have Joe Old Man Flacco throwing the ball early in the season. You might even see at one point Deshaun Watson, a.k.a. Superman, as we all know Dabo Sweeney says that he was. The fact is right now, Dillon Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders, as of right now, is the future for the Cleveland Browns. And sitting here today, are you cheering for that? Are you excited for that if you're a Browns fan? Are you scared? I think Dillon Gabriel's a good young player. He was a Heisman candidate. Very nice kid. Really, really nice. Small. Very, very small. Is he going to last in the NFL? Now, there are other quarterbacks over the years, Drew Brees being one of them, Russell Wilson being another. They have been successful. They've won Super Bowls. Dillon Gabriel's a different type of quarterback. He's not an accurate thrower like Drew Brees. He doesn't have the arm Drew Brees has, and he's not a scrambler like Russell Wilson. Different players. And Shedeur Sanders, he's pretty big. He's not a small guy. 6'2", 6'3". He's got a good arm. He's an interesting person in the pocket. And what I mean by that, you don't know what he's going to do. Is he going to run backwards 20 yards and get sacked? Or is he going to run forwards 20 yards and actually gain yards? You don't know what you're going to get at Shedeur Sanders because Shedeur Sanders doesn't even know if he's on a football field or he's hanging out in a boys' locker room or he's hanging out in a studio rapping. Sometimes I wonder if Shedeur Sanders knows who he really is. The fact is his father's one of the greatest defensive players to ever play this game. And when you hear Eric Dickerson come out, and obviously he has a good connection with Prime, I know that for a fact, that him and Deion Sanders are very, very close. Of course, Eric Dickerson's going to come out and protect Deion Sanders' son, saying that there was collusion. There was collusion that the GMs and owners didn't want to draft this guy in the first 2 days. What a crock of you know what. They knew that this kid was going to be a problem. This guy's going to make money because of his name. This guy's got the ability to go out there and be a star just because he is Prime's son. Just like Travis, a.k.a. the Gremlin Hunter. He comes from that brand. And when you come from a brand of nutso, and I say nutso because that's the way Prime plays. Go look at anything that he's done on and off the field over the years. I think Prime is one of the most unique people in professional sports history when it comes to endorsing himself and selling himself and making the most money for a brand. He is one of the best of all time. But for years, we have heard Prime go out there and talk about his son, that his son is the greatest thing since sliced bread. And he said that Shilo is an NFL player. Shilo didn't even last the preseason. He's going to be in the CFL. Shedeur, how long is it going to take for the NFL to realize that this kid might not be an NFL player? He's got the best chance over Shilo because Shilo is undersized. He's a defensive player who I don't think had any business playing on an NFL football field against anybody, third string, fourth string, or even fifth strings. Shedeur at least has an understanding of the position as a quarterback. The question is, when you got guys like RG3, like I've said many times, sticking up for you, and you don't have guys like Peyton Manning or Eli Manning or Ben Roethlisberger coming out and sticking up for you, to me, that tells me one thing. It tells me that are you a likable person? Are you a transcending player for the future for the NFL and actually want this guy to be your starting quarterback for your future organization? That's a question that only owners and GMs are going to tell you. Here's the facts. If I was the GM for the Browns, I'd drop him. I don't want to deal with the backlash of this kid in the locker room, during games, after games. You have Dillon Gabriel that's trying to figure things out, and you have this guy tailing right behind him, probably talking behind Dillon Gabriel or sinking things in the offensive linemen's heads or some of the wide receivers that are building relationships with Shedeur on the football field and during practice while Dillon Gabriel's trying to figure out how to read plays or figure out audibles at the line of scrimmage. If I was Dillon Gabriel right now, would I be comfortable right now knowing that Shedeur Sanders is sitting behind me? The answer would be no. I would be telling ownership and I'd be telling my coach, it's either me or him. If you don't want me here, trade me somewhere else where I get a chance to prove myself. I was a runner-up for Heisman. I was a top 5 player in the country last year. This guy played for his father. This guy he never beat a top 25 defensive team in all of college football last year. I did. I was in the playoffs. I had the best team in the country last year. To me, I would be uncomfortable going into an NFL season knowing that Shedeur is a more popular player. He's more talked about and spoken about throughout the league than I am. I was a higher draft pick. I was a higher profile player coming out of the draft, and this guy's being more spoken. People are speaking about him more than they're speaking about me, and I'm the number 2. I'm the number 2 or number 3 on this roster. I don't get it. I don't get any of it. And if you're a Shedeur Sanders fan, which I'm getting hated all over social media, that I'm a racist, and I'm not a Shedeur Sanders or Deion Sanders lover, and that I should show my respect or kiss the rings, kiss what rings? The fact is right now, I am not Deion Sanders. No, I'm not. I'm not prime. I've never played professional baseball and professional football in one season. I never won a Super Bowl. I never was considered one of the greatest defensive players of all time. I was nothing of any ability this man was as a professional athlete. But what I can say about Shedeur Sanders, either was Shedeur. Either is Shedeur. Shedeur is not his father. Shedeur will never be his father. And Shedeur needs to stop looking or trying to chase his father's shadow. Because to me, that's all he's going to be doing. And if he doesn't learn how to keep his mouth shut and be professional and understand the quarterback position, learn the position. Don't sit there and say, hey, I know the book. I know the plays. I know this. I know that. When everybody knows and it's been said, one of the main reasons why you were not drafted in the first 3 rounds is you don't study. You don't study plays. You don't watch anything. You think that your pure talent is enough for you to step on an NFL football field and win. Johnny Manziel did that. How long was Johnny Manziel in the NFL? Ask anybody that. Tim Tebow was a studier. He didn't have that God-given talent that some of these other quarterbacks, the Eli Mannings, the Peyton Mannings, the Drew Breeses. He didn't have the God-given talent. But he had the heart, and he had the study ability that he would sit there and watch film. This man doesn't know the word film. He should have never made this team. The Browns made a big mistake. I think this is going to be a huge problem during the season because Dillon Gabriel is eventually going to get a shot. And what is Dillon Gabriel going to do when he makes a mistake? What is Dillon Gabriel going to do when they lose 2 games in a row? He's going to worry about Shedeur taking his job or throwing a touchdown. 1 touchdown to his 0 in 2 games because the team has no offensive talent. And they're saying Shedeur's the guy and Dillon Gabriel's garbage. To me, I'd be worried about that. Not the fact that Shedeur Sanders is Deion Sanders' son and RG3 thinks that he's getting a bad kick in the butt by the media because they don't like him. It's a bunch of crap, okay? Fans, stop it. Stop going out there and attacking me on social media that I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm going to tell you this right now. Shedeur Sanders is going to be nothing. He's going to be nothing in the NFL. And to me, he's a pure backup. He will be considered a backup. And when his father decides to take an NFL job in the next 3 to 4 years, when he claimed he didn't, and he wasn't, he will. And his son will be his backup quarterback. That will be the only reason why Shedeur has a job in the NFL in the next 4 years. Because his father's going to take a job to make sure that his son is taken care of. Besides that, his son is not good. You watch the film, you watch what he does everything wrong on a football field. Nobody runs backwards 20 yards because you're trying to get open or trying to wait for somebody to get open. When you have faster, stronger, more talented athletes in the NFL than you do in college football. You can't do what you did in college football in the NFL. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. And guys, and all these media guys and all these coaches and GMs coming out and saying that Shedeur wasn't the guy, he wasn't, in their eyes, the guy that they thought was going to be the future of their organization, they're not wrong. These guys have been studying football just as long as anybody. He knows, as his father was as a professional athlete, or his uncle or his grandfather was as a semi-pro football or baseball player. I don't know. I don't know what his uncle or grandfather was, but the fact is, Shedeur thinks that he knows more than the owners do, more than the GMs do, and more than the coaches do.
Yeah, as somebody that doesn't really care about Shedeur or Dillon Gabriel as a starting NFL quarterback, I'll take it from the Jeff Schwartz RG3 feud part of it. And I think Jeff Schwartz, outside of being a little biased with the Chiefs sometimes, is actually a very good analyst. Dillon Gabriel, he was pressured, I think, a second faster in all his dropbacks, I think besides one, than Shedeur was. And he got hit, I believe, or hurried like twice more than Shedeur did. So to use the offensive line excuse that RG3 is trying to use, they had all the starters in the game, they had all the fifth strings in the game, they didn't give him a fair chance, doesn't seem as legitimate here. Now, again, I think both quarterbacks do have to like think of it as a prove-it type year for them, because the Browns, again, they probably could be a very bad team. They could easily draft a quarterback next year if they have a top 5 pick just as easily as they did this year, because the class is very good. And Dillon Gabriel, like you were saying, he has some good leadership traits. I think he could be a competent backup in the league, but he's small and he's already old. And he only really developed his arm mechanics to be this good in his last year in college football. Shedeur Sanders still has a lot of the same problems. He holds the ball too long. He's blaming his offensive line for everything, and that's not starting quarterback material. But to say that he's
Speedy, he hasn't even played in the NFL, and you're already giving up on Dillon Gabriel. Now, he is small, but so was Russell Wilson. So was Drew Brees. So was a lot of quarterbacks in this league. To sit here and say, well, he's too old, or he's too small, he's not fast, he doesn't have the accuracy that some of these quarterbacks coming out of the draft over the last couple of years. So what? Maybe he has the it factor. Tim Tebow, everybody said he wasn't a quarterback in the NFL. This guy took a Broncos team, all the way to the playoffs. I remember it. Made a run and beat the Steelers. That's what he did. He beat the Steelers in the playoffs. Knocked them out in the first round when the Steelers were one of the best teams coming out of the AFC. So to say that you can't win with heart, that's a bunch of crap. You can find ways to win in football. Now, again...
Tebow wasn't good, though. Let's just be honest.
No, he wasn't. He was athletic. He wasn't a good thrower. He should have been a tight end. I've always said that. Tim Tebow should have came in the NFL. His body was structured as a tight end. He's still, if you look at Tim Tebow right now, he's built like an ox. His workouts are ridiculous. But, his career is done. He tried to play baseball with the Mets. It didn't work out. But what I'm trying to say is, you don't know what these guys have inside them. I'm not saying Dillon Gabriel can't be successful in the NFL. He can be if he has the right talent around him. The problem right now is the Browns have no talent offensively around them. Who is their number one wide receiver right now? Jerry Jeudy. That's their number one guy. You're going to go into a season with rookie quarterbacks. Joe Flacco, a veteran guy, who's only going to be there for 3 or 4 games, and then they're going to probably give the reins to one of these guys, and you're going to say, okay, guys, okay, boys, go out there and show me what you got. When you have nobody out there. We talk about the Jets. I was talking to a bunch of Jet fans today. What do the Jets have? They have Garrett Wilson and they have Mason Taylor. They don't have a second wide receiver. The Jets have to go after a second wide receiver. The Jets have 3-4 more weapons than the Cleveland Browns do on their whole 53-man roster. Think about that. They got nothing. Nothing out there. And now you have 2 rookie quarterbacks you're going to throw to the wolves. You're going to throw them into the pack of defensive teams you're going to have to play this year where they're going to be running for their dear lives. And I'm sticking up for Shedeur here. I feel bad for Shedeur, even though Shedeur shouldn't have made the team. Dillon Gabriel is put in a bad situation. So is Shedeur Sanders. And the coaching staff, too. I mean, ownership and the GM did not give them the right pieces going into the offseason to help this team be a contender. This is one of the worst teams right now in the NFL. On paper, if you look at it, their defense, Myles Garrett, they paid him a lot of money. They got some defensive players. That's not going to make a difference. They're not going to be able to score.
Not if they're on the field a ton. Your good defense only get worn out by offense so much. And the ownership, I think, is a big factor into that, too. When you look at the stories coming out about Kevin Stefanski, he's sabotaging Shedeur Sanders. He's sabotaging Dillon Gabriel, and not even saying he wanted either one of those quarterbacks. And now the ownership saying, we wanted those guys in there. He didn't want he wanted to stick with his veteran guys, the loop that they've been going through, too. And now they're going to throw him under the bus. And we talked about that a few weeks ago. Like, Kevin Stefanski, if he hits the open market, will become a hot commodity as a head coach for a team like the Falcons, a team like the Buccaneers,
the Giants.
Any team that has coaches on the hot seat, he's going to become that kind of hot commodity because the Browns just presented him with so much bad offense all at once.
Do you know right now on Vegas the number one guy to go in the offseason? Do you know what? No, it's Dable.
Dable. Okay.
Dable is the number one guy right now on Vegas when it comes to percentages on who's going to be out of all these coaches we just mentioned. Mm-hmm. Dable's the number one guy. He's going to be the guy. And Dable's got a lot to prove. He's got Jackson Dart. He's got some young talent right now. We'll see how this Giant team starts off. And if they start off strong, maybe Dable keeps his job for another year, and so does Joe Shane. But if they get the quarterback right. The fact is trying to search for a quarterback, ask the New York Jets. It's not easy to do. It's not easy to do.
And I think the different case between Stefanski and Dable, too. When Dable won Coach of the Year, it was a 9-7-1 win team that the Giants had with a pretty easy schedule. The Browns have been playing in a very difficult division and still made 2 playoff appearances with scrap heap quarterbacks.
Just think about it. We've mentioned Geno Smith. We've mentioned Sam Darnold. They all left the New York Jets, and they've been successful everywhere else they went. Just think about that. It doesn't work in certain organizations. Go ask the Browns how many good quarterbacks or thought of quarterbacks they thought were going to be a part of that roster and that organization for years, for almost 40 years. None of them panned out to nothing. They had one in Baker Mayfield. They drafted as a number 1 pick. And where did they do? What do they do? They let him go. They traded him away. They let him go to, I think, the Rams. And he goes to the Rams, and then he eventually finds his way with the Buccaneers, and now he's one of the better young quarterbacks right now in the NFL. It's just pathetic. The Browns, the Jets, over the years, the Bengals have had their ups and their downs. The Bears. I mean, all these organizations. And again, and the Packers, they've always, for some reason, they get their luck. They had Aaron Rodgers. They had Brett Favre. They didn't draft him, but they brought him in. Bart Starr. They've had good quarterbacks in decades after decades. Some teams are lucky, and others are not.
And as much as I like to bash them, so have the Chargers. They had Dan Fouts. They had Drew Brees. They had Phillip Rivers, and now they have Justin Herbert.
Mm-hmm.
I think. Sorry, Pitch. I just think too. I think Shedeur. I think too. Like, give him a chance. Like, he's going to be on the team because you're either going to see him success or fail. You're going to watch it either way. But I also think too, it's like, let him do one or the other. Like, it sucks. I mean, he's Deion's kid, and he like takes it to an extreme, I think, personally. But just let him either succeed or fail, and then go about it in a different way. Like preseason, and like we've talked about before on the show, it's like preseason is one thing. Like, let him go out and either succeed or fail. Is he ready right now? But maybe here in a year or two, like, he's going to get a chance to show himself and prove. Like, so it's either like you don't have to like the guy, but you really haven't seen him do anything. And I'm going to watch to see how he does, whether he succeeds or fails. But, like, let him try. But he also needs to get out of his own way, too.
Jabba, the only reason why you're watching him is because he's Deion's son. That's what most people are watching. Why is his jersey selling?
I understand that.
Why is his jersey selling as much as it is? I mean, I watched the game the other day, the final game. Every single fan in the front row was wearing Shedeur Sanders jerseys.
But you're going to take advantage of it. You're not going to not take advantage of it.
I understand that, but
that's my point. Let him like, okay, yeah.
Here's my point.
He could also go about it a different way, though.
Here's my point. If you're Dylan Gabriel, and you were their third round pick, and you're expected to be the future quarterback of this organization, and you have Shedeur Sanders breathing down your neck now for the rest of the season, when you get a chance to get into the game, if you make a mistake or you don't play well, you got to worry about this guy taking a snap away from you or playing a little bit better than you and stealing your job, stealing your shine away from you when you don't get a chance to really succeed as a player, as a young player, as a guy that deserves to get the time and the opportunity on an NFL football field. I would be pissed off if I was Dylan Gabriel. If I have to deal with that.
I don't disagree, but I mean, in the Browns, you look at it as these have become businesses more so than anything. They're keeping him on there, and they're gonna try everything to get him on the field, good or bad. And no, you're 100% right though. Talking about from Dylan Gabriel's perspective, it's like, even if I do go ball out, they're going to give him a chance. And the first moment that it doesn't look like I'm going this way and I'm kind of going this way, they're going to give him a chance because they want to see it. Because really, what the hell else would you watch the Browns for? I mean, let's just call
Myles
it
Garrett. Myles Garrett. That's it.
Yeah. Hey, dude, he got a nice throwing arm. Did you see that highlight the other day?
That guy is
he's a freak.
That guy's like...
He had a nice low release. I was like, man.
I gave him a nickname. I call him Optimus Prime. That's what I call him because that's what he looks like. I mean, the guy is built like Optimus Prime. So, he's got
like 2 8-packs for abs. That dude is ripped out of his freaking mind. It's unbelievable that he plays football, and it's just unstoppable.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to talk a little bit about the other brother, Shilo Sanders. Because Shilo Sanders, when he was 15, punched out a security guard and almost paralyzed him. And his father advised him not to go and pay this guy or show up in court. So they got given the summary judgment of, $11 million. And then they decided to file bankruptcy so they didn't have to pay him. Now, fast forward 10 years later, because Shiloh's 25. I don't know if you realize he's a 25-year-old rookie. He's not going to be playing in this league. He gets cut because, guess what? He punched another guy because he couldn't hold his composure. The criticism for Shedeur was always about being, he's entitled, he was coddled, he doesn't have the composure. It's a common theme with the two brothers, I think. And I think what happened is they didn't really let him grow up. Deion had them on TV. He had them on set. They became a brand before they got out of high school. Every stop along the way, they just didn't get a chance to grow up. Shedeur was always in a no huddle, or what they call a muddle huddle. He never had to command a huddle of guys. Now he's got these new guys in this setup, and he couldn't lead them for crap in that game. I know they weren't any good, but it could have been better than that. And all he did was run around without any composure, playing Madden football on rookie mode like he was going to be able to throw off his back foot, falling back 30 yards, and he got sacked over and over and over again. That dude, they said he was pro-ready. That shit ain't pro-ready. It's not even close. So, for me, I think it's just, Deion's been going through health problems. We know that. It's not a shot at Deion. But at the same time, we see as a common theme with the two of them. They both need to grow the F up. They didn't do enough of that yet.
Well, that's why I didn't want to speak about Shilo, because he's, to me, past tense. Nobody's going to bring him back to the NFL.
The CFL, Toronto Argonauts,
good for them. Good
got
for them.
His rights.
Congratulations to Shilo, as he just absolutely fell flat on his face, and eventually his brother Shedeur. And you know what's so funny? You're not hearing from Deion Sanders, the senior. You're hearing it from Deion Sanders Jr. all over social media, saying that his younger brother didn't get a fair, what did he call it? Fair share of opportunities as a professional NFL player. What drugs are you on? What fair share are you going to get? You're either good or you're not. That's it. And Shilo wasn't good, and we're going to see if Shedeur is any good. And I'm going to tell you this right now, Shedeur, you're going to have an opportunity to play in front of some of the craziest fans in the NFL. If you're good, you're good. If you're bad, oh boy, they're going to chop your effing head off. Ask Baker Mayfield. Ask Baker Mayfield's wife what the fans did to them when things started falling for the Mayfield family. So it doesn't really work. If you're playing well, they're going to love you. When you're playing like crap or you're opening your mouth and doing stupid things, you're going to put yourself in a bad situation. So I'm interested to see how Shedeur Sanders is going to handle the fans over there in Cleveland. And they're great fans, by the way. Great. It's a great city, a great sports city. So I'm very interested to see the Shedeur's personality being brought out when he does become steps on an NFL football field as a professional football player. So, very interesting story. All right, before we get our guest in, we have our golf clap of the day.
This deserves a golf clap.
No doubt. Golf clap. Golf clap.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, my golf clap of the day goes to Donald Trump, as Donald Trump has come out over the last 24 hours and said that Roger Clemens, yes, the one and only, the Rocket, should be a Hall of Famer. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the guy that has 354 wins, a 3.12 ERA, and yes, 4,672 strikeouts in his career. Yes, Donald Trump has come out and said that this guy is absolutely a first ballot Hall of Famer. What does that tell you, ladies and gentlemen, when the President of the United States is coming out and telling everybody that Roger Clemens should be in the Hall of Fame? It means absolutely nothing. I love you, Donald, but let's be honest. Donald Trump can say whatever he wants unless he's going to find a way to get Roger Clemens, Barry Bonds, Alex Rodriguez, and all the other guys who were doing HGH and steroids into the Hall of Fame. This guy's going to be sitting and backtracking or figuring out why he is not in the Hall of Fame. So my golf clap of the day goes to Donald Trump. He's trying to get Mr. Roger Clemens into the Hall of Fame, but it's not going to work as far as the baseball writers are concerned. So my golf clap of the day goes to Donald Trump, trying to get the one and only Rocket into the Hall of Fame. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, this is a really special guest. We've Never had her on the show, and we're very excited to have her. We will be talking to the executive producer of It's Not Over, the lady of the family, the granddaughter of the great Yogi Berra, Lindsay Berra. But first, our Sports Minute with the one and only Fish.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
Okay, everybody, Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Got a few stories before we get into the scores this evening. The Bengals made their unhappy hold-in Trey Hendrickson turn his frown upside down Monday as they got him back on the field by giving him a $14 million raise for the 2025 season, raising his total salary to $30 million on the year. Hendrickson and the Bengals did not agree on a deal past this year, though, making him an unrestricted free agent after the season. Hendrickson is now the fourth player on the Bengals roster making over $30 million a year, joining Joe Burrow and wide receivers Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Hendrickson is one of only 6 edge rushers in the league making over $30 million as well. The Bengals now get their all-pro pass rusher back, hopefully preventing the offense from having to score a gazillion points every week just to stay in the game. The back-to-back defending Stanley Cup champions Florida Panthers are going to have to start their quest at a three-peat without star forward Matthew 𝐾𝐿. Well, what was operated on has not been made public. 𝐾𝐿 said in a statement earlier in the month that if he was to have surgery, he would miss the first 2 to 3 months of the regular season, but hadn't decided on a course of action at the time. Apparently, 𝐾𝐿 chose surgery, and it's likely related to a torn adductor muscle and sports hernia injury he suffered during the Four Nations face-off last February, playing for Team USA. 𝐾𝐿 then missed the final 25 regular season games, allowing the Panthers to circumvent the cap before his return in the playoffs, in which he was a point-per-game player, including 7 points in the Stanley Cup Finals, and in the 23 games leading up to the Panthers' second title in as many seasons. The Panthers, who can now put 𝐾𝐿 on the long-term IR once again, can now save the Panthers, who are $4.5 million over the cap, almost $10 million against the cap this year, giving them flexibility until 𝐾𝐿's return close to mid-season. Almost like the team planned it this way. And finally, the Las Vegas Raiders have reunited with a familiar face in wide receiver Amari Cooper. Cooper returns to where it all started for him when he was drafted 4th overall by the then Oakland Raiders in 2015. Cooper played 52 games with the Raiders with 2 1,000-yard seasons and 19 touchdowns before being traded to Dallas in 2018. A big part of the reunion is the trade request of disgruntled starting receiver Jacoby Myers, who has no guaranteed money on his current deal, which is in its last year. Cooper, who the Bills spent the 3rd-round draft pick on before the trade deadline last season, was ineffective in Buffalo, with only 20 catches, 297 yards, and 2 touchdowns. It was the lowest production of his entire career. With Myers likely on his way out, the Raiders' receiving room now boasts Cooper, 2nd-round draft pick Jack Besh from TCU, 4th-round draft pick Dante Thornton Jr. from Tennessee, and 2nd-year receiver Trey Tucker, a 3rd-round pick last year from Cincinnati. Geno Smith is going to have his work cut out for him in both his and Pete Carroll's first year in Sin City. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Job in the Mouth handle, and on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and now on Twitter under our host handle at @ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us there and on Spotify, now in video. Make sure to like and subscribe to all the shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our guest on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
Droba.
Scoop sits on the shitter.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks. My co-hosts, Jabba Chamberlain and Speedy Petey. Executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman. On the board, the one and only Tommy Boops. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth every single Mondays and now Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. 𝐼Shaker.com. Before we get our guest in, our show is brought to you by 𝐼Shaker. Go to 𝐼Shaker.com and shop all their official license collections from Star Wars to Marvel and so much more. Enjoy free shipping if you spend $50 or more. Go to 𝐼Shaker.com to check out all their great products and deals. And ladies and gentlemen, if you want your very own Jabba Chamberlain 𝐼Shaker, go to 𝐼Shaker.com, get your very own New York Yankees symbol on the back and his wonderful mug on the front. Or you can get your very own Jabba in the Mouth 𝐼Shaker by going to 𝐼Shaker and sending a picture in, and they'll plaster it on. Or, ladies and gentlemen, if you want your very own Yogi Berra 𝐼Shaker, go to 𝐼Shaker, reach out to 𝐼Shaker, get the wonderful New York Yankees emblem on the back and Yogi Berra's face on the front. Go to 𝐼Shaker.com, and if you spend over $50 or more, you get free shipping. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the first time on our show, I got a chance to watch the documentary. It is a sensational documentary. Very happy to have her on as we were Nithin reached out to her, and Jabba has a very good connection with her. Very happy to have her on. We are now talking to executive producer of It Ain't Over, the one and only, the granddaughter of the late, great Yogi Berra, Lindsay Berra. Lindsay, what's up?
Not much. Thanks for having me.
I got a chance to watch the documentary when it was in the movie theaters. It was in the movies for a little while, and it was sensational. I was a big Yogi Berra fan growing up. I mean, obviously, I wasn't alive, but my grandfather used to tell me stories about Yogi, Joe DiMaggio, obviously Mickey Mantle, and Babe Ruth. So I got a chance to know. But Yogi Berra was the most successful New York Yankee because he won more rings than any Yankee in history. Tell us a little bit about being the granddaughter of one of the greatest baseball players to ever play the game.
First of all, it's very cool that you got to see the movie in the theater because it was a very different experience on the big screen than, we all love sitting on the couch and Netflix and whatever, but it was
100%.
really cool.
I didn't watch it. I just want to let you know something. I didn't see it in a movie theater. I got a chance to see it at Patchogue's theater. So the library actually put it up on a big screen right behind the library. So they did it on a big screen, and that was the first time I got a chance to watch it in the back of the library in Patchogue, New York. So it was a big screen outside. Cool. So, okay, I'm sorry.
That's great.
Yes.
Your question, people ask me a lot about what it was like to be the granddaughter of Yogi Berra. When I was a kid, I had no idea that grandpa was anything special, right? He was like everybody else's grandpa. I had friends whose grandfathers were teachers and accountants and bus drivers and restaurant owners. And I thought grandpa's job, he was a baseball coach, and it really wasn't any different than any of those other things. And, by the time I got old enough to understand that Grandpa Yogi and Yogi Berra were the same guy, he'd already been Grandpa Yogi for so long that the Yogi Berra thing kind of didn't really resonate. And even now, when I think about Yogi Berra, the 10 World Series rings and 18 All-Star games and 3 MVPs and all the records, he's sometimes in my head not the same guy as the Grandpa Yogi who burned the hot dogs at the family barbecues, but even though I intellectually know that he is, he was a great grandfather. He was obviously a great human being. The world got to see that, and I was very lucky to have him until I was 39 years old.
Wow.
A lot of people don't get their grandparents that way, so that was a real gift.
Lindsay, it's first of all, good to see you.
Hello, Jabba. How are you?
Good, hon. How are you?
I'm good. I can't believe your kid is like a full-fledged adult.
I don't like it. He literally just sent me a picture. He just got a big package of a bunch of steaks and everything. So he's now him and his roommates. He got his own house now. So it's, now they're fighting all over that. I had the pleasure. You obviously had a lot more years with him, and I got to know him. And one of my favorite possessions is obviously a signed ball by him. But just, I think more so than anything, a lot of people got to see the personality more so than the baseball player because a lot of us weren't around. The stories that you just sit and listen, and I think I was late a couple times because he just kept telling stories, and I was like, I think I got to go get ready or something. I don't know what's going on. Is there one story that stands out? And I'm not even talking baseball or just something. The burnt hot dog made me think of this because I was going a different direction, but that just how real he was, because we all saw him, as the Yogi-isms and all this stuff that and it was just him. Like it wasn't like he tried to do this. That was just the way it came off. And you're like, did he just say that? And then he just keep walking like didn't miss a beat or anything. Is there one that you is just a fond memory that you have that sticks out to you?
for the first part of what you said, like, I do agree wholeheartedly that Grandpa's personality kind of overtook his status in people's minds as a baseball player. There's a big recency bias there. Most people alive today didn't get to see him play. And I get into, Twitter fights all the time, people saying Johnny Bench was better. And it's definitely people who didn't see him play. If you want to break down the numbers, my grandpa can take on Johnny Bench any day of the week. And it just matters really which guy you liked better. The Yogi-isms, they just kind of came out of his mouth. It was the way he saw the world. Everything was very black and white, right or wrong. He had the most forthright moral compass in the world. He was very much able to cut through all the crap and get to the root of a problem or the point of what was actually happening. Somebody posted something on Twitter the other day about Derek Jeter in a slump, and Grandpa said, "I know what your problem is. You need to swing at strikes." And Jeter talks about it. I've heard him tell the story many times, and you should be swinging at strikes. Like, it's so painfully obvious that you don't really think about it all the time. You're thinking about all these other external things that might be going on. But just like stories about like who he is, I live in Montclair, which is where he lived for most of his life after coming here from St. Louis. They moved here. My grandparents moved here in 1959. And there's still a lot of people that encountered him here. And the stories that you get from folks they're always the same, whether they met him at the deli or they met him at church or they saw him at a parking lot somewhere or at a kid's baseball game, one of my cousins or mine or my brothers or at the ice rink when I was playing hockey. They always tell the stories about how I met your grandfather this one time and we had a really nice conversation and he gave me so much of his time and I felt like I was the only person there. He never blew anybody off. He treated everybody how he would have wanted to be treated. And all these people come up and tell me, like, I loved your grandfather. And they actually mean it in the same sense of the word as I mean it when I say I loved my grandfather. And that's a totally incredible thing, regardless of how good of a baseball player he was or not. He just was able to kind of connect with people on a really human level, no matter who they were.
So obviously you're the board member with the museum with 𝐬𝐫𝐫𝐷, and I always was fascinated with baseball history a lot more than a lot of the other sports too. Like, what has been the evolution of the stuff that he's told you and the stuff that you've also dealt with, like working in the museum, from player to obviously manager later in his career, and then even after he retired from the game altogether, and the impact that he had.
So the museum's been around for like 27 years now, maybe. Are we in our 27th year? And when it first opened, the idea was not my grandfather's. My grandfather never would have said, "Hey, we need a museum dedicated to me." Not that kind of guy, absolutely. He thought it was a preposterous idea. But when they brought it to him and they tagged on the 𝐬𝐫𝐫𝐷 Museum and Learning Center part of it, the Learning Center part was what really got him going. My grandfather quit school in the 8th grade. And he was always very self-conscious about the fact that he didn't have a high school degree. When he got to the Yankees, as soon as he had enough money to do it, he endowed a scholarship fund at Columbia University that still exists today. We have the crux of what we do at the museum is education programs. And we talk about all the great things that my grandfather did on the baseball field. You can see all 27 Yankees World Series rings in the museum, all of his grandpa's MVP plaques. We've got bronze gloves and all kinds of stuff. But the point of it is that we kind of carry his values forward of treating people with decency and respect and being the best that you can be, maybe overcoming adversity. Grandpa was told that he was, too short, too squat, looked like a gorilla, looked like an ape, looked like a fire hydrant, looked like a fat girl running in a too tight skirt. I don't even know. Somebody wrote that in the Daily News, that he was too ugly to be a Yankee. I don't even know what that means. Have you seen some of the Yankees over the years? Anyway, so you if a kid comes in and he's got no idea really about baseball and is not a baseball fan, kids can identify with being a first-generation immigrant, with being a veteran. My grandfather served his country, was a machine gunner at the D-Day invasion. They can identify with being underestimated or told they can't do something. And that's really what we do at the museum. And through Grandpa's career, all the stages that you just mentioned, a player, a manager, and then his post-career, it was really how he kind of carried himself that made him the person that he was. They just put in the chat, who was the ugliest looking teammate you had, Jeff?
Hey man, what happens in the clubhouse stays in the clubhouse. I can't be.
That's why I was trying to keep it in the private chat, John.
I've got it. I'll tell you who the ugliest teammate he's ever played with 𝐾𝐿𝐴.
There was a story ages ago it's actually very, I can't even believe I'm saying this, but in Men's Journal years ago, the writer Matt Taibbi did a story called The Upside of Ugly, and it was about the benefit of having an ugly guy in your lineup. And I remember this like, because Grandpa Yogi was put forward as one of these ugly people. There was a line that I still remember. I can try to, it was said something like, well, Mark Teixeira has a swing so beautiful you want to paint it. 𝐾𝐿𝐴 battling a middle reliever to a 9-pitch walk looks like a rhinoceros trying to fuck a washing machine. I still remember that. I remember reading it and reading it out loud to my colleagues at ESPN Magazine at the time. And thinking like, well, I'd want 𝐾𝐿𝐴 in the lineup. Why not?
That sounds about right.
We are talking to executive producer of It Ain't Over, Lindsay Berra. By the way, Yogi Berra's granddaughter, also the board of member at Yogi Berra Museum and the content creator at Team Mustard, by the way. Yogi, I've never met Yogi. I've heard a lot of stories about him. I've met Don Mattingly over the years. I've met Mickey Mantle when I was a kid, but I never got a chance to meet Yogi Berra. And Yogi Berra, with all the achievements, and let me read some of the achievements Yogi Berra had. 18 All-Stars, 13 World Series championships, 3-time American League MVP. He's in Monument Park. And he's one of the best major league players at his position. Some people say the best catcher of all time. When you look at your grandfather and all his achievements, what is the achievement that sticks out the most out of all the achievements?
He would tell you it was Don Larson's perfect game in the 1956 World Series. He never would talk to you about what he did well. He would always kind of push it off onto his teammates. Remember that game when Mickey hit 3 home runs, or the game, Donnie's perfect game. He was always trying to push it off to everybody else. My favorite of Grandpa's stats, he won his first MVP in 1951, right? 51. But I think 1950 was his best season. 656 plate appearances, 597 at bats, 28 home runs, 124 RBIs. He hit 322 and struck out 12 times in the entire season. I mean, that is it's mind-blowing physical challenge to anybody to try to make that happen, even in your wiffle ball league, because it ain't happening. He was just so able to put the bat on the ball.
A catcher, too. Just think about it, guys. He was a catcher who didn't strike out. Tell me a catcher in history, and when you talk about Johnny Bench, Mike Piazza, Pudge Rodriguez, you can name all the great ones. Tell me a catcher that only struck out 12 times in a season. There is none.
And don't forget what size bat he used, by the way. He wasn't using a toothpick.
No, Grandpa was only 5'8", 192 pounds. He swung a 34-inch, 35-ounce bat.
I mean,
it's heavy. And the handles were fat. We have them in the museum. You can come and actually touch the handles and compare them to the, Jeter's bats, the bats that people use today. His is tremendous. And actually we have a Roberto Clemente bat right next to him. Roberto Clemente was 165 pounds soaking wet with rocks in his pockets, and he swung a 36. That's crazy.
It's unbelievable. It's when you look at the stature of Yogi Berra, 5'8", and the way he was hitting the ball, power wise, and everything that he did as a baseball player. It's an amazing story. And guys, if you haven't checked it out, go check it out. It's on Netflix. I know people were telling me that
we lost our Netflix license. It's on Amazon and Apple now.
All right, so Amazon and Apple. It is a great documentary. You get a chance to see him when he was a kid and how he moved forward as a baseball player all the way from high school to the major leagues. And really, the back end, he did quit school in 8th grade. And the little story is he didn't want to be a Yankee. He wanted, I think if I'm not mistaken, he wanted to be a Cardinal. That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to play for the St. Louis Cardinals. But I think the Cardinals decided to go with another player, sign another player. And that was when he decided, hey, the Yankees gave him an offer, and he took the Yankees offer. And it was probably the best thing. As he said, it was the best thing that ever happened to him. So it is a great story. He is I didn't know him. Japa knew him. It's your grandfather. And there are people that I know that knew him very, very well and told me he was one of the most kindest people you could ever talk to. And he always had a story to tell. Always told a story. It didn't matter how many times he told the story. to a T. It was like every time he told the story, he didn't change the story around. It was the exact same story over and over and over again. Everybody tells me that. So it is a crazy, he was a crazy, unique person. I got a question for you. You look at all his teammates he's played with. You've got Mickey Mantle, Joe DiMaggio, all these guys that he played with. Who was the guy that he told you was his favorite to play with, and why was he his favorite Yankee to play with?
He didn't really talk about guys like that. He talked about Joe DiMaggio with a lot of like awe and reverence. Like, I think there's a story about Grandpa like booting a ball in one of his first games up behind home plate, and DiMaggio came running off the field after the inning and got in Grandpa's face and said, "Get better." And Grandpa was terrified, and he got better. But I think that there was a part of Grandpa that was always a little bit terrified of Joe DiMaggio. So there was that. But as far as favorite guy to play with, I mean, he was on the same team for 18 years, right? These guys were so much more than just his teammates. Like Phil Rizzuto is my father's godfather. I grew up with Mickey Mantle and Hank Bauer and Moose Skowron and White Ford and Eddie Lopak, Gil McDougall, all these people in and out of the house. They were just like friends of they were Grandpa's buddies, right? Like, and I think he loved that they could like put Grandpa at 3, 4, 5, but jockeying him and Mickey Mantle, making other teams decide like who they wanted to pitch to on any given day because you're screwed either way. I think they loved screwing with people like that. Grandpa loved calling games. He loved getting the most out of pitchers, and he was really good at it. He really loved what he did, and I think he would have loved doing it with whomever you put him on the field with. But really, they were his buddies. I mean, they hung out till they were like 90. My grandfather was at, Phil Rizzuto's bedside almost every day in the weeks before he passed. And they talked to Whitey Ford on the regular, like even when they're both of their health was declining. Like these were like really lifelong friendships we're talking about.
I couldn't even imagine. I'm sitting in a house as a young kid and Mickey Mantle comes right in and Whitey Ford walks in the door, and they're sitting down. And it's Uncle Whitey, Uncle Mickey. And I'm looking around, and I'm like, who are these guys? And then I realized,
didn't know though. When I didn't know. I mean, I knew they were baseball players, but it was a long time. Like I had to get older to really understand, just how amazing these guys actually were.
It's crazy. It is. It's a crazy story.
How long? Because he literally would bring this up, and we had this conversation because I'd like to poke the bear every once in a while. How long did he tell you that Jackie Robinson was out? Because every time he literally he was out. No, he was out.
I have never. I mean, he insisted he was out. I'll tell you another story after that. But wait, this is funny. So he always insisted Jackie was out, and I can't even tell you. Like, I mean, 1,000 times people came up to us in restaurants or at ball games or whatever, and they'd be like, "Yogi, I got a question for you. And they'd get the first syllable of Jackie's name out of his mouth, and Grandpa would go, "Out." He was out, right? Like totally crazy. So 2014, he's in assisted living. Dementia is like really bad. I used to go up in there in the afternoons, and if it was summertime, I'd put the pregame show on for him or whatever was on Yes Network. And wintertime, I'd put on Michael Kay's show 3, 4 o'clock, whatever time it was, because the baseball stuff kind of brought him back to reality. So I show up there one afternoon in November, and he's got no idea what's going on. He doesn't know if he's had lunch, doesn't know if he wants dinner, thinks he's got a tea time in Tampa. He's late for it, totally out of it. Put on Michael Kay show. Michael starts talking. Grandpa kind of perks up. He whacks me. "Linz, what's Michael talking about?" I said, "Oh, he just got back from the general managers meetings and they approved instant replay for use in games." And Grandpa goes, "What does that mean?" And I'm like, "Oh, it means instead of getting all rootin' tootin' mad when you didn't like the call and running out of the dugout and kicking dirt on people, you just point to the sky and they would get to watch the same replay we see at home." Exactly. There he is, rootin' tootin' mad with the vein sticking out of his neck. And the umpires would get to overturn the play on the field if they'd gotten the call wrong. And I'm telling you, he'd been completely out of it 2 seconds before, and he just says to me, "So you mean Jackie would have been out?" And I was like, "You know what? Yeah, Grandpa, that's what it means. Like you've got the instant replay down." But yeah, he insisted until the day he died that Jackie had been out.
So I want to ask from the other perspective, like obviously you're a catcher, you're facing a lot of the guys, the batters directly in the box, you're trash talking the hitters like that. Well, any hitters like that he was saying, "Oh, well, this guy really will rile you up," or even a crazy occurrence that he saw with some of these hitters?
he used to talk to everybody. People would he used to throw dirt in their shoes, and he was always asking them ridiculous questions like, how's the wife and the kids? Did you go fishing? How many fish did you catch the last time? Where are you going fishing in the off season? And people would just be like, Yogi, shut up. I'm trying to hit whatever. There's the really famous one. Hank Aaron was at the 58 World Series. Somebody correct me. When did they play the Braves? And Aaron came up to bat, and Grandpa, again, he just would say mindless, ridiculous stuff. And he would say, Hank, you got your bat upside down. It's supposed to be so you can read the label. And Hank very famously says, Yogi, I didn't come up here to read. So it's he just was yapping to everybody. He loved getting on everybody's case.
We are talking
including his grandchildren.
Oh, there you go. We are talking to executive producer of It Ain't Over, 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐿 Yogi Berra's granddaughter. It's so funny. I'm a Billy Crystal fan. I love Billy Crystal. Everything about Billy is stand-up. All the movies he's been in. I've watched Sleepless in Seattle. It was a movie that I watched when I was a kid. And with the Yankees, he's always been a part of the Yankees. He's been the voice of the New York Yankees for forever. Movies, television series, everything. What was it like working with Billy Crystal?
Billy was amazing. He was really great. So if you see the film, fortunately, I end up narrating that movie, and my choice was actually Billy Crystal. And I thought from the beginning that was what we were going to do. We were going to have Billy narrate the film, and he was all on board. And he does wonderful interviews in the film. He's just great, and he was great helping me promote it. And he did some Q&As and stuff, and he had great stories about Grandpa and Mickey Mantle and Maris and shooting 61 and all that kind of stuff. He's great. He's a huge baseball fan, Billy, and just has such fond memories of the Yankees when he was a little kid. And you can tell when he talks about it, like he's 12 when he's telling you about like his love of the Yankees and where it came from and all that kind of stuff. He's really a great guy. I've enjoyed it.
And you know what? I laugh all the time when I watch the movie City Slickers. He's always wearing a Mets hat, and I never got it. This guy's a Yankee fan, and throughout the movie, he's wearing a New York Mets hat. If I ever met and I get a chance to meet Billy Crystal, that's the first question. That's one of the all-time funniest movies, as far as I'm concerned, with you in it. And you're a diehard Yankee fan, and you're a Mets hat. It makes no sense, Billy. It makes none. I had to say that.
Grandpa wore a Mets hat for 11 years.
Well, that's different. I mean, it's Yogi Berra. Billy Crystal, I mean, it made no sense. In every single movie I've ever seen him in, I've loved Billy. Every single movie he's ever touched, even stand-up stuff. Him and Robin Williams and Whoopi Goldberg, when I used to watch him do stand-up, loved Billy Crystal out of all of them. And then I see him, I watched City Slickers. I went to see City Slickers 1 and 2 in the movie theater. And I'm like, wait a second, isn't Billy Crystal a diehard Yankee fan? What the hell is he wearing a Mets hat for? I'd be like, Billy, I got to smack you around a couple times. No Yankee fan wears a Mets hat. None. And Yogi actually played, he worked with the Mets. He was a part of the Mets organization for a while. So that's okay. Billy Crystal never played baseball. He was a diehard Yankee fan. That's all I had to add. Sorry.
He did. He played in spring training.
Oh, stop. Are you going to tell
He took us to dinner that night, too. I mean, it was nice of him to take. He struck out, but he took us to dinner.
Who was the country singer that tried to make it to the professional baseball?
Garth
Brooks tried to make it to professional baseball. Yeah. I remember that story, and I'm like, and Garth was actually he was a pretty good baseball player. He can hit it. But he tried out.
I just watched a Tom Selleck at bat on Instagram the other day. You can find anything on the internet.
Mr. Baseball is one of my favorite movies, too. I love that movie. When he went to Japan, and that's a great movie, by the way. If anybody has never seen Mr. Baseball in the 1980s, sensational. But, to get back with your grandfather, growing up in a family, a big family, your grandmother, and part of the documentary, you see his love for his wife. What was it like? I mean, the togetherness of your family. What brought your grandfather, and your grandmother together?
You're going to make me cry now. My grandparents were amazing. They met at Biggie's restaurant, which was Stan Musial's restaurant on the Hill in St. Louis, in 1949. And my grandfather was with Joe Garagiola, his buddy who lived directly across the street from him. who also made the big leagues, won a World Series with the Cardinals. Joe used to say, usually when you make the big leagues, you're the best catcher in your school, your town, your state. With Yogi across the street, I wasn't even the best catcher on my block. They used to go into biggies, and Grandpa Yogi sees Grammy going in and out, and he thinks she's cute. And Joe and Grandpa would go sit at the bar and get glasses of water because they couldn't afford to eat at the restaurant. And Grandpa would basically just sit there and stare at Grammy Carmen until Joe said, "We got to get out of here and get something to eat. I'm hungry." At the beginning, she wouldn't date him because she thought he was married. Then she thought she didn't date ball players. And then she finally agrees to go out with him, and they were married like 11 months later. But my grandfather does not get out the door if it is not for Grammy Carmen, like for the rest of his life. They were absolutely incredible. She would say that the reason they were married for 65 years was because he was on the road for half of it. I don't believe that. It was a really amazing thing to watch. Like, and I know it now, like, we grow up, you see people's relationships. Some of them are great. Some of them are shitty. Some of them are shitty and great, whatever. But you look at the way those two were together, and the way she was like so able to just completely selflessly share him with every other person on the planet who wanted a piece of him. And just, they were so secure in their relationship together. He was just absolutely smitten with her, and she loved him to death. And it was a really cool thing to watch.
I know it's an amazing story. And he said that family meant everything. And if it wasn't for your grandmother, he wouldn't be the man he is today, or was at that time. So it's a great story. And I'm telling you guys, if you're a Yogi Berra fan and you're a Yankee fan, you have to check out this documentary. It's sensational. I'm a documentary guru. I love documentary. I tell Jabba all the time, I'm like, I don't even want to watch movies anymore. I'm trying to find the next documentary I could watch. And this is one of the best documentaries, very well put together. And, it's sensational. And Jabba told me a little bit about your museum. Tell us a little bit more about your museum. You have an event coming up very, very soon. Tell us a little bit about the event that you have coming up here in New York.
We're really excited about this. So it's the Yogi Berra Museum and Learning Center. It's on the campus of Montclair State University. It's 3 minutes from where I'm sitting right now. It's actually in Little Falls, New Jersey. May 12th would have been my grandfather's 100th birthday. So we've had events all year, all summer in celebration of his centennial year. But our big event is September 21st. It's a Sunday, 1:00 in the afternoon. We are going to break the Guinness World Record for the largest game of catch on Yogi Berra Stadium, which is the ballpark adjacent to the museum. We need 2,000 people to break the record. We're hoping for 2,800 maybe. So we need everybody. Go to yogisbigcatch.org and sign up. It's going to be a super fun day. We're going to have food trucks and music and some old Yankees running around, and the museum's going to be open. And then we have another very cool thing happening. To the best of my knowledge, since my grandfather was inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame in 1972, his plaque has been on the wall in Cooperstown. They are taking it down for that day and driving it to New Jersey. It's going to be at our museum just for the one day only, the day of the big catch. So you can come and break a Guinness World Record and have your picture taken with Grandpa Yogi's plaque in our theater. It's going to be a really great day. So I would appreciate anybody coming out. It's going to be a lot of fun. And we don't care if you're not good at playing catch. To break the record, you only have to be 10 feet apart and you play catch for 5 minutes, and it doesn't matter if you drop the ball. So if you stink, we want you anyway.
Lindsay, what made you? I know you guys had an event. Like, what made you want to do a game of catch? Because obviously it's an important. I still just lost my dad 5 months ago, and that I still remember, playing catch and him actually letting me, dive on the grass and get grass stains, and I wouldn't get in trouble for it. So that was always nice when he would let me do that. So what made you guys do this? Because I know it's something special for all of us. Now, me being a dad myself.
Full credit goes to 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐵𝐿, our museum director. It was really her idea when she was kind of just thinking about the connection Grandpa had with people, so many people in our area, but also with so many people he never met, like the impact he made on people. And, you think about kids being on their phones nowadays and nobody putting their digital stuff down to actually look at each other and really connect. And when you think back to playing catch when you're a kid, right? Think about how in tune you were with the person on the other end of that ball and how quickly the world narrowed to just the space between the two of you, and just how nice and sweet and pleasant all those memories are. And it kind of transports you back to being a kid when times were simple and that was really all there was, right? And we just kind of hope that we can get a whole bunch of kids and dads and moms and coaches and just folks out there and maybe feeling that connection for a little while, playing this game that they love, that my grandpa Yogi loved too.
It's a great, let me tell you something. I'm going. We're all going to go. We're going to show up for Yogi. I know Jabba's going. I think Jabba's flying, right? Jabba, you're going to the event, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to. It's 2 days before my birthday.
How old are we now,
We'll bring
Jabba?
you a cupcake if you come.
I'll be the big 4-0.
Oh.
Lindsay, you're not supposed to tell my secrets. We talked about that.
I didn't tell anyone.
Oh, yeah.
I want you to steal second. Okay.
Yeah, right.
There's
Yeah,
secrets? We don't know
Hey,
any secrets?
I won't go where I could have gone with that, Lindsay.
Oh, yeah.
I'm way older than you, so I'm allowed to tell you.
You said it. I didn't. I wasn't going to get in
I'm
trouble
way
for
older
that.
than you.
I wasn't going to get in trouble for that.
Much older than you.
Well, hold on one second.
Ancient.
Way much older than you. How much older are you? I mean, come on, Lindsay.
I'm 47.
I'm 43. I'm 43.
I'm older than you too, then.
Age is just a number, baby. Okay, so as I tell everybody on the show, anybody that's younger than me, they're, what do I call them, Speedy?
They're all babies.
They're all babies.
Babies. Near children.
Near children. I pat them on the back. So if I see Jabba, obviously Jabba's 6'3". I'm 5'10". I'll climb his back to pat him.
You ain't climbing nothing, bro. No.
Where's my ladder?
I'm good on the climbing.
But we're gonna go to the event and we're gonna try to bring as many people as we possibly can because I'm actually wearing an authentic Yogi Berra jersey. Authentic. It's a beautiful jersey. I own very few Yankee jerseys. I'm a Yankee fan, but
Is that a Bears jersey? What is that?
No, this is unique. I'll show you. I don't think you've ever seen anything like this.
I thought it was a Newark Bears jersey.
No. Oh, look at this. It's
You
his
got
minor,
that off the Wish website or something.
No, it's his minor league jersey.
Oh, no. If it's his minor league bit, that is it's Norfolk. then.
Norfolk. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Norfolk Tars in
Yes.
the Piedmont League.
This
But
is
I don't
a
think
real-
he had his name on it.
Well, I know. Obviously, it's a rare jersey over here, and I didn't buy. What are you trying to say, Jabba? What are you saying? My jerseys aren't real? They're not good enough for you? Yeah.
shit.
You know what? Jabba hates us calling him
Joba.
He hates us calling him Joba.
Lindsay's heard everything
All right.
in New York that I've been called.
So what I did, Lindsay, is I got his Nebraska jersey, his number 62, and instead of having Jabba put on the back of his jersey, I put Joe, J-O-B-A, J-O-E apostrophe B-A, Joba. And when I see Joba, I'm going to have him sign it.
Oh, God.
And I'm going to station it right in our studio. I love messing with him. And it's been a crazy ride we've had over the last past year. And I don't know if you knew this. Jabba came on our show as a guest. And when he came on the show, he told me, Speedy told me right over here, he told me 20 minutes. 20 minutes, that's all Jabba's got. And before you know it, this guy is on the call for about an hour and 20 minutes. He takes over the conversation. And I'm like, I thought you only wanted to be on for 20 minutes. He started laughing. And then before you know it, the Yankees were in the playoffs, and he reached out to me and said, yo, could we do something for the Yankee game and for Yankees Cleveland? I said, yeah, let's do something. So I said, let's do like a podcast. So we did it together. We worked very, very good together. And I said, you know what? Let's put something together and create a podcast. And since then, we've been a top 200 podcast in the country right now and on Spotify and Apple, and we're very successful. We're doing sensational work right now, and I don't think there's better content in the industry than ours. So I think it's great. And Jabba's been unique because I wouldn't expect Jabba to know anything more than baseball, but he actually knows a lot more than people think. But the best thing about this show is really sticking it to Jabba. You know, you have to find ways to get under his skin, and when you get under his skin, he's like a wolf and a bear put together. I swear. He if he can jump through the screen and bite your head off, I think he would. So true story on that.
Jabba will transform into a wolf and a bear hybrid when you allegedly try to climb on him.
I love it.
Did Grandpa get your name right? Did Grandpa always call you Jabba properly? Because my favorite was he always called Robbie Canoe.
But you never correct him. You just that was just the way it is.
Oh no, I corrected him all the time. I was like, Canoe? Who's Canoe?
Oh, I couldn't imagine.
You knew.
Do this.
My dad would always say when that would happen, he'd be like, "You knew who I was talking about, right?" And then you'd be like, "Yeah, I guess you're right." Yeah.
I couldn't imagine your father trying to pronounce my name. I couldn't imagine it.
Oh,
I couldn't.
He'd probably called you like you look like a Brett, so he's going to call you Brett. That's the way. That's he would remember you, but like, yeah, it literally that's what he would do. One of my favorite was Old Timers Day, when Yogi and Whitey would get together, and then they would go and they would sit in the training room. They would tell stories, and Whitey would have a Bud Heavy, and they would just be sitting there. And I remember my first Old Timers Day, I literally I don't think I moved. I was like, is this like really happening? Like, what am I watching right now? I was like, it just. Those stories, and I can only imagine, and it's so cool for you because it's like that was normal. Like that was just, hey, that's Grandpa's friend. It's like, hey, just they're hanging out. Like, and then you're like, oh, yeah, they're kind of cool, but no, they make fun of me and pick on me, and that's just the greatest thing, and
yeah,
it's always so fun, you know, because you never know. He just all of a sudden, only thing you could count on was him and Gator in spring training. And I think the first time I had frog legs was, of course, Gator brought him. And I always look forward because Gator would get there a couple days early. He's like, I got to get ready. I got to pick up Yogi at 2:00. And then it'd be like, we're doing frog legs next week. And I'm like, I'm from Nebraska. I never, ever. He's like, you have to try them. And then, you know, you'd get something from Yogi and it would just be like, well, you can't say no at that point, can you? But yeah, that was another relationship. It was always so cool to watch those two. And I mean, they were thick as thieves together in spring training, and just, it was really, really fun to watch those guys.
Gator became sort of like his fourth son, and he's been tremendous with the museum. He co-hosts our golf outing now, and he will actually be there with us on September 21st. So
does he still have great hair?
He does have great hair, actually. And he's got the best accent. I could listen to Gator read the phone book. I love listening to him. 100%. But he's got that, you know, if anyone is interested in reading a good book, Harvey Araton wrote this book called Driving Mr. Yogi about Gator running Grandpa around spring training, and the stories that Gator tells about, like, Grandpa following a busty woman around the frozen food section at the supermarket, or picking the one he tells all the time is him dropping Grandpa off at the airport to go film the Aflac commercial, and then picking him up on the back end. And I mean, I'm butchering and shortening a very long story that Gator tells, and it's great. But when Grandpa Yogi jumps back in Gator's truck, Gator's like, "How was it, Yog?" And he says, "You know, Gator, the duck don't talk." and the way Gator tells that story is tremendous. But they were just really great pals. Gator still refers to him as his little buddy.
Well, Lindsay, we really appreciate you. You're sensational. We'd love to get you on again. I didn't expect you to be on as long as you were because, you know, usually everybody rushes up, 20 minutes like Jabba, 20 minutes, and it turns into
I told Nathan I was going to be in my pajamas and I would stay and then I would go to bed. So, end of story.
You know what's so funny about Nathan? If you know anything about Nathan, he wears this blue blazer, okay? It's a very common picture, and we got to get our executive producer to post up. Have you ever seen him wear this configuration of clothes? I mean, seriously, Lindsay, this is one of the worst dressing people I've ever seen in my entire life. Go ahead, Fish.
It's bad.
You have to see this. You have to see this. This is like really, really bad, Lindsay. I'm trying to help him. We need to take him shopping. This is somebody that really needs we need to take him out for a suit or some kind of opportunity. Do we have it? Is it up? Do we have it, Mr. Fish? Here it is. Hold on. Here it is. Could you imagine wearing something of that magnitude?
The camo. He's got the plaid with the camo. He's mixing prints.
I mean, come on. Mixing? I mean, that is probably the worst dresser I've ever seen in my entire life. I mean, a red shirt, a red polo shirt with a blue blazer, and it looks like he just came out of the service. Oh, man. What a man.
You come to the catch, and you can just wear sneakers and then a Yogi t-shirt.
There you go. I'm definitely going to go. I'm going to get the boys to go, and I'm looking forward to getting a chance to meet you, and hopefully 𝐿𝐵𝐿 can get a chance to go down there. It's a great opportunity to get a chance to celebrate one of the greatest baseball players, one of the greatest Yankees of all time, and get a chance to check out his museum and all the different things that you'll have the opportunity to do at this event. Tell the fans one more time what day and how they can find this and sign up for it.
So it's September 21st. Gates open at 11:30. The big catch is happening at 1 o'clock. You sign up at 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐿.org. If you don't have a mitt, we're going to have one for you. No need to bring baseballs. We've got those. Show up with 5, 10, 35 of your closest friends. We'll be greatly appreciative of it. And again, we got the food trucks and the music and the Hall of Fame plaque in the theater. And it's just going to be a super fun day there. It's on the campus of Montclair State University, 𝐬𝐮𝐵𝐿 Museum and Learning Center, and hopefully we break this Guinness World Record. There was just an article in the New York Times Sunday magazine that said the hardest thing about breaking Guinness World Records, no one can do it now, is you can't get people to show up. And you can't get people to get off their butts, put their phones down, get off the couch, and show up in person to do stuff. So we want to prove them wrong.
Well, I like to show up to things. I get in trouble sometimes when I show up to things, doing the things I do. By the way, I broke a record, a Guinness Book of World Record. I'm not going to mention it.
Hold on. A what?
A Guinness Book of World Record.
Guinness World Record.
Guinness.
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 I didn't know if there was another book out there.
Be quiet, 𝐿𝐵𝐿. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth, 𝐿𝐵𝐿. All right. This is what I got to deal with. He's doing the picking on now tonight. I mean, this is the guy that I pick on during the show, and now right in front of Lindsay and the granddaughter of one of the greatest baseball players of all time, he's picking on me. What are you drinking over there, 𝐿𝐵𝐿?
Water.
I know. I'm just trying to get you here.
Hydrate or die.
Yeah, he does. He hydrates. I'm hydrating too, but I've been staying away from sugar, ladies and gentlemen.
No, I don't have a shaker.
What is that right there? What is that right there? What bottle is that?
Water bottle.
Oh, all right. Interesting.
This is mustard.
That's right.
I work for Mustard.
Team
House's
Mustard.
pitching app. Team Mustard. Check it out.
How do they find your Team Mustard? Is there a website to find Team Mustard?
TeamMSTRD.com, at Team MSTRD on Insta and Twitter and the TikTok and all the places. The great Tom House, pitching coach, put his brain into an app so you can kind of have him in your pocket. Gives you pitching biomechanics feedback. And we also partner with Golf Digest and built the app in golf, and you can get coached by Justin Rose and his swing coach, Mark Blackburn. So we've got Mustard Baseball and Mustard Golf.
Well, Lindsay, as always.
Errol likes honey mustard.
I do. I'm a big honey mustard fan. Love it. But it has to be sweet. It can't be, if it tastes anything like mustard, I get sick. I have I get this gagging feeling in my chest if I actually taste mustard.
People have very strong feelings about mustard. It's really amazing.
I don't like it. I really don't. And I'm not a hot dog eater, but if I eat a hot dog, it's got to have relish and some kind of ketchup. Not a lot of ketchup, but some kind of ketchup. So, and I have to have Heinz ketchup. So, just so you know, it can't be any other ketchup. It's got to be Heinz. So, and 𝐿𝐵𝐿, what are you looking at right now? What are you? Oh, here he goes. Here he goes with his mouth. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. What are you gonna say?
Nothing. I only heard half of what you said right there. You're cutting in and out.
Oh, are you? I don't know why I'm cutting in and out. Anyways, Lindsay, we really appreciate the time. Keep up the good work, and we will be there. We will be there September 21st to support Yogi and all the great things that he has done and what you're doing right now throughout the community.
Thank you guys so much for having me on. I really appreciate it. Jabba, great to see you. Nice
Good
to
see
meet
you,
you
hon.
guys. And I'm going to bed.
Lindsay Berra.
Good night, guys.
Ladies
See ya.
and gentlemen.
Thank you for joining us.
Yogi Berra's granddaughter, sensational, great personality, knows her baseball. Could you imagine, ladies and gentlemen, and like I said, I have a new mic and people say it's puffing or whatever. I know that the sound is perfect, so it doesn't matter if it's puffing or whatever. I will say this. Could you imagine being a kid and sitting in a house and Mickey Mantle walks in the door, Whitey Ford walks in the door, Phil Rizzuto walks in the door, and they're just sitting in a round table and having a conversation, and you grow up and you're like, I just sat next to one of the greatest switch hitters of all time, one of the greatest infielders of all time, and my grandfather's one of the greatest catchers of all time, and I didn't even know who they were when they were sitting there when I was a kid. So it is an unbelievable story. It really is, and it's sensational, and I'd like to thank Lindsay for joining us. I know she's a busy person. September 21st, we'll talk. We'll set up a carpool. We should all go down and support Yogi Berra and what she's doing right now. It's a sensational story. Thank you very much, Lindsay, for joining us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Speedy Stat of the Day.
The Speedy.
Well, you may run like Mays, but you hit like
Stat of the Week.
All right, so Fish was hinting at the Amari Cooper trade, or Amari Cooper re-signing with the Raiders in his Sports Minute, and there was another guy that requested a trade as a result, and a guy that kind of gotten undervalued because he's not a big touchdown guy, not a big play guy, but Jacoby Myers, since starting with the Patriots, has been consistently one of the best slot receivers in the NFL for the last 4 years, and now he's going to be on the market. One of 10 receivers who has 67 catches and 800 yards in the last 4 years. That's all receivers, not just slot receivers. 90% contested catch rate from the slot. 11.8 yards per game, or per catch, led slot receivers 2 years ago when Josh McDaniels got fired. But last year was only used less than 20% from the slot, 19.6. So the Raiders inevitably going to move him. Is there a good team that could be a good fit for somebody like him?
Who are you talking about?
Jacoby Myers.
Jacoby Myers, I remember him with the New England Patriots. He's a wide receiver. You could put him in the slot. I think he's more of a number two. He's not a number one. There'll be teams interested in Jacoby Myers. I could see the Browns. The Browns need another wide receiver. There are maybe the Jets, if the Jets are looking for a number two guy. I don't even know if he's a number two. He's more of a number three. But there are teams looking for some offensive talent. I just don't know if Jacoby Myers is a guy that I don't know. What is he making right now? Is he making $14 million?
$10.5 million in the last year of his deal.
He's not making a lot of money, so maybe. How about the Green Bay? Well, the Green Bay Packers are looking to possibly move Watson. Maybe they.
Yeah,
bring
they
him
also
in.
have like all slot type receivers anyway already.
I don't know. I don't know who's going to be interested in him, but there's definitely a market for him. He's a wide receiver, and teams need offense. So yes, there's absolutely a market.
All right, Speedy, great job with the stat of the day. Jacoby Myers might be on the move.
And here's another thing. There's a lot of wide receivers. Olave is up, and he could be on the move. There's Watson on the Green Bay Packers. He could be on the move over the next couple of days. I mean, there are so many wide receivers that could be possibly moving from one team to another. There are teams looking for that number two guy. I mentioned the Jets. The Browns don't even have a number one guy. They have all number three guys. Miami has the two, Tyreek Hill, and they have Jalen Waddle. So maybe they move Tyreek Hill sometime this year. I think they will. Tyreek Hill could be on the move at the trade deadline. Don't be surprised if Kansas City is that team that could make the move to add Tyreek Hill at the trade deadline. But there are teams out there looking for a wide receiver. It's hard to believe that the Raiders would want to move him when they don't even have it. They don't really have a number one wide receiver either on that roster. They have Brock Bowers.
Yeah, they drafted 2 of them this year.
Who?
And
Who?
Hoping that they could pan out.
Who?
Jack Beck was a 3rd-round pick, and then
He's not a number 1.
No, I don't think either of them are number 1. And then a kid Thornton, who did a 6th-round pick, who's done very well in the preseason.
Come on,
I don't trust either of them either. To be
Jacoby Myers is better than both of them,
of course.
So why would they move Jacoby Myers? It makes absolutely no sense. That's what I'm saying.
No guaranteed money on Myers' contract, so he thinks like if he gets hurt, they're just going to cut him, right? So he wants to get a new contract that has guaranteed money for the season. If they don't get him that, he's just going to sit out. It's not like you can trade him. He's not going to have that contract. Someone's going to have to pay that guy or he's not playing.
The Patriots might take him back at that point.
The Patriots don't need him.
We've seen every team capitulate.
Who's going to pay it?
Yeah.
Every team's capitulated. I mean, Seattle has no one opposite JSN.
The Jets don't have anybody on the opposite of Garrett Wilson.
Opposite Garrett Wilson.
No.
That's another good one.
There are teams.
Oh,
that
you don't like
have
Alan Lazard?
No. Alan Lazard is on the IR. He might not be back until week 7 or week 8.
Alan Lazard is poor man's Jacoby Myers.
So that's what I'm saying. I mean, the Jets don't really have a number 2, but there are other teams that don't have number 2s either. I mean, do the Giants have a number 2?
Oh, hell yeah.
Who?
We got numbers 2s, 3s, 4. We got 1 through 99 on the team.
Yeah.
We're crushing it.
I'm sure.
Yeah,
Anyways,
that is every roster number that can happen.
There are teams out there that really don't have number 2s, but Jacoby Myers is probably, if you were to look at...
Darius Slayton is better than anyone the Jets have as a number 2.
I don't know. I have to look at the Jets roster. Alan Lazard, when he's healthy, is all right. But the Jets are there. What I've heard is the Jets are they're trying to make a run at Olave. I could see them getting Olave. The question is, what do they have to give up to get somebody like Olave there? So I'm interested to see what the Jets do in the next week and a half. But I don't think there are a couple of teams not done with their rosters and where they're going with their rosters. The Jets have made 2 trades already for defensive linemen, so I don't think the Jets are done. So, anyways, let's go into the NFC West and AFC West preview.
So here we are. We're going to do this every episode until the season starts. We're going to take the West today. We're going to do the South on Wednesday, all the way leaving our beloved NFC and AFC East to the end, right before the season. So we're starting off with the NFC West. So just to go through who we got here in the NFC West, the teams that we're going to rank by the end of this, but let's talk about them each first. We got the Cardinals, the Rams, the 49ers, and the Seahawks. So starting off with the favorite, your favorite team, who do you think's the favorite actually, Errol?
Oh, the Rams. The Rams.
The Rams are probably the favorite going into this. And the Rams, Sean McVay, they just gave Kyron Williams money, so now he's paid about $11 million a season to be their running back. Kind of going late in fantasy drafts, actually, Kyron Williams. I don't really understand why, a little later than he should.
Efficiency
that
metrics.
Guy's really good. Efficiency, Speedy, he's going to get every carry like he has been over there. And they're going to throw it to 𝐾𝐿. They don't have Cooper Kupp now, Errol. Now, the question is it just we're moving on and the offense doesn't miss a beat without Cooper Kupp? Or is this a guy who does a little bit more than what you could see, even if he's not making catches, maybe he's not getting open like he used to, but he's always been a good, intangibles guy, a good blocker, a good everything else on the field. The Rams going to be as good as people think?
Yes. I think Davante Adams, adding the addition of Davante Adams, he's an explosive player. He's a little bit better than Cooper Kupp is after the season. The guy could give you 1,300 yards this year, depending on how Matthew Stafford is, if he stays healthy. They added Terrence Ferguson. I like him. We interviewed him when he was going into college. He's an explosive player, explosive tight end who can block and catch the ball in many different ways in the field. And they're going to be explosive defensively. This is a team that is not very strong defensively as far as their front seven is concerned. Their secondary, with the additions that they had in the offseason, I think they're going to be very explosive. I see them winning 10 or 11 games this year. I really think the Rams could be one of the more dangerous teams in the NFC. If there's a team that's going to challenge teams like the Green Bay Packers, or even maybe people say the Minnesota Vikings this year, or the Detroit Lions, or how about the Philadelphia Eagles, this is the team in the NFC that can. I know they rated, there was a couple of people, SI rated them a B-. Sports Illustrated, which is Sports Illustrated, added them as a B-. ESPN rated them an A-. They could be explosive offensively. They can run the ball. And this is an offensive line that played well in the second half of the season. So Sean McVay's a good coach. He's an offensive-minded coach, and he really transcended their defense last year with some of the young, talented players they have. I'm interested to see, hey, maybe Aaron Donald comes back this year. There have been stories coming out that he's been over there working with the team and training with the team in the offseason. He's looked really, really good as far as his body and his build. I'm interested to see if this team wins 10 or 11 games this year and they have a chance to win a Super Bowl if Aaron Donald comes back. It looks like he could, so we'll see.
Yeah, this is a really good young homegrown defense. It seemed very different from their Super Bowl team where they kind of patched together at linebacker and safety, but they had the veterans at corner. But you talk about the two pass rushers last year. You had a guy in Kobe Durant that was a very good young corner, Kobe Turner, a good young defensive lineman that was, I think, a finalist for Rookie of the Year in 2023. So this is a defense that has really been rising. They've been a second-half team each of the last 2 years after kind of slow starts. So they'll have to probably get a faster start to be like one or two seeds in the NFC, but they definitely have the talent and the coaching to be
How
able
many
to do
wins?
That. I think they're 11 and 12. I could definitely.
That's what I think.
I think you definitely could see in that range. Obviously, the Eagles and probably the Lions maybe are a little more talented on paper, but I don't think definitively they're any less talented on paper than anyone else at this point. Still with the coaching to go along with it and a scheme that's worked for a very long time.
Yeah, I think McVay does a great job of balancing it out, and I think him relating to the guys and who he brings in. I thought you were going to go a little bit on your favorite team, the 49ers, and how they're going to be great this year too.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
right. No.
Had to poke the bear a little bit, but yeah, I like the Rams. I've been a McVay fan, and I think with what they got and what they brought in is gonna fit, and I think he'll. I think 11 is the number. I think is you guys probably hit it the nail on the head right there.
10 or 11. That's where I think I would go number 2, Arizona. That's what I would go.
There's a pause. There's a pause for me with the Rams, and their secondary's got no one you've ever heard of in it, outside of Turner, if he develops, right? They don't have much of a secondary. They've pieced it together over the years. I mean, even when they were in the Super Bowl, didn't they bring what's-his-face off the bench?
Eric Weddle, yeah.
Weddle off. Like, they just kind of pieced together defense. I think McVay is one of those guys, like, I can coach it up. I can get it to look passable. We'll control the ball with a run game, and we'll do enough passing, and because we have great receivers, and it'll be fine. And he's usually right with that. I just think they're going to really have to control the run game and really control the time of possession with the type of secondary they have. Or guys like Verse and Fisk, they develop even. I mean, these guys, they could be really good. They were really good in 1 year. That D-line is really good, and nothing better than bad secondary having a good D-line so they don't have to cover the field that for more than 3 or 4 seconds every play. So good chance they can do it. They're just going to really need that pass rush to help that secondary. So after that, I mean, Errol, if you want to go to the Cardinals, we can go to the Cardinals. I think Jonathan Gannon was, he's going into, was it second or third year, Speedy?
Year 3.
Third year?
Year 3.
Year 3 for Jonathan Gannon. Really, the team, the record might not have shown it, but the team really played a lot better down the stretch. They kind of rallied around them. They just didn't have any real execution offensively. So, obviously, Kyler Murray, former number 1 overall pick, he hasn't really been the guy that people thought of when he was getting drafted. He's a little turnover happy. He's a little bit, inaccurate. They say that he doesn't do enough film study, plays too much video games.
Fish wears panties.
And he
looks to run too much, Fish?
Well, his running is his best part of his
Actually,
game.
less in recent years, though, Jabba.
But the part where he talks about himself in third person is usually where guys lose me, and this is a strange cat. It's not like Jameis Winston where he's like lovably strange.
Isn't that Russell Wilson-esque though, kind of?
Well, Russell Wilson is strange with his practice, like he was like famously like doing high knees on the plane, like home and like
he would like stretch like in the they did a story like he would stretch like in the walkway, right?
Yeah, in the aisleways of the plane rides. I don't know. Well, I'm sure as Giants fans will find out more quirks of Russell Wilson this year. But as far as Kyler Murray, that team is only going to go as far as he goes. And I think everyone has a very different feeling on. Undersized, but he's not like frail by any stretch of the imagination. He's built. He's thick. He can run through. He's built like almost like Jalen Brunson, just like he can run through people. Stocky.
I think he's going to be fine.
This team, they got Trey McBride.
I think
one
they're
of the best tight ends in the league.
I think they're going to be
He's
fine.
his favorite target.
I think they're going to be. I'm going to. The big addition was Josh Sweat, the Super Bowl champion Josh Sweat. Their defense is going to be sensational this year. I think they have a tremendous amount of offense. Kyler Murray is one of the more undersized quarterbacks in the league, but he can move inside and out of the pocket. He can throw. He's very accurate. Marvin Harrison Jr., second year, I think he's going to be explosive. Trey McBride is one of the top 3 tight ends in all of football. And James Conner, people forget James Conner is such a good running back. And if you're a fantasy guy, you're going to draft him in the first or second round. He is a great fantasy guy. I think this team is explosive offensively. I think they're going to do a lot of things great this year and some bad things defensively. I'm interested to see what the secondary is going to be, but they've got a tremendous amount of talent from top to bottom. Budda Baker, free safety. Everybody knows who he is. He's explosive. He can hit you. He can dominate a game, but he also is injury prone. We have to see if this defense stays healthy. If this defense stays healthy this year, I think they're a playoff team. And again, Kyle Murray's got to stay healthy. If he stays healthy, there's no doubt in my mind this team has enough talent. And Gannon's a good coach. That if you look at what he has done as a head coach over there, everybody keeps talking about the coaches that came from the Super Bowl, the first Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles team. I think that this guy Gannon could absolutely take this team far in the playoffs. And again, the NFC, there's a lot of questions with the NFC. Besides the Eagles and maybe the Detroit Lions, the Buccaneers, are you scared of the Buccaneers? They'll probably win their division this year. Atlanta, not really. I think the Rams and Arizona could absolutely challenge the teams like Washington, the Commanders, with a young quarterback in his second year. I don't know about a young quarterback like the Minnesota Vikings. His first year as a starting quarterback in the league. He is not Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold was a veteran quarterback. We have to see how it works with O'Connell. So there could be a lot of thoughts on Arizona and the Rams sneaking into the playoffs and making noise. I think Arizona is as dangerous as any team right now in the NFC.
Yeah, one of my favorite off seasons that we saw. You mentioned Josh Sweat being the big move too, but also beefing up that interior defensive line as well, bringing in Giants legend Dalvin Tomlinson, Darius Robinson, who was their first round pick last year, didn't get to play much, but when he played in the second half of the season was pretty good. I actually like a lot of their young corners that they had too. They just really didn't play as well as they looked on paper because of their pass rush too. Max Melton and Garrett Williams, their 2 draft picks from last year, played well, and then they drafted Will Johnson, who I thought before he got hurt was the best corner in the draft at the time too. Offensively, the depth is going to be a question on their offensive line and with their receivers, but like you said, their stars are very good with James Conner and Trey McBride.
What do you think Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to do?
Explosive.
Better this year because I think his route tree has to grow a little more, but second year in that offense.
1,400 yards this year if Kyler Murray stays healthy. I think he's going to be so explosive.
They said he put on like 10 pounds of muscle in the offseason. He looks ripped out of his mind. I mean, it's not like a wide receiver really needs to put on muscle like that. It doesn't make you run faster. You might run slower, actually. So Harrison was the 6th best performing wide receiver of the rookie class last year. An excellent class, but obviously he was taken first in that class. So he has something to prove this year for sure. I like his prospects this year as well. I'm not nearly as high on their defense. They were second to last year in defensive success rate. That usually means even if you were doing well, you got lucky at times. It's one of those more advanced statistics. Gannon has a very young group. They may have overperformed last year against some of the metrics. I need to see it again. The kid Walter Nolan they took in the first round, probably a bust. We were saying he was a bust. He was more of a boomer bust guy. Took a little too high. So I just don't think that defense has proven anything yet to really justify. They haven't proven a pass rush.
They were injured all year last year. They could not stay healthy.
They had a tough schedule too last year. Right?
I think they're gonna be a lot better than you think they're going to be. I think it's going to be fun to watch. I really do.
I think the rest of the division is going to be better than you think they're going to be, and I think that's part of why
I
don't think
disagree.
they're gonna be that good.
All right, my next team is Seattle. I think Seattle is going to be pretty good this year. Sam Darnold, the addition of Sam Darnold. I'm interested to see the weapons that they added. Cooper Kupp, this is his chance to be a number one guy again. They lost DK Metcalf. Obviously, in the offseason, Tyler Lockett's no longer part of the organization. There's no more Geno Smith, Laken Tomlinson. I mean, this team is pretty much they subtracted to add addition. They added some good weapons in the offseason. And again, I'm looking to see what Jalen Milroe is going to be. He is the backup quarterback. He's going to be playing behind Sam Darnold, but he could be the future of the Seattle Seahawks team. They're a good defensive team. They have one of the more underrated young offensive lines in football, and they can run the ball. They have Walker. They've got a two-headed monster that can run all over you. That's what they're going to do. They're going to run, and then they're going to throw. They're going to run, they throw. They play old-style football. McDonald is a defensive-minded coach. He's going to push this defense to become one of the elite defenses in the league. I don't think you're going to argue about what he does as a defensive coordinator and as a defensive mind. The question is this offense going to do enough and put enough points on the board to compete in the division?
Yeah, they're going to be competitive. The only reason I'm a little more down on them, I think they're like too new all at once type thing. You're dealing with a new quarterback, a new offensive coordinator, too. You got rid of, I think his name was Ryan Groy at the end of last year, which was kind of surprising because their offense did take a leap last year. You saw Jackson Smith-Njigba really take the leap into kind of a fringe number one receiver. And the question is, with their offensive line is more with their pass blocking. Their run blocking, like you were saying, is really good. With their offensive line, their pass blocking is kind of taking steps back, though. And Darnold sometimes does have a tendency to hold the ball too long, too. So that concerns me a little bit. Their defense and their secondary has been very good. They drafted the safety, the South Carolina safety that
Emanuwari.
Yeah, it was supposed to be the best safety in the draft, too. Front seven still is a little bit of question marks for me, so I'm a little more down on them. I think it's a kind of transition. They'll be like a 7-8 win team, but kind of transition.
They can run the ball, man.
I know.
They can run the ball. They have one of the more elusive running backs in the league. People forget how great he is if he could stay healthy.
Contract year for him, so it's a big one.
So, I think if you're drafting him in fantasy, Jabba, if you're a fantasy drafter, you're drafting him in the top 2 rounds. Walker,
yeah.
he is going to be so explosive this year.
He's going later. I'm in the middle of the draft. I don't think he's been taken. We're in the 4th round.
Well, and people are stupid.
I've seen third. I've seen more
of
of
Charbonnet.
third with him.
When you have 2 guys and one doesn't stay healthy that much, like Walker's been hurt. Charbonnet's just as good almost at times. I mean, a little bit different skill set. You're absolutely right. That is an awesome run game. And McDonald is a defensive coach from the Ravens. He wants to control the ball. That's absolutely what they're going to do. And Darnold, we haven't even talked about this one guy who was a breakout last year. JSN, Jackson Smith-Njigba, is one of the best receivers in football. And now that Metcalf's not taking the touches from him, and now that Lockett's not there, he's going to be a top 5 fantasy receiver this year because there's no one else to catch balls on that team. So when they're throwing, it's going to JSN. Watch, he's going to have 15 target games. This is my guy. I already got him in my draft. I'm so pumped up I got him.
See
in my
this?
draft.
You see what I'm saying? This guy thinks he's a top 5 wide receiver because he drafted him.
I think, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm looking at a list that has the Seahawks as the number 1 defense heading into the league.
They're out of their
You're
minds.
going to be able to run the ball. Well, they're top 5. There's no doubt they're a top 5 defense.
No, McDonald's a
Leonard
great
Williams coming off
defensive-minded
career
coach.
Year inside. You have Byron Murphy II, who was a great rookie inside as well. And then you just added DeMarcus Lawrence to be the 3rd guy on that 3-4. And you have the great, Ravens, the guy who created the Ravens, pressure defense, the 2nd iteration, or I guess the 3rd iteration after it, if you go back to Rex Ryan days. McDonald knows how to get a front 7 going. And if they can play that kind of football, that's better than what I think is going on in that division. I think Kyler Murray's not going to do enough film study to beat that team. There's so many good Call of Duty things. Maybe he's doing Fortnite with the kids. Maybe that's what's going on in his
Fish,
life
let's not forget they have the former Giants defensive tackle duo of
I think-
Jonathan Hankins and Leonard Williams.
I think that you think
Hankins is
Njigba.
good.
I know.
The fact that you think Njigba is going to be a top 5 wide receiver makes me
top
think
5.
that
I'm calling it right now.
you're
This is my
drunk.
thing.
You're drunk. You're drinking something.
He's going to
You're
he might have
out
the most
of your
targets.
mind. You want to
Him
put
or Malik
let's,
Neighbors,
let's,
most targets
let's
in
put
the
a bet.
NFL this
Let's
year.
put a bet.
Watch.
Let's make a bet. Let's make a bet.
Top five receiver fantasy.
Top 5 receiver in fantasy.
PPR.
Yeah, PPR. You're saying he's going to be a top 5. What do you want to bet?
Top 5 PPR.
What do you want to bet?
Yes.
What do you want to bet?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Let's think about it, because I'm telling you, he's not going to be.
You want
a
me
tough
to
one.
wear like one of the pink Yankees jerseys?
No, because somebody's supposed to wear a dress and a wig and some lipstick.
Yeah, but I'd actually do it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not
Somebody.
afraid of nothing. I got nothing to be afraid of. I'm married. What the hell
He has
do
to
I
keep the
care?
mustache if he's doing it, though.
I shaved. My wife's like, "Oh, I like it." I was like, "Thank God." It's close.
Oh,
I'm married,
man.
so
By the way,
it's
before we
good.
move on to the next team, Carl in the comments
Well,
section.
Jabba didn't say it. What do you think, Jabba?
I was just picturing Fish in like a pink top. My thoughts just went way out the window when that kind of came. I was going to talk about the balanced offense. Is it going to be able to give the ball around, and then can the defense stop the other team scoring? And then it just went way out the window.
All right, so I have to wear some kind of weird pink top, sports-related pink top. But Errol, when I win this bet,
Oh, yeah?
What's it going off of though, Fish? We have to have the
Top
official.
five.
JSN's top 5 PPR wide receiver this year.
By the way, Fish, Carl in the comments section was asking if your dog barking was Nithin.
It wasn't my dog this time. It wasn't my dog.
That
this
was
time.
Jabba.
Oh, it's Java.
It was
Java.
Jabba's.
Is your dog barking Nithin? Is there a blue blazer that we should know about?
No, and no leash near, so I think we're safe.
My dog wouldn't put up with
putting you on
Nithin
a
shit.
leash
That's
now.
what I'm saying right now. No way that they would put up with Nithin.
I'm putting you on a leash now. A lot of hot ladies. They call me the ladies' man and Mr. Steal Your Girl.
I don't think anyone's taking them. I think you can get good odds on the Seahawks if you're gambling.
All
Anyway,
right.
Last team.
The
in
49ers.
This one
Horrible.
is the 49ers. Kyle Shanahan. You know the story. 2 years ago in the Super Bowl, not a good team last year. Didn't make it. A lot of injuries. Right? They let Deebo Samuel go to the Commanders in the offseason. They've got Juwan Jennings. They've got Ayuk coming back probably mid-season, at least after Week 6, they're saying. And they've got Ricky Pearsall. So they've got guys. The line maybe not as good as it used to be. McCaffrey should be healthy, they're saying, this year. They just got Brian Robinson Jr. from the Commanders for next to nothing, like 6th-round pick. This is a team that can really, it's at like a crossroads, right, Errol? Whether they succeed or not, this is the year that everything's on the table for the guys in the front office and obviously head coach Mike.
And I like the Brian Robinson Jr. addition. I think it's a great move by them. It adds depth to their running back play. I mean, you have Christian McCaffrey and Brian Robinson Jr. You could have a two-headed monster that could be one of the best in the league. And Brock Purdy made a lot of money in the offseason, and a lot of people are expecting Brock Purdy to go out there and put up the numbers. The problem right now is they lost a lot in the offseason. They lost Leonard Floyd. They lost Dre Greenlaw. They've lost a lot of players, especially the secondary. They lost Ward in the offseason. So they're going into a season where they're weakest in their strength. They bring back Bambi Sala. Is that going to make a difference? Honestly, I don't think it makes any difference when it comes to their defense. I think the question is where they're going to get the offense as far as the wide receiving is concerned. They have Ricky Pearsall. He is going to be your number one guy until Week 8. Is that going to be enough till what's his name comes back?
Ayuk.
Ayuk comes back. When Ayuk comes back, maybe that's enough. They got to stay afloat until Ayuk comes back. They're going to have to depend on their running game and Christian McCaffrey. Teams already know what they're going to do with Christian McCaffrey. They're going to use him in the wide receiving game, and they're going to use him as a power back. Once teams figure that out, you're going to have to try to spread out that offense and use these running backs in an open style of game. So I don't know how that's going to work. And defensively, you're going to have to expect Nick Bosa and Fred Warner to take over games. If they're expected to compete in this division with the Rams, Arizona, and Seattle, these two guys have to be the best defensive players in all of football if they expect to stay in it. I just think they're not very well put together. They're getting old. George Kittle, everybody's expecting George Kittle to have the season he had last year as a Pro Bowl player. I don't see it. So I think this team doesn't make the playoffs. I think it's bye-bye to Kyle Shanahan, bye-bye to Bambi, and bye-bye to the one and only John Lynch. This team needs to completely be restructured in the next 10 to 15 years if they expect to win a Super Bowl, which, by the way, they haven't done since, 1994.
Yeah, the pass rush, how quick it develops, is going to define this season. I kind of look at the 49ers this year like the 2021 49ers. I think they're going to start off pretty slow like they usually do, and then they're going to get it going later in the season. Now, Brian Robinson's an interesting addition. I think you're going to see him run a lot and have, like you're saying, McCaffrey line up as a receiver in certain sets as well. They also brought back Jeff Wilson kind of as a power back to make it aid for McCaffrey where he doesn't have to be that workhorse that he was in 2023. But the defense, I think, will define a lot. They drafted a lot of rookies on the defensive line. They trade for Bryce Huff from the Eagles after he bombed over there. But you mentioned the biggest concern, the offensive line. For a pocket quarterback guy in Brock Purdy, can they get enough protection with Dominic Pooney played very well, and obviously you got Trent Williams. They lost Aaron Banks, and can they get any of these other guys to emerge in that system to just be able to block for a pocket quarterback? I think they're a fringe playoff team. They're like them and the Cardinals. I have in the same cusp right now. It'll just depend on how quickly they start on defense and their offensive line.
Speedy, take a breath. Jesus.
Yeah, he definitely didn't take a breath.
No.
He got it all out.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
No, it's always, the Niners are always interesting. Well, any team that McCaffrey's with, just because it's like, okay, what 3 weeks is he going to miss? Who's going to step up and do whatever? Brian Robinson obviously is going to get that, where I think they extend to take a little bit of those hits away from McCaffrey. And then, Pearsall, I mean, the dude gets shot, can play. Like, he's the number one in my book. But yeah, it'll be interesting too to see how Purdy now getting paid, if he tries to do too much. I'm really interested in that, because it's like, okay, now does he rest on his laurels, or does he go out and try to prove himself and be like, hey, I am worth this. I wasn't just Mr. Irrelevant and played out of my shoes. Now I can go spread the ball around and get us where we want. I got fringe too with probably I don't think they get double-digit wins. I don't think so.
No, they don't win more than 7-8 games. They're not making the playoffs. Kyle Shanahan's going to be looking for a new job, maybe as an offensive coordinator. I don't even know if I trust him as a head coach anymore. I think he needs time, maybe as a broadcaster, play-by-play guy. He needs to get away from the game of football, because he can't win the big game. And this team, go look at their drafts. Their drafts have not been good. They're banking on Trent Williams to stay healthy this year as your star left tackle. I don't know if that's possible. I think this team is just old and washed up. If I were them right now, I try to move Warner and Nick Bosa at the trade deadline or in the offseason to get as much as I can back to rebuild this team. I just don't think they're any good anymore. I think they're washed up.
Look, if you have the best off-ball linebacker in the league and a top 5 defensive lineman in the league, you still got guys on that side of the ball, because that's what those two guys are, right? And Pearsall, you said it, Job, but that dude got shot and came back second half of the season and balled out. How about that? That is awesome.
Please.
Come on.
You get shot.
Ryan Robinson Jr. did that too.
Yeah,
now they have 2 guys on their team that did that.
They should hang out.
That's pretty crazy.
They could go to a
I guess
barbecue.
They are hanging out.
Yeah, maybe they could hang out at a barbecue or something like that. Hey,
Well,
where did you
something
get shot?
about
Oh, I got shot in my
striking
leg.
twice.
Well, I got shot in my chest. Them and Tupac.
And they both played within less than half a season into the season. Unbelievable story with those guys.
Where's 50 Cent when you need him?
It's you know this story is going to be McCaffrey though.
Many men.
If McCaffrey's good, they're going to be good. If McCaffrey's not good, they're not going to be good. It's just that simple.
I'm losing my mind
I
tonight.
think they could be. They have the widest range of outcomes.
Boy,
they
do
could
they
be a
have a-
playoff team if McCaffrey's excellent like he used to be. They could be a playoff team.
They're not making the playoffs.
Or they could bottom out and be the worst team in this division. Let's get into the AFC, guys.
Yes.
This is a division of the Chiefs. Yes, the Chiefs have reigned supreme in the AFC West for quite a long time, but they have probably their greatest challenge yet this year, with the Chargers and Broncos sniffing on their heels. And
Sniffing,
then
niffing.
there's Pete. And then there's...
I'm sorry, Niffin. I love you, man.
And then there's the Raiders, who I guess we could talk about very quickly. Pete Carroll's there with Geno Smith. We know they just
Tom
got
Brady's
Mark.
going to take him to the ship.
Oh,
Yeah,
please.
Tom
Yeah,
Brady
what
knows what's
console?
up.
Tom Brady's going to take him to the shitter.
John, which version of college football video game are you going for, Ashton Ginty?
Ooh, good call. Did you see the story of the house that he was looking at or something?
Brady or Ginty?
It was Tom Brady can afford whatever the hell he wants. But no, Genty was looking at something crazy, like $17 million or something like that. It was nuts.
I wish I had $17 million to go and buy a house with,
Hey, no state tax in Nevada, so he's safe.
Well, look, they do have the best player at a position on their team, and that is Brock Bowers. Brock Bowers is the top tight end in football coming into this season. Kelsey's days are gone, as we know. So this is the guy. They're saying that he's going to have something like 75 more fantasy
I believe
points than the next tight end. He plays like a receiver that is built like a tight end, just killing people. He was great in college. All those Georgia receivers that went high, he was better than them in college. He's better than them now. He just looks like a transcendent talent. And Genty might be great too. So they might have two pieces on offense with a Hall of Fame coach and a veteran quarterback.
So you're going with Vegas, your number one team right now in the division?
No, I'm saying let's start with them because
okay.
I needed to say the positive.
Okay.
And now I'm done. There are no
I was just about to say, isn't that about it?
That's it.
I like the addition of Pete Carroll. I think he's a great coach. I think, obviously, he's the oldest coach right now in the NFL. I think that's something that the Raiders needed. Losing John Gruden over the last 7-8 years and all the debacles that they brought in over the last couple of years have been nothing but an absolute joke. I think Geno Smith, the addition of him, Raheem Mostert, Ashton Genty, I think all these guys are going to be very explosive. And Brock Bowers is one of the more elusive, one of the more fun offensive players we're going to see in this league for many, many years to come. This guy is going to be so explosive. We thought this about Kyle Pitts. This guy is way better than Kyle Pitts. He can block, he can catch, he can run the ball, he could do everything. Geno Smith has never had a weapon this good, and he's going to be able to use him in so many parts of the offensive side of the ball, offensive side of the game. And Ashton Genty, I met the kid. The kid is fun to watch. He's so cool and collective. He's has a nice style when it comes to the way he dresses, when it comes to wearing suits and going out in the public eye. I love his personality. I think he's going to be fun to watch. I think they're an 8-win team. And by the way, Max Crosby is a beast. He is one of the best defensive linemen in the league. This guy's going to have about 16, 17 sacks this year. And the defense is going to be much better under Pete Carroll, who's a defensive-minded coach. So I like what I see with Geno Smith, Ashton Genty, and Brock Bowers. I think they're the worst team right now in the division. But they're a team that's going to be growing, and we'll see how long Pete Carroll stays there. If Pete Carroll's there for 4 or 5 years, they could be a contender in the next 3 or 4 years. So,
yeah, it's interesting. I think with their defense especially, I think you look at a lot of prospects that I liked coming out of the last few drafts that I think have not developed under that coaching staff. They've had 3 different defensive coordinators, obviously, with the whole Josh McDaniels debacle. And I think Pete Carroll, especially with the guys up front, are going to help that out a lot with a roster turnover. They're not going to be a great defense, but I think they're going to be a much more competitive defense than they were. Offensively, obviously, Genty and Bowers are the freak athletes. The offensive line, I think, is decent, but not great yet, and like we said before, can we trust any of their wide receivers at this point will be a question. I see a tough-nosed 6-win team with them, but they'll definitely be better.
They're going to have more than 6 wins. They're going to have more than 6 wins. With the weapons that they have with Brock Bowers and Ashton Genty, I think they could take over games. And if you look at their schedule is fairly easy. So besides the division that they're in, and they got to go against the Chargers twice.
I think that's an 0-6 division record, though.
Yeah, but that's fine.
They always find a random way to beat the Chargers.
They beat the Chargers. I think they could still beat the Kansas City Chiefs. The Kansas City Chiefs have a lot of weaknesses. They're not as good as they've been over the years. And as far as the Broncos are concerned, we don't know what Broncos team is going to show up week by week. When they're hot and they're playing great, they're almost unstoppable defensively. The question is, offensively, are they going to have enough weapons to put up the numbers that everybody thinks they're going to? So
are you giving them borderline playoffs, or what are we?
No. I think they'll win 7 or 8 games. That's where I see as far as Vegas is concerned. I think they're a much better team this year than they were last year and the year before. 4 wins.
You got 4 fish?
I think they're going to be one of the worst teams in football, and they're going to get a top pick because they need it. They're up against a buzzsaw in that division. If they can't stay, if one of those 2 guys on the offense gets hurt, they got nothing. I think that's.
We're not talking about if somebody's getting hurt. We're talking about if they stay healthy.
But when you have no depth and you have nothing across the roster, it gets late early to get into some yogi-isms, I guess. You know what I mean? It's just not something that is going to work in this.
They have a better chance than San Francisco, buddy. So,
No way. Not
yeah,
even
they
close.
do. Yes,
not
they
even
do.
close.
Yes, they do.
No way.
Yes, they
the
do.
The talent level on the two teams is not even close.
Okay.
Outside of Max Crosby.
I remember you said that.
Genty and
I remember you
and,
said that.
Bowers.
I remember you said
And
that.
I guess Geno Smith.
I remember you said that.
Errol, so I think what your punishment is when I win the JSN bet is you have to be nice and complimentary about the New York Football Giants for an entire episode.
I've been complimentary with
Yeah,
the Giants
okay.
with Jackson
Yes.
Dart.
Real complimentary. Jackson Dart, true.
I have.
You do like Jackson Dart.
I do like Jackson
But he's
Dart.
not going to be playing probably till late in the season.
Don't worry, you're not going to win. So you're not going to win. Oh,
I think I'm winning.
Good. Hey, good call on the bet by Zach. He has to wear a Travis Hunter jersey.
Oh, a Travis Hunter jersey would be
Zach.
even better.
Attaboy. I like it. Nice job, Zach.
Travis Hunter jersey, and you've got it.
Oh,
and
sorry,
I'll
Jake.
have what was it? Gizmo was the name of the
Yes, Gizmo.
the thing in the movie. The Gremlin. Gizmo
All right,
the Gremlin.
I'll wear a Gremlin jersey, but you know what you're going to have to wear? If
Told you, something
if
pink.
I win, you got to wear Speedy's dirty underwear on your head for the show.
How is that equal? How would that be equal?
You want me to wear a Gremlin jersey?
I have the longer odds on the bet, and you want me to do a way grosser thing as the punishment?
I have to
What
send
is
you.
this?
I'll send Speedy's
what kind
dirty
of
underwear.
gerrymandering
And
math
you gotta
are you
wear.
still doing?
You got to wear that on his. You got to wear that on your head. If I'm gonna have to wear a stupid Travis Hunter jersey, no, that's. And you know what I'm
going
gonna
remotely equal.
And I'm gonna get Gremlin jersey. By the way, I'm gonna get
I
a
know
Travis
you're- I
Hunter
know you're not
jersey,
about
and it's gonna say
equality,
Gremlin on the back of it. I'm getting it made, by the way. So I'm just letting you guys know that. I'm purposely going to get something like that made.
Would you do an entire show in like a gremlin mask?
Yeah, why not?
That would be funny.
I could do
would
it.
Enjoy that.
All right. Well, but
The female gremlin.
Here's the bet.
I think there's a female one.
If I lose, I got to wear a Travis Hunter jersey on the show, which I despise the idiot. If you lose, you got to wear Speedy's dirty underwear on your head for the whole show.
I'm not wearing dirty underwear
That's the bet.
on my head. That's
Take
not
it.
a realistic thing that
I'm
going
going
to
to send it to you. Yeah, it
That's
is.
Speedy
had to do it.
First off, you always want
Yeah, the
something
first day
with
Pete
ass
Bursick
or
was
shit
ever on our
stains
show.
to be
That's
involved.
right.
And the Beeve was here,
You
too.
want to make a bet? That's fair. Let's go. Let's move on.
No, it's
Think
not.
about it. Think about it. Think about
All
it.
right, let's get into the Chargers. Chargers, Jim Harbaugh, not punished by the NFL for anything that happened with the Michigan scandal fallout, 10-year show clause, ban from college football, not that it matters. They lost Rashawn Slater in the beginning of the preseason for the season, one of the better offensive tackles, left tackles in the game. They had just given him a huge contract, and he goes down for the year. It's a terrible injury. I think it's patella tendon
Yeah,
as
it was
well,
horrible.
which you may not come back from at the same. That's what ended Victor Cruz's effectiveness in the league. That's a bad injury. I think offensive line, you might be able to come back a little bit more than a skill position, but that's tough. That hurts, too. They say that's like the most painful tendons in the knee to tear. So, sucks for him. They still got Joe Alt, though, and they still have a good line. They have a coach that wants to run the ball, and they drafted Omarion Hampton in the first round to do that running. That's a really exciting back. He was the most exciting back besides not named Genty coming out in the draft. You know what he wants to do. They brought Keenan Allen back. Ladd McConkey had a breakout year last year in the second round. People expect huge things. I think he's being overdrafted in fantasy because of that. But he is one of the elite young talents in the league right now. And they're solid around the ball defensively, and they still have probably the most gifted, arm talent, size, speed quarterback that we've seen in the league since Josh Allen with Justin Herbert. If Herbert can play up to his talents, this team could be really scary.
I think this team could be really, really good or really, really, really bad. I'm interested to see how this team works on the offensive side of the ball. They added Najee Harris. They added Mekhi Becton and obviously Hampton. They have a tremendous amount of offensively gifted players on this roster. Mike Williams, Dante Jackson defensively, and obviously what this team could do, they could be very explosive. And this defense, they could do a lot of things defensively with the ball. And they have Justin Herbert. I think Justin Herbert is one of the more underrated quarterbacks in the league. I think people forget how great he is. He can make plays in the open field. He can use his legs. If he could stay healthy. He's had a problem over the last 2 years in staying healthy for a full season. If he stays healthy with the weapons that they have on the offensive side of the ball, I think that even losing a guy like Slater, you added Mekhi Becton to the offensive on the offensive line. You can shift Mekhi Becton on the left side as a left guard or even at the right guard. I think they can absolutely clean up certain spots on this line where they can play without Slater. I think they're going to be explosive offensively. The questions really, to me, is how this defense is going to work in a full season. If they can stay healthy and they get some secondary help, because Asante Samuel is a key loss this offseason, I'm interested to see what they're going to do defensively all season long. So it's the defense what I'm worried about, not the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I'm curious on that too, because I mentioned last year they had probably the biggest defensive turnaround I ever saw, because they had the worst defense, pass defense-wise, in NFL history the year before, and they were one of the worst overall defenses we ever seen. And last year they were top 10 in a lot of categories. They drafted very well. In their secondary, when you look at Tarib Still was a fifth-round pick, one of the better young corners in the league. A lot of good pieces with those safeties led by Derwin James, and they still got Khalil Mack there too, and some good linebackers. But offensively is going to be interesting to see. You mentioned Najee Harris. J.K. Dobbins came back from a lot worse and had a really good year last year, so it's definitely interesting. I'm a little more worried with the receiver position, if they can get any level of consistency outside of McConkey. That's the only thing that concerns me on the offense. But the defense just seems like a natural regression for them, so they're kind of like a fringe contender too, kind of like a 9-win team like they were last year, but I don't know if they're going to take the big leap without Slater.
It's all about Justin Herbert. If he could stay healthy, they could be a borderline playoff team. He is the key piece to their offense and where this team goes this year. They got a weapon that's that good. They could be very, very dangerous.
I disagree. The weapon's Jim Harbaugh. When was the last time Jim Harbaugh had a season where he had less than 10 wins?
His last year with the 49ers, I guess.
The Larry last year when he got into a fight. And before that, I don't think he had a single season where he was that bad.
They came out of nowhere.
Because this guy knows how to coach guys up. You just named a bunch of late-round picks, Speedy. That's coaching. If you can get those guys up to speed, that's coaching. He is elite. And Jesse Minter might be one of the best young coaches, because guess who brought him up? It was Harbaugh. When you have elite coaches, elite teachers, guys develop. And it's just like those Belichick teams back when Belichick was going really good. They got better as the season went on because he made them better football players. That always happens with Harbaugh teams. I don't care if their talent's a little bit less than some of their competition. They're going to win 10 games because Harbaugh will not let them not win 10 games. That's how I feel about it. Let's get to the Broncos and Sean Payton. Sean Payton, back in the league after a long, layoff, leaving the Saints, gets on TV. People are like, I don't know what we're going to see. And all of a sudden, they draft Bo Nix. Everyone was saying he was going to be a second-round pick. And lo and behold, Bo Nix pretty good. Would have been, if it wasn't for Jaden Daniels, he would have been Offensive Rookie of the Year. And he's a mobile quarterback, and he's a lot more accurate than people thought, and he's got a lot of guts, and they gave Cortland Sutton some money. They're probably a middling offense, but look at that defense. That defense has the Defensive Player of the Year on it, Patrick Surtain. I would say they're a top 5, if not top 3 defense coming into this season. You got Benito. You got him at 2 Errol. I'm looking at it. I got a couple of lists open. I think this list has them at 6, which I think is the lowest I've seen them at. They've got talent up and down that defense. Dre Greenlaw and Hufanga from the 49ers came over. They drafted Jahdae Barron from Texas, who was, I thought, the steal. They could be just unstoppable. Now you have, the nickel guy that's going to, move around the field. You almost got, a Honey Badger type of player with Barron now. They've got toys on defense. And you got a coach who likes offense. And now you have best of both worlds. This team could be not just good, they could be great. It really could be a great team.
Bo Nix, that's the most important piece to this team, and offensively, he has got to keep growing as the star quarterback that we believe, and I believe he's going to be. He's the key piece. Adding Evan Ingram, adding Hufanga, and Dre Greenlaw. These two guys, once they've been to Super Bowls, and Hufanga is a guy that, before he got hurt last year, was one of the best safeties in the league. Very, very explosive. You can use him in many different ways in defensive side of the ball. You can move him in the nickel. You could do so many things with him. He could defend the best wide receiver in the league, or you could put him in the middle and try to stop a tight end. He is so explosive, and they can do so many things offensively. Patrick Surtain is one of the best corners, if not the best corner in the league. He was Defensive Player of the Year. And again, they're going to be able to run the ball. They're going to be able to do things offensively. The question is Courtland Sutton going to earn his money? He got a lot of money in the offseason. I want to see him even put up bigger numbers and better numbers. He's going to have to help out. The question is, who's their number 2 guy? That's the question. I'm still wondering where the Broncos are going to get that number 2 wide receiving kind of numbers as far as the points are concerned. We know what Sutton is, and we know what they can do on the running side of the ball. And this is a very underrated offensive line in football. One of the better, more underrated offensive lines, very well put together by one of the best coaches in Sean Payton. So it's Bo Nix. The most important part of this team and this success is what Bo Nix is going to do in his second year as an NFL player. I think he's going to be sensational. I think he's going to be up for an MVP this year. Believe it. I really think he's going to be special.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the most underrated offensive lines. It's weird to think, like, when Russell Wilson, his first year there, they were not very good at all. They were top 10 the following year when Wilson obviously was almost benched. And then last year they were top 5. And defensively, they are definitely going to be a top 3 defensive football. This is a galore of pass rush.
Hufanga.
Yeah, Hufanga, bringing him over. You're right, definitely one of the best safeties in the league when he's healthy. And when we had Lance Sanderson on the show last time, he was mentioning they had to beef up the middle of the field on their defense, and they did that with Greenlaw. They got a lot of really good draft picks. Fish, you mentioned Barron being a really good option for them, too. And they have depth with their pass rusher, too. Jonathan Cooper, Jonah Ellis, also very good as well. You're right, the second receiver kind of thing does concern me a little bit.
It's a lot of teams.
But I think that could be a trade deadline piece. That could be something that comes later in the season. Veteran receivers get moved all the time. Running game, I wasn't crazy about the prospect with R.J. Harvey, but I trust Sean Payton to make it
Spent
work.
a lot of money this offseason. Mm-hmm. He spent a lot of money this offseason.
And they also bring in
Hufanga!
Yes, Hufanga. Yes, J.K. Dobbins as well. I was just talking about with the Chargers as well, the rebirth over there. And now with the Broncos, even a better offensive line. That's good. This is going to be the biggest threat to the big 3 of the Ravens, Chiefs, and the Bills in the AFC. This is the biggest threat to them by far.
Yeah, I know. I agree. Like the J.K. Dobbins, like sometimes change of scenery is a good thing. My Carter's a huge Broncos fan, so I get the Broncos back ends from Carter, so he's excited about the team. So I think Bo Nix is huge. He is going to understand the tempo of the game a little bit better than what he did his. I was going to say freshman year because that's what it feels like.
It was his freshman year.
Kind of what it is. Yeah, really.
After he played 6 years in college.
Yeah, true. So I mean, they're married with kids going into their rookie years anymore. But yeah, I think he has the opportunity to be great. I think there needs to be a couple of pieces, like you said, at the trade deadline. Get somebody that's been there before that knows what they're doing. Defensive wise, I think they're great, and we'll have to as this gets going, we'll have to bring Carter on so he can pump up his Broncos because he sure has a lot to say when it comes to fantasy. He'll just send me all the stuff. I'm like, all right, dude, I get it. You're a Broncos fan. How he became a Broncos fan, I have no idea, but he is.
Yeah, that might be the only defense that I take a shot at a little before the end of the draft. A lot of people are like, oh, I'm going to take a defense early. I think that's stupid. But that team might be stealing the ball a lot. And then there's, save the best for last, Errol. Yes, the Swifties themselves, the Kansas City Chiefs. Let's just go over what they did this offseason. They get Rashee Rice back from injury and get to play him next to Xavier Worthy. They drafted Josh Simmons from Ohio State, who fell in the first round with injury concerns. Turns out he's healthy, and he's their starting left tackle. That's a huge upgrade on the line for them. Creed Humphrey at center, Trey Smith at guard. They paid Trey Smith. It's not a bad offensive line, not by any stretch of the imagination. Pacheco's healthy, and you would imagine. Still got Kareem Hunt for some reason. Elijah Mitchell from the 49ers a couple years ago is on that depth chart as well. And the defense, still got Chris Jones, still got Karlaftis, still got Trent McDuffie, and a bunch of guys, I don't know, Bolton, Chenal, up and down guys a little bit. But they have Andy Reid, and they have Spags. This team was almost unstoppable in the regular season last year.
Please.
Fell short in the Super Bowl
Please.
again. But let's face it, they didn't lose.
No, because the referees were giving him every single game.
They didn't lose to the end.
Yeah, they gave him every single game to win.
Maybe they will again. You think they will again?
No. The whole point of the NFL.
What if they get engaged?
No. The NFL wanted them to win 3 games in a row, 3 championships in a row. They would have been the first team to ever do that. They were trying to get them there, and they did. They got there, and they absolutely choked against the better team. Patrick Mahomes is sensational. Travis Kelce is old. Chris Jones is old. This team is getting old. Now, you said the offensive line's better. Yeah, if they stay healthy. They have no depth whatsoever. So if somebody goes down, good luck. And Patrick Mahomes last year was running for dear life. You lost Tooney in the offseason. He goes to Chicago. I mean, there's a lot of questions with this team offensively. Where are they going to get that secondary offensive option? Rice is great. Who's their other guy? And Rice, by the way, is coming off that offseason. So there's a lot of questions to their offensive side of the ball.
It's your boy Xavier Worthy's their other guy.
Yeah, good luck.
What about Hollywood Brown?
And how about
third receiver?
How about their running game? That Hollywood Brown, that's another joke.
I was waiting for you to
please. The question is where are they getting the running game from? Oh, are they going to trust in Kareem Hunt? Are they going to trust in Pacheco? There's a lot of questions to this team. Now, they have Patrick Mahomes. They have Andy Reid. They have Spags. They have Chris Jones. They have guys that have won. The defense will be okay. The front seven's going to be okay. The secondary, they've got one guy, McDuffie. Everybody else, I don't know. There's a lot of questions to their secondary, too. I'm going to tell you this right now. Kansas City is not winning this division this year. No matter what happens, it's the Broncos' division to lose. I think this is the Broncos division. Kansas City, for the first time, is going to be a wild card team in what? How long has it been since they've been a wild card team? It's been a long time.
No, it's been at least the Broncos' last Super Bowl, I believe.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
I want to say, I'm looking it up now. I want to say it's the 2013 season when they
lost. The Broncos won the Super Bowl. They were the 1 seed, so it would have been 15,
right, yeah.
14-15.
I'm pretty sure that was the comeback game when the Colts ended up coming back on the Chiefs.
I think losing Slater is going to hurt the Chargers to take over second place in this division. I think it's Broncos. I think it's Kansas City, Chargers, and then the Raiders. That's where I think.
2016, Errol.
Yeah,
since
the Broncos' last Super Bowl.
2016.
They're a wild card team this year. 100%. There's no way they're beating and winning that division over the Broncos, who, by the way, kicked the living you-know-what out of the Kansas City Chiefs in both those games this past year. I mean, last past year, even though Kansas City winded up winning, what was one of those games?
They won one.
Yes.
The Broncos beat their backups at the end of the year.
And the Broncos should have won that game. They should have won both those
That was
games.
At the end of the year, right?
Yeah.
Right. The Chiefs already locked the 1 seed up.
So I think the Broncos are a better team this year, and I think they're going to win. And they'll probably be the second or third wild card team. I don't even think they're the second best wild card team in the AFC. So there's a lot of good teams in the AFC. I expect Baltimore to be up there. I expect the Bengals to question if Trey Hendrickson plays. If they have Trey Hendrickson, they're going to be very offensively minded and very good. Baltimore's going to be good. The Bills are going to be good. Expect the Patriots to put up some big numbers this year. The defense is going to be a lot better than people think they're going to be with Vrabel. And again, we don't know what some of these teams are going to be in the AFC. So the Broncos are winning that division, 100%.
I could definitely see it where a scenario where they're both 12 and 13 win ties, because the Broncos definitely have the talent advantage, I think. The Chiefs, I think, still have a lot of good talent on their defense. I like their front seven a lot. Fish, you mentioned Chenal. I think he really took a big leap in year 2. I like Drew Tranquil as well. And I like the offseason move bringing Christian Fulton. You mentioned it, Errol. They lacked an outside corner outside of McDuffie last year, and I think that was a thing that a lot of teams took advantage of. I think Fulton will definitely help that case a little more. I like some of their youngsters in the slot. Running game is questionable, but like I was saying with the Broncos with veteran wide receivers, there will probably be a veteran running back they scope out on the market to try to help them out.
I think they're going wide receiver.
They could
At the trade deadline, I expect them to go after Tyreek Hill. He will become available. Remember I said that. Tyreek Hill will become available from Miami at the trade deadline, and I could see Kansas City making a run for him.
Now, the ultimate X factor, I think, to maybe if the Broncos have the better chance of winning the division, how long Rice will be suspended for, because it seems like he's going to be suspended in the middle of the season.
They said 8 games.
If he gets 8 games, I think the Broncos do win the division. If he only gets like 4, Kansas City probably still squeaks in, or they just finish in a tie. But I think both teams make the playoffs either way, one of which will be the winning division, the other one will be the first wild card.
Yeah, hopefully we can steal some of their mojo and winning these games because the Huskers play there on Thursday this week. They got Cincinnati, the old the Kelsey
Wes has a
boys,
bet
so
on them
they're
though.
going to be there.
Your Huskers are in trouble, Java. Wes already picked Cincinnati.
Oh, did he?
Yes.
Well, damn it. So we'll see it.
I can't bet against the Chiefs to like get to the playoffs. I think that would be crazy. You know, I think they're a playoff team.
No, they're making the playoffs.
I agree.
They're
Errol.
making
I
the
don't think
playoffs.
I don't think they're
knowing
anywhere near
how to
the
win
roster.
too helps. Like being in the situation too is a big factor. Granted, there were some questionables of them wanting to get there, but you know, just being in the situation and knowing the moment's not too big for those guys. So I think it's something that you can't put a value on of them knowing and understanding it. So.
They have the best coach in football. And as long as he's there, he's going to give you the best chance to win. But I don't know if they're going to have enough against the better teams in the AFC. I think the Buffalo Bills are going to be great. Baltimore's going to be great again. The Broncos. If I look at some of these rosters this year, I think a lot of teams are going to be much better. And like I said, a lot of people question the Patriots. I think the Patriots, I know people think I'm nuts. The Patriots are going to be a lot better this year than you think. I like their running game, and I like their defense and way it's set up. And Vrabel's a great defensive mind. So I think they're going to be a lot better than people think they're going to be. And the Pittsburgh Steelers, they're going to be the biggest busts in the AFC because I think Aaron Rodgers is going to ruin that team. I really do think that. And 𝐃𝐿, could you imagine those two idiots?
You want to talk about those guys on Wednesday? We
Yeah,
can do the
let's
North
do it.
on Wednesday.
Let's do it.
All right, we'll do the North on Wednesday and continue our NFL preview.
All right, let's get into it. Tic-Tac-No.
Tavares, right in the butt.
What?
We get the prizes cheap because they're stolen.
Butt plug. Yum yum.
All right, so as you enjoy this amazing picture of me, yes,
I
Nathan.
want her melons.
Oh, God. You haven't used that one in a while. Interns, you could come on in on camera and play along.
Breaking news. I need.
Oh, hey, we got
breaking
Goody.
also.
And we got Goody.
There you
There
go.
he is.
Ready for his...
We got a whole cast to take you down tonight, Speedy. Let's get going on Tic-Tac-No.
All right, we're going to start in some college football this time. Fish, I think you mentioned this in your Sports Minute last week. Auburn retiring Cam Newton's jersey. He's one of three quarterbacks that passed for 3,000 yards and rushed for 1,000 yards in a college football season. Name the other two.
Johnny Manziel.
3,000 passing, 1,000 rushing.
Yes. No, it is not Johnny Manziel.
Tim Tebow.
Not Tim Tebow.
What was it you said?
3,000 passing, 1,000 rushing.
Is one of them Lamar Jackson?
Lamar Jackson is one.
Is RG3 another answer?
Cam Newton.
RG.
He said, well,
No,
Cam
not
Newton's
Cam.
the question.
Cam
so
Newton was
besides
what it was
that.
based off of. Not RG3.
Good job, Goody.
Whoever said RG3, it's not RG3.
Damn, I said RG3.
I mean, was it Jaden Daniels?
Nope.
Okay.
Pass for 3,000?
Then I can't go again, but, I mean, there's a guy who
Who could that be?
didn't really like that many puppies when he was
Michael Vick.
I was going to say Mike Vick. I don't know if it's too obvious.
It's not Michael Vick.
He didn't throw for enough, I guess?
Did not throw for enough. I think his highest was 2,400, I believe.
Okay. That might be unfounded that he didn't like puppies. It might have been older dogs he had issues with.
You guys are sick.
So it's
Well, he liked them when they made
He's
him
gotten
money.
over it. He's gotten over that.
So
He's
Aaron,
been nice to
Aaron has a
dogs.
guest left, and I think that's.
I
think they. And Nathan,
All
you
right,
have
gotta get a
left.
guess, so we're gonna
Nathan,
just call
you
the
got-
clock because
I'm gonna say Patrick Mahomes.
No,
they didn't run.
Trevor Lawrence.
no, it was Vince Young was the answer.
Vinsanity.
Oh wow, Vince Young.
When he went to
Should've
the
thought
when
of
he went to the
Insanity.
national championship, I remember
Exactly
that.
that year. Yep, 2006.
Matt
He was
Leinart.
unstoppable. All right, Speedy, you want the middle?
Of course. All right, so we'll
All
continue
right.
on with some baseball this time. Obviously, we've been tracking Cal Raleigh and his home run now breaking the record finally. So, obviously, A-Rod and Ken Griffey Jr. have had 40 homer seasons with the Seattle Mariners. Name one of the other two guys that have had that.
40 home run seasons with the Mariners?
Yeah, not A-Rod or Ken Griffey, any one of the other two.
Nelson Cruz.
Yep, good, he got it.
Ooh,
It's not Edgar. I don't think.
No,
he
you
did
didn't,
40.
Goody got it. You only needed one of the two this time.
All right.
We only needed. Was the other one Jay Buhner?
Jay Buhner was the other one, so you got both anyway. There you go.
All right, that's goodies though. So we get to put up the Goody LSU jersey graphic that we haven't used in a while. Goody,
The king.
where are we going?
The king.
Where is the king going?
There
Top
you go.
left.
Top left for the king.
Yeah. There you go.
All right, Speedy, next
All
question.
right, so we talked about the Brian Robinson trade to the 49ers earlier, so that means Austin Eckler now the lead back over there, who had 993 receiving yards in 2019, which is 6th all-time for running backs. So the two guys ahead of him were both previously or now with the 49ers. Name those two.
Christian McCaffrey.
McCaffrey's the current one, yes. Let's see if you can get the past
Frank
one.
Gore.
Nope.
So, Speedy, you cut out a little bit. Can you repeat the question?
Both guys above him, Tommy got the modern one, and Christian McCaffrey. There's another one that is the single season, was 4th all time in the single season for receiving yards for a running back. So McCaffrey was
Is it
one.
Ricky Waters?
Nope, not Ricky Waters.
Man.
It's not Raheem Mostert, was it?
No.
I feel like this guy played in the 90s.
Oh, I think I know who it is, and I already blew my guess. It's going to be a random name.
I feel like Jake just got off a bender with his hair right now.
I'm getting a cut tomorrow, Java. I have a wedding this weekend to go to, so I was just waiting, biding my time. So yeah, it looks a little bit.
It's like that every week, though. So, I mean, he's in college, bro. He's in college.
No, I just graduated in
Oh,
May.
just
So
graduated.
I should be getting my life together, but still enjoying myself a little.
I'm still trying to figure out my life, dude. So,
Was it?
Unfortunately,
Was it in the 80s or current? Like, you're not current.
It's
but
receiving. Running backs receiving was not in the 80s, so it would have to be more recent.
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. I'm out on this one. What do you got, Arrow? You're over there quiet.
I'm thinking about the running backs that they had over there with the 49ers recently. I don't know.
It's going to be one of those that we're going to be kicking ourselves.
I'm trying to think
I
right
feel like
now.
I know it.
Job
I
already
guessed
said
already,
Frank
so I
Gore.
can't, but-
It's not Frank
He
Gore.
didn't catch a lot of
No,
passes.
it wasn't Frank Gore.
Yeah, Jabba
He was
said
more
Frank
of a runner.
Gore.
It wasn't Frank Gore. I'm just trying to think.
I
of-
said Ricky Waters. That's a 90s one.
Ricky Waters is interesting. Ricky Waters is interesting.
He was nice with
remember-
the Eagles.
I remember him just catching a lot of screen passes.
All right, let's move on. Speedy.
It was Roger Craig in 1985.
Roger
I
Craig.
almost
Even
said that.
further back.
Roger Craig.
I almost
Wow.
said, I literally was like, I was going to go old school. Like
2016
Nebraska,
in
Roger
1985.
I remember the catch with Joe Montana, so that was something that I thought about. Yeah.
Oh,
So
Roger.
wait, so how many receiving yards? did Roger Craig?
1016 in 1985.
That's crazy.
And
All
he-
right, where are you going, Speedy?
And he did it on 92 catches. Let's go bottom left.
He was on King of the Hill. He was one of my best receiving.
And you forgot about him for this, John. All right, let's go back to some college football. So, Jackson Dart, last year was 6th in a single season in SEC passing yards. Joe Burrow, obviously, with the big year he had in 2019, it was number 1 all time. Which NFL starter currently starting on an NFL team right now was number 2?
What was that again? Say it
So
again.
SEC quarterbacks, Joe Burrow was number 1 all time for a single season
Right.
with his Heisman year in 2019. Jackson Dart was number 6. Which current NFL starting quarterback is number 2?
And that's-
SEC?
And that's
SEC.
for what metric?
A single season passing yards.
Didn't
Jay
Passing
Daniels.
yards.
Speedy, did they have to be in conference SEC at the time? Like,
Yes,
it couldn't be.
he was playing for an
legitimate.
SEC team at the time.
you said he's a starter now?
Okay.
Jay
Current
Daniels.
NFL starter, yes.
Goody said Jaden Daniels.
It is not Jaden Daniels.
Because he wanted to say something with LSU.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
All right, so SEC. Ooh. So there's
Anybody
the Bama
from-
boys.
I was just going to say Alabama. I was like,
I mean, there's the 2 of them.
I'm gonna
yeah.
take a guess.
What do you got?
Jalen Hurts.
Nope.
Is it his teammate Tua?
Nope.
Wow. SEC. Is this a trick question?
Speedy's going to win.
Did you say they were in the SEC? It wasn't like
yes,
somebody
they were a quarterback for an SEC team that is currently an NFL starting quarterback.
It's got to be somebody from
really
Alabama.
Tough. No, I don't think it is someone from Alabama. I think it's going to be a random one. I'm going to say Matthew Stafford.
Nope.
He's on that list. He's got to be on that list, Speedy.
Yeah, he was. I think he was 7th. I'm pretty sure.
What about what's the dude that became like the Bachelor? Aaron Murray or whatever his name was.
Speedy, good guess though.
Is it Speedy? Is it Bryce Young?
It is Bryce Young.
Wow.
Just to try to get you off of Alabama, but forgot about the high school winner.
And then Fish brought up Georgia. I was like, man, is it going to be one of those ones where he had like that?
Aaron Murray was a good guess, but he's not a current NFL starter, Java. Like, he was a very good college quarterback.
I know.
I was going back, but I thought like it was more recent. I was like, there's definitely one more Bama guy that had a really good year.
All it was a current NFL starter. You guys deviated away from Alabama too quickly.
We got Tommy. We got everyone playing. I don't have extra icons. So we'll just use extra Nithins. We'll just give everyone a Nithin.
The more blue blazers, the better.
Nithin's the default.
All right, Jake, blocking him, or are you trying to like go for broke or something?
No, we'll block him.
All right, here we go. Next question, Speedy.
All right, we'll go back to baseball. So the catcher record for Cal Raleigh is the second lowest among a single position, only to second base. Which active second baseman has the record with 45 home runs?
Active second baseman has 45
Jose
home runs?
Altuve.
Nope.
Oh, well. I guess he's playing outfield now.
Active second base.
Cody, I wasn't going to nitpick on that as being a position qualification, but no, Jose Altuve never hit 45 home runs.
I feel like he might have popped off a couple of years.
How many home runs?
45.
Oh, Marcus Semien.
Yep, Java got it.
Oh.
I was going to say Javier
and
Baez.
I have an update about him being out for the season in our next Sports Minute. That's a shame.
And he's never.
We might have
he
to. We might have to skip.
Years.
We might have to skip the Sports Minute. So,
the Sports Minute is 3 minutes long. Jabba, we just won.
Hell yeah!
That's it. They are the victors of Tic-Tac-No. Once again.
All right.
Speedy almost had us.
Speedy.
Very, very close. And Jake comes in with the clutch of Bryce Young, and then Java coming through with Marcus Semien.
It's not Jabba. It is
Joba. Joba.
Joba.
It's Joba. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, our next segment is a call to the pen.
It's time.
Think you can throw a strike on this pitch?
It's not going to be much on it. My arm feels like jello right now.
Just get it over the plate. I want him to swing.
Last time I did that, the guy hit one that hasn't landed yet.
For a call to the pen.
Suck my Indo.
All right, guys, welcome to a call to the pen.
Joba, smack
We're
my
going to
ass.
go over some nicknames. So I got this little thing to read here for you. The Cincinnati Reds called up their 6'6", almost 300-pound pitcher, Zach Big Sugar Maxwell, to the big leagues with his big 100-mile-an-hour fastball, and Big Sugar was electric, striking out 5 in his first 2 innings of work. It's got me thinking about the best and most appropriate nicknames out there. If you have played sports growing up, you certainly used nicknames, probably been called a few, and may even have given someone a nickname along the way. When I was a kid, even just in professional sports, there was the Big Hurt, the Big Unit, the Crime Dog, the Mad Dog, and plenty more. Earlier tonight, we spoke with Lindsey Berra, whose dad's real name was Lawrence, not Yogi, which he gained as a nickname playing ball as a kid in American Legion leagues. Well, some of these names are famous, some less so, but they all bring color to the game and turn a guy who throws or hits a ball into something a little more. But many of us fans never get to find out some of these more colorful nicknames. Luckily for us on Job in the Mouth, all we have to do is make a call to the pen and get the big right-hander up and ask him some of the best nickname he's been around in his career that are either underrated, maybe a little secretive, or simply just some of his all-time favorites.
I got to go with one. This one is going to be a little bit obscure. Chris Britton, great dude, but we called him the Baby Rhino. One of my favorite stories. He's coming out in Anaheim, in Anaheim, you run from basically what's the loading dock. Is that the best way to describe it? When you come off it, the loading dock.
Yeah, it's like a big tunnel. Yeah, that's how they
it's
get
like a
all
tunnel
the
that goes in,
equipment.
and so you come out down the stairs, and the Jumbotron's right there. And as he ran in, they stopped the music and played "Pour Some Sugar on Me" as he's running in, and it was just fantastic. Probably my favorite obscure one, just because I think he made more money that year, Goody, in 7-7, because people kept getting hurt.
What about Skidmark?
And so he'd go down for like 3 days, somebody get hurt, and he'd get 7, and again, and you're like, oh my gosh, this dude's back up, and he would just get 7-7 every time. Everything else was kind of like based upon your name or something else. I mean,
This
Goody,
makes
you
my
got any
pecker
good one?
hard.
That's the one that sticks out to me.
I got a couple. One of them was Nick Whitgren. If you pull up a picture of Nick Whitgren real quick, smiling, his nickname was Toothy. You'll see why here in a second if Captain Fish over here can pull it up. Nick Whitgren. I'm actually going to see him in Cleveland this weekend. Yeah, you see that?
Hold on. I'm going to make it bigger. 1 second.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Where we at? But yeah. So, anyways, when he pulls this up, you'll see why he was called Toothy. It's special.
I
Not
like
sure
the
exactly
hair.
what
I don't
happened
like
to
the
it.
teeth.
I'll let you lick my butt.
To his tooth there, buddy.
It's got a shaved man bun with no front 2 teeth.
There's barely
Yeah,
any hair on it.
he's one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. But yeah, so
strong.
yeah, so that was
Yeah,
one,
because
and
the
then
word
we
jizz
had
is really structured.
this isn't really like a great nickname, but we had 2 guys. We had Dan Otero, whose nickname was OT, and then we had Oliver Perez, whose nickname was OP. And one of the games we were playing, Tito calls down and how's them both going? Get OT and OP going. And so they're both warming up. Tito calls down. He says, "All right, we had a lefty coming up," and he says, "Get OP, like OP's in the game." Oliver Perez, who was a lefty, so we had Oliver Perez lefty, Dan Otero as the righty, and so in comes trotting Dan Otero for OT, and you could just see Tito's face on the mound. This was like kind of big news. Like they blew it up because I think he ended up getting a hit and ended up costing us the game, or we might have came back. To be completely honest, I can't remember, but everybody was dumbfounded that they didn't bring the lefty in to face the lefty, and they brought the righty in, and so Tito's just on the mound like beep, 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 beep. Dissect. And here comes Otero, and he runs in, and then next thing you know, he's out of the game, and freaking whatever transpired during that inning. But it was a blunder.
Goody, how many landmines did you step on?
Beneficial.
I stepped on a couple. I also contributed to a couple too. After some time, I would go over there and just steal some of Tito's chew and his bubble gum. He didn't really care. He was just. I was like, "Yo, can I get?" Yeah, you good. So, but yeah, I got some Tito stories, man.
Oh, did you ever play him in cribbage?
Yeah, but I played him in cribbage. Brian Shaw played a lot in cribbage, but he would like. Have you seen his car? You ever seen his car?
That's called sex.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll keep that one close to the chest there, but he just spit wherever he wanted.
He tastes himself.
He spit wherever he wanted. And in his office, he would just roll his chair back,
pulled it out of my ass.
Right on the floor. Guys would come in and clean it up every night. It was wild.
You just made Greg Maddux was the same way. In his car, he'd put a dip in on the way to golf course and just...
Mad Dog.
Oh, it's gross, bro.
I gave up the booty there.
So, Errol, I've always had a criticism of hockey nicknames, and I always thought they were lame. It's just like, Brooks, Brooksy, or Smitty, or just like the laziest nicknames. But I feel like, Errol, you got some good ones when you were playing.
Well, there was a goalie on our team. His last name was Pecker, so I called him Peckerwood. You know, he never
you were
used
the nickname giver-outer, is what you're saying.
I used to.
You dabbled.
I dabbled. I just was cursing at everybody on on the rink. I never used nicknames, and the coach just used to call me asshole. That's what he used to call me. So that was my nickname on the team. Hey, asshole. So
Was it earned though?
No.
Was it appropriate?
He just wanted to call me my father told him call him an asshole. So and that's what he used to do when I was doing when we were skating around or we were doing like
Open skate?
No, it wasn't open skate.
Dryland?
No, it wasn't dryland.
Suicides?
Suicides. We were doing suicides up and down the ice.
Bag skates?
Dude. So what the coach used to do is he used to take money and he would throw it on the ice. Now, anybody who knows anything about skating is you throw metal on the ice. You got to be careful because if you hit the metal and the skates, the blades hit it, you're flying on the ground. So what he would do is he would throw them on the ground, tacks and everything like that, and he would tell us to skate around it. So what I would do with the goalies is I would tell the goalies to come to the side and push the tacks to the middle of the ice, and I'd get the coach I would push the coach to the middle of the ice and try to fucking have him fall on his ass.
So make him fall down?
Yeah, so the tacks go into his ass. So the goalies would push it to the side because they would sit on the sides while the players would try to skate through it. So I would tell the coaches that, okay, if we're going to do it, you do it. And what I would do is when they would go to the ice, I would try to get them on the ground so that they'd fall on the ice and the tacks would go in their asses and stuff like that. So they used to call me the asshole on the ice because I would do stupid things on the ice. But I didn't really.
The Ohio State, like the asshole.
That's why you're infatuated with assholes.
No, I was just. I don't know. That's not why. First of all, I'm not infatuated with assholes, idiots.
I don't know, bro.
Nathan, how about you? You ever get some nicknames growing up?
I don't believe in any nicknames.
Yeah, you probably get it.
I don't believe in any nicknames. Seriously.
Sex Panther.
You don't believe in them? Like it's a religion?
No. I just.
His nickname is Daddy.
My nickname is actually when I used to do karate back in the day, they used to call me the Bull.
Oh, please.
A lot of hot ladies. I farted.
Wait, Nathan, why did they call you the Bull?
Snatch.
Because
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
because when I was fighting with people or sparring with people,
I love Lisa Ann.
Dominate them. I guess they came up with the name the Bull.
Wait, you used to
My
dominate
pinky is bigger
guys,
than
so
yours.
they called you the Bull, is what you're saying?
No, fighting, sparring in karate, like fighting. Yeah,
Ass licker.
so they
You
called
were
me
called the Bull.
Joba. Smack my ass.
So that's
Suck my
one
endo.
nickname they gave me, the Bull.
Goody, what about you? You have any, besides like, good wood, we got any good
Honestly,
nicknames?
never got called Goodwood.
Breaking news. Goody has no Woody.
Got called Fofo for a 44.
Lisa Ann loves the Bull.
Got,
What's up with you and Lisa Ann? I'd love to get Lisa Ann in a room with you.
I feel like you have her face like screen printed.
This will be Nathan. You ready? When Lisa Ann comes right in the room, it'll be like this. It'll go like.
You gotta show the pinky.
that little thing's perched up on Nathan's beanbag all day. It don't move.
Fish is a grumpy old man. I have no sack.
Goods, 40 Fofo, Nicky Guns.
Nicky Guns.
Yeah,
My middle name is Gunner.
Oh, that's good then. That's a real good one. Good.
Do you want to
That's
jerk me
usually
off?
like my gamer tag. That was my gamer tag for a while.
Gunner
I
Goody.
loved it.
I had a few.
Speedy's mom.
They called me. I had a coach that was real from Boston, so everything was fish guts, and then or fish nuts, and then he would just always change it every time. I think I was called Fishmonger by one coach at one point in time. Not a great one.
He is goofy.
No, that's nothing tremendous.
He's a
Fish is pretty
crybaby.
much ready-made.
Some
Spread
nicknames
it.
are just there. They're like it's
Just
like,
waiting for you.
And some are interesting because I don't know if you guys heard this story about like Dustin Pedroia and David Ortiz. He was Petey, and literally, Big Papi had no idea his first name was Dustin.
What
I remember that. I remember him saying that actually.
He was getting into like the Red Sox Hall of Fame, and he goes Pee-wee because he couldn't say Petey, so he called him, hey Pee-wee, and he's like, what did he call you? And he's like, Dustin. He goes, huh? And he's like, dude, I've been running for like 10 years and have like 3,000 at bats. My name is Dustin.
Good for me, good
Tough,
for you.
dude.
It's good for both.
Well, guys, lots of
You don't
fun
like
nicknames
Howard?
out there. I guess Pee Wee didn't.
Chicks with dicks.
Didn't know. Or what was
Sure.
up?
Doing it together.
He is goofy.
Errol,
He's a
Errol,
crybaby.
You're like a Dennis the Menace.
I don't. First of all, I don't like nicknames. I never. If I was on the ice or I would just call somebody something stupid. I would never give them a nickname. And anybody that tried to Marksy, like you guys, the coaches used to call you Marksy, but usually my coach used to call me asshole because I would be the biggest idiot on the ice or I would cause the most trouble in the locker room. So. And that's why the coach,
Babe Ruth. Babe wasn't his name; it was George. Herman Ruth.
Yeah, well, nobody gave me a nickname.
Babe's better.
You know what? I call myself the Hammer. Because I just want to hammer you down.
I thought you. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I'm sure.
That's why.
You'll be my
I thought
Goody,
they
you'll be
called
my
you,
nail. You'll be my nail.
Rolo.
I'll be your hammer.
I thought it was Rolo.
No, that's what my friends call me now. Like that's why I gave myself the nickname DJ Rolo. But that's not what they used to call me. That was. What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? Oh,
you
you're
weren't
sneezing.
like the truth.
I
or
wanna
the
do a
answer or something like that.
No, I never had a nickname. I never. Our coaches were really not into the nickname crap. He'd just tell us to go out on the ice, assholes and stuff like that. They were nasty. You know what's so funny? It's funny that I want to move on, but I was at recently, maybe a couple of months ago, I went to this burger shop, and I didn't realize my ex-coach was the owner of the burger shop. I walk right in, and I thought I knew who he was, so I kind of looked down. I didn't want him to recognize me. I'm sitting there, and I'm eating a burger. He comes up to me. He says, Errol, and I was like, Coach? He's like, what are you doing here? It's like, I own this shop. It's like, what happened to going pro as a head coach? He's like, well, instead of going pro, I went pro with burgers. Hey, he's making his money, man. He's doing well. So I wish him all the luck in the world. He's doing very good. So his burger shop is doing very, very well. Are we going to do a sports minute? Is that what we're going to do?
Yeah.
All
yeah,
right.
we're good.
Let's go to a sports minute, and then we got Dial It Up. And what's that smell?
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys. Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Got a couple of stories before we get into the scores this evening. Texans running back Joe Mixon will miss at least the first 4 weeks of the regular season after going on the PUP list Monday. Mixon, who was on the non-football injury list, will be moved to the reserve non-football injury list. I guess slightly different than the PUP list because it was non-football injury. Before tomorrow's deadline for activation. Mixon, who's 29, rushed for 1,016 yards and 11 touchdowns in 2024, his first season with the Texans after coming over from the Bengals. The Texans will rely upon former Browns star running back Nick Chubb, who came back last season after missing multiple years with a gruesome knee injury, who signed with them this offseason, and fourth-round pick from this year's draft, Woody Marks from USC. Other running backs on the roster include former fantasy bust Dameon Pierce and Dare Ogunbowale. The Texas Rangers, this time staying in the area, in the thick of a wild card race in the American League, suffered a major blow, losing second baseman Marcus Semien to a fractured and sprained left ankle, which will effectively end his regular season, with a chance for him to return if they get in a deep playoff run this October. Hopefully we get back in the race and we'll see where we're at by that time. Semien said, according to MLB.com, I'm going to be watching for a little while here. The list frank is what we're worried about the most, just trying to keep it intact by staying off of it. If you tear that, then it could be a year. I'm just trying to keep that intact and let the other fracture heal. Semien, 34, is having a down year, but has been better in the second half, hitting only .230 with 15 homers, 62 RBIs, and a team-leading 62 runs scored. It's only the second trip to the IL in Semien's 13-year career. And finally, former NBA superstar Shawn Kemp was given a 30-day sentence of electric home monitoring in relation to a 2023 shooting in which Kemp was the perpetrator. Prosecutors suggested 9 months in prison for the charges relating to shooting a firearm at two men inside of a car, but the judge decided the circumstances surrounding the crime warranted a lesser sentence, keeping Kemp out of jail. No one was hurt in the shooting, which occurred after the two men who were shot at stole Kemp's truck, phone, and memorabilia, but were tracked by Kemp on his phone tracking app, leading to the confrontation where he tried to shoot at the tires of the car, according to Kemp. Kemp also said he acted in self-defense, that they shot at him, but no weapon was found, but a holster was found inside the car. Several people vouched for Kemp, including 30 who attended the hearing, including his pastor, and NFL running back Marshawn Lynch, who wouldn't have been fined if he did not show up on Kemp's behalf. After the hearing, Kemp said in an interview that the last 3 years have been tough. He says he plans to be an advocate against gun violence, especially among the youth. Think twice, he said. Think twice when you get mad. Think twice when you get a little upset.
Any questions? What is this? We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
Breaking news. I need Brittany also. Smell my ass. Butt plug. Yum yum. I have no sack. I have no woody. I want to hit it.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the one and only Jabba and the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks. My co-host, Jabba Chamberlain and Speedy Petey. Executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman. The Goodster is in the frame. Nathan's there. He's playing with himself, as he always is. And ladies and gentlemen, on the board, as always, Mr. Tommy Poops. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. I was just talking to Tommy before we came back from break, and I was talking about the coaches and getting all the different things that he would throw on the ice and how long it took us to pick up the stuff after the practices. And I did get the coaches on the ground, and one of the tacks did get into, certain parts of the coach's body. So I did get in trouble. So I had to do wind sprints for hours. So the coaches hated me, and that's why my nickname was Asshole. That was really my nickname. That was sincerely my nickname. So
Errol, I feel like at some point we do have to have like a talk, because I've coached for a long time, and I've coached kids that were kind of troubled athletes, and it feels like you were a troubled athlete.
I wasn't troubled.
Come on.
The coaches,
everyone's calling you an asshole. Your coach.
No, that was my nickname. The coach just called me. My father was the one who told the coach to call me asshole. So that's what he did. Yo, asshole. I knew it was me when I was sitting the bench. So
they
would
you
call
told
my
us
line
they
to come out.
practically wheeled you out of a school in a Hannibal Lecter getup, straitjacket, mask at one point in time.
That's not true. That's not true. That's never happened. And if anybody
the worst
thinks
student that's ever come in these halls in 30 years.
It's true. Mrs. Posner, it's a true story.
Mrs.
Posner went, and my father, I'll never forget it, when I was sitting in the office and Mrs. Posner told my father, he is the worst student I've had in 30 years of being a principal of a school. And my father smirked, and then when I got home, my father beat the shit out of me. So, true story. Anyways, next segment is Dial It Up.
We interrupt this regularly scheduled hot mix to bring you an important news bulletin. We got a big broadcast to do here.
We're about to dial it up.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
All right, welcome to Dial It Up, everyone's favorite lightning round segment. Errol doesn't know what stories are coming, so he's going to hear them for the first time along with you, and he's going to dial up a take. Starting off with the news today of Commanders signing Terry McLaurin to a 3-year contract extension.
Doo-doo.
Yes, 3 years, $96 million earlier today on Monday, $30 million upfront signing bonus. It'll start not this year, but the following season. Although he did not get the DK Metcalf money that he was hoping for, which would have been in excess of $33 million a season, he got pretty close to that deal. He was with last year's Offensive Rookie of the Year, Jaden Daniels. He put up a career year, 5th straight 1,000-yard season out of 6 seasons. He was only at like 900-something in his rookie year, so almost 6,000 yards to start the year, and a career high, 13 touchdowns. He had been a hold-in at camp, this new strategy, not holding out, but showing up to camp and doing nothing, showing that you want to be there, but not being there. Errol, we've talked about this last couple of weeks. Time for you to Dial it up!
I love this move. I think Terry McLaurin is one of the more underrated wide receivers in the NFL right now. Jaden Daniels, second year as a sophomore player. He is going to need his number one weapon. I think they're going to be explosive. You give him Debo. They're going to be so explosive in so many different ways. Jaden Daniels, in a sophomore year, you need your number one guy. And here's the thing. When you look at Terry McLaurin, what he does very, very well, he's a team leader, and he goes out there. He doesn't dance and prance around like some of these wide receivers. He goes out there and plays the game, and he plays the game hard. And this guy is one of the more elusive wide receivers right now in the NFL. It's a slam dunk, 3-year, $96 million. I think it's everything you want from a star wide receiver. And he's still fairly young. He's 28, going to be 29 years old. He still has a lot of time left to really be an explosive player for Jaden Daniels for the next 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, they needed this to work for, like you said, the leadership perspective, and also for the fact that they don't really have another big-bodied receiver on that team. You look at Cliff Kingsbury's offenses, they've always had more of those, like, shifty slot types over the years, but they've always had at least one big-bodied guy that could be that possession guy, and McLaurin's obviously a lot better than that, too, with his route running, with his possession. And I always love, especially with receiver deals and other positions that make a lot of money, starting the deal the next year. That means you gives a lot more cap flexibility to make a trade as well for a contending team like the Commanders. I think it's a brilliant move on many facets. You get the leadership you need in there too, and you make it where it's not going to be a regular season holdout saga for a team that has a lot of expectations.
A huge amount of expectations. And Debo is a great addition. You have two. Now you have a number one and a number two. And Debo's going to be used as a prototype running back as well. So this is going to be very interesting to see how Dan Quinn is going to run his offense. Terry McLaurin is the number one option. Debo's going to be number two. And now that they lost Brian Robinson Jr., who's going to be their number three? So it's going to be interesting.
All right, let's move on to the next story, going to baseball, everybody. Well, you said it earlier today. Cal Raleigh is the new catcher home run king. Broke the single-season record home runs by a primary catcher in a season with his 48th, tying it and 49th home run in a 2-homer game on Sunday versus the A's. That broke Salvador Perez's record of 48 home runs, only set about 4 years ago in 2021. Raleigh took a curtain call as his historic season continues, is on pace currently to break Aaron Judge's American League single-season record of 62 home runs. Raleigh's hitting .247 with now 50 home runs, 100, I guess the RBIs are more than 106, 14 stolen bases, 945 OPS, 167 OPS plus, tied with Aaron Judge with 7.3 WAR on the season. Raleigh is an excellent defender and pulled into a tie with Judge for this year's AL MVP race. Errol, dial it up!
I absolutely think he's the MVP right now of the league. Aaron Judge going down the way he did and being out as long as he was, and it was 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks, and now he's a bona fide DH. This guy is an everyday player who's going to be a catcher. He is the leader on the field for the Seattle Mariners, a team that's going to be a playoff team, and they're having a great season. He's a perfect player when it comes to a catcher and a leader that can put up the point, put up the numbers, put up the runs, and actually show people what he's done all season long. He won the home run. Well, did he win the home run derby?
Yes.
I think he won the home run. He won the home run derby, and he's showing you why a catcher is so very important, not just as an offensive player, but as a defensive player. The guy's the MVP of the American League. There's no question that he is, and he's done it consistently all season long. And I don't think he's done. I think he's going to put up 50 home runs and is going to have an opportunity to maybe even break 60 home runs before the season's end. I think this is one of the best seasons we've ever seen a catcher have, not only just offensively, defensively. 247 as a catcher, sensational year to, I believe, the American League MVP.
Yeah, I think just what he's done at that position to, not only to stay healthy, first and foremost, is tough as a catcher just in general, and to go out and have the production that he's had. And he's had a little bit lulls, but I mean, if you look at it, he's still got, basically a week left of August and all of September, and he's got 50. He's on pace for 62, 63. I've seen both, but and it's everybody's going to be like, oh, what are they going to do with, giving an MVP to somebody that is only hitting whatever it is? Do they take value on that? What is Judge doing? I think right now it's if you look at the betting side, it's still kind of Judge is still kind of in the lead. But if he goes and does half of what he's done this stretch, I think you got to kind of give it to
Dude,
Cal.
he plays every pitch. He's in every single play.
Yeah.
He's in every single play. It's not like in Judge in right field. I love Judge. Judge is in right field. He might not get a ball the whole game. He might get one ball the whole game. Cal Raleigh's playing every single play. Every pitch thrown, he's in it. He's calling pitches. He's commanding a staff. He's doing it defensively. He's doing it offensively. He won the home run derby. By the way, his dad threw in that game, which is kind of cool. Probably a special moment for them. He hit 33 homers by June. He passed Johnny Bench for the most homers by a catcher in a season before the All-Star break. The guy is incredible. He's having a great year. What he means to that team, he's everything to that team. If he goes down, who they have to command a staff like that? Who's going to fill it? Now, if Judge goes down, the Yankees are not playing well anyways, but Judge goes down and they can put the Martian, they can put Belly out there, they can whoever else they got, Grissom or whatever. Like, I mean, there's plenty of people that they, not saying that they can produce what Aaron Judge is doing, but they might get 3 or 4 at-bats a game, and they might get 1 or 2 balls, where Cal Raleigh's getting 100, 200 pitches a game and then 4 at-bats every night. I'd like to see what they end up doing. For the MVP, it's going to be, come down to the wire, but you can't discredit what he's doing
I think the fact that Cal has played all season long, like you said, and Judge was out for a significant amount of time for 2.5 weeks, and he's not playing in the outfield. I'm going to go and give it to Cal. I think Cal deserves it. And he's a catcher. He's playing the hardest position, or one of the hardest positions to play in professional baseball. And he's really taking control of that bullpen and that pitching staff. So I think he's everything you want as a star player. And he's sensational. He's had a great year.
Dude, what people don't realize is, like, catchers make a world of a difference for pitchers. If you have a guy who can actually catch and frame pitches and that they have some thought process behind the fingers they're throwing down, that makes a world of a difference. I mean, just a quick little tidbit, like my ERA with Roberto Perez was like a 1-something. My ERA with 𝐬𝐿_𝐾𝐭 was like a 5. That makes a difference. Guys like throwing to him. He's good.
I mean, some guys have personal catchers for a reason.
Exactly.
And they don't have to be the best catcher, but it's just something like Jose.
You just click. You just click and you tell. And it seems like he's clicking with the whole staff. Not only is he doing that, but he's hitting the shit out of the ball this year. So
boy, is he ever.
It's, for lack of a better term.
All right.
I mean, but also too, like, are they gonna overlook batting average, or what are they gonna do? Like, they've given MVPs with lower
and co-MVP, right?
Yeah.
They've done MVP and co-MVP. Like, I mean, but if you talk about most valuable player, like, how do you not give it to a guy who's playing every single pitch? He's in every single pitch, and he's
but see, people are going to argue with that on Goody. How do you give a pitcher the MVP?
No, I agree with that. That's tough. It's very tough. But then again, what is his WAR? I don't know what his WAR is versus Judge's WAR. Speedy.
They're identical. They're identical.
There you go.
And Judge has just fallen off because he's been DHing when he's been back. That's why he's not gotten the right field stuff.
I mean, and Judge has been incredible. Judge
has been a league average right fielder this year. He hasn't added any value defensively. Obviously, when you're DHing, they count it against you defensively in those metrics, which probably isn't fair. But Raleigh, look, he's only hitting .247. It's the only stat that he's not crushing it in.
He's a catcher.
The only stat.
He's a catcher.
He's a catcher.
Yeah. That being said, Judge hit 400 until the end of May this year.
Not how you start, is how you finish.
I agree. Judge gets like a few hot weeks at the end of the season, and the numbers are just going to look so lopsided in his favor that they're going to give it to him. But if he doesn't, it can go to Raleigh. You can't discount the 2-3 months that were just the most dominant player stretch that we've seen in a long time.
Ever.
Yeah. You know?
No, you can't.
Anyway, let's move on.
It's a long ass season. You got to do it for the whole season.
Yeah, it's tough, man. It's hard to stay healthy. Judge was going great until he ran into that brick wall in the Dodgers bullpen too. You know, kind of.
That was his toe, wasn't it?
His toe. Yeah, his toe.
toe.
Never the same. Oh, this made me so happy, Errol. The Giants, 3 amigos, eat the W after going 3-0 in the preseason. Yeah, that's who it is. The 3 amigos, Jameis, Jackson, and Tommy Cutlets. Oh, Tommy Cutlets. Giants fans haven't had a lot to be excited about in recent years, but after an electric 3-0 preseason, even the backup QBs have the fans buzzing. Yes, the Giants won against the New England Patriots in blowout fashion once again in the preseason. Jackson Dart, Tommy DeVito joined Jameis Winston on the field for his Eat the W celebration as he was doing, I guess, like a Facebook live stream or an Instagram live stream, whatever, and coined them the 3 amigos. Well, despite the good vibes, at least one of these amigos will not make the team, and it won't be Jackson Dart. Is this the start, Errol, of a special season for Big Blue? Or is this just some preseason posturing? Dial it up!
Tommy Cut Piss. That's what I call him. The guy's an idiot. An absolute joke. Thank God we won't have to see him on this roster this coming year. Jameis Winston's making the roster. There's no doubt about it. He's going to help Jackson Dart develop as a quarterback, and I think his personality and what he does on and off the field is definitely going to help the development of a guy like Jackson Dart, who's more of a quiet, down-to-earth type of person. But you got a chance to see his personality, what he can do on a football field. He's exciting to watch. He can make every single throw. He can move inside and out of the pocket. I think Joe Schoen hit home run on this pick. I was very surprised when they moved up to get him, but you're getting a chance to get to know him as a family guy, the back end about him and his mom and the connection that he has with his mom. And it's unique. It's something that you never seen a Giants quarterback have over the years. If you look at Jeff Hostetler, he was a very quiet guy. Even Phil Simms, as much as everybody liked him, he was more of quiet. Eli Manning, quiet guy. Jackson Dart is not a quiet guy. He's a fun, athletic type of personality, and he kind of shows that on a football field, and he brings that out when he plays, and he's doing all these crazy things when he scores a touchdown, jumping up with neighbors and dancing and prancing around with Jameis Winston and taking pictures with Johnny Cut Ass or Cut Some Cheese. That everything about Jackson Dart you have to like. I think he's going to be a good player. I think the Giants have something with him. The question is, this season, not really. I think this team is going to be up and down all season long. They're in a division with Washington and Philadelphia, and the Cowboys are going to be a lot better than people think they're going to be. So I think Giant fans are not going to be as happy as much as they think they're going to be with this team. But they have Dexter Lawrence, so it's something fun to watch this year.
We got Abdul Carter. We've got Dexter Lawrence.
We'll have to see if Abdul's going to be
healthy.
And
don't sleep on Brian Burns, who's a top 10 edge rusher in this league.
Okay.
We're going to be doing a lot of eating
the
W's.
Yeah, you'll be eating a lot
I got to say this.
You're going to be eating a lot of
Jameis
cheese.
Winston.
That's what you're going to be eating a lot of.
Now, you can say that, but your team's going to suck, so sorry.
Really? They're going to be better than the Giants. They're going to be better than the Giants.
I don't think so.
Go bet on it.
They're going to be better than the Giants.
I don't think Justin Fields is good.
Are we doing another bet here?
No, we have to figure out the first one first. But look, I just wanted to say something about Jameis Winston. Look, we know he's not a great quarterback. We know he's a crazy player. He's going to throw just as many picks as touchdowns. He's going to be the 30-30 guy. Everyone's going to have fun playing because he's throwing it up every time, and he's just pure joy. He might be the best teammate there is in the NFL.
Stop. What are we really believing this?
No, What? Why is that not true?
I don't.
How is that not true? Everybody loves this guy.
Yeah.
He's universally loved. I guarantee you, he gets his own.
Why
TV
does he
show when
steal?
he's
Why?
done.
Because he steals crab
Why?
legs?
Because he's a crazy
because
person.
he's playing with himself in an Uber back seat and getting himself into trouble.
That was like 15 years ago.
Come on,
Earl.
please. 15 years ago was 5
You
years
were on
ago.
stage with DJ Tiesto over in Amsterdam.
First of all, it was not, and it was probably about 5 or 6 years ago when he got caught in the Uber.
He's been in the league for over a decade.
I'm just saying, it happened in Uber. It happened when he was in Tampa.
He's matured. He's found God, and he eats lots of W's.
He eats a lot of crab legs. He eats a lot of crab legs.
Well, he might not pay for him either. But either way, let's move on to Chinese Taipei, a.k.a. Taiwan, leading the state of Nevada, which is a Las Vegas team, to win its first international championship since 1996. 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐿𝐾𝐿 allowed only one, and that's the correct way to pronounce it, allowed only one hit in 5 innings against Nevada in the 7-0 win. His first U.S. loss in the international game since 2017 when they lost to Japan. 𝐿IN, who also had a 3-run triple, hit over 80 miles an hour multiple times in the game, and they only stand 46 feet away, Errol, not 60 feet. So it looks like that guy's got like the best arm extension of all time when he's just a kid, throwing a lot closer. So it's coming at you real fast. They only allowed 3 runs the entire Little League World Series, all to Venezuela in a 7-3 win. It just gave me these memories, Errol. And you're old enough to remember it. Jabba, you remember Danny Almonte when he was, they said he was the right age, but he was just throwing harder than everybody. And they shut everybody out. I'm sure everything was fine and above board on this one. Good for them. Time for you to tell us what you think about this Little League World Series, Errol, when you dial it up!
It's an incredible story. It's great to see how great baseball is worldwide. You get a chance to see some of the best young stars all over the world. China, Japan. We see all these great players coming into the major leagues now and dominating, as we talk about Shohei Ohtani. If he's not getting himself into trouble or betting scandals or whatever the hell he's doing, he's a great, sensational player. And the fact that a Chinese organization or a Chinese club wins the Little League World Series, it says a lot about the growth of baseball worldwide. You see it in Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic. You see it right now in Mexico, all these Mexican leagues right now. I think it's a great story. Congratulations. And I'm hoping in the long run we're going to see baseball just grow not only here but worldwide in many other countries that we never even heard of.
Yeah, no, it's I mean, Goody, I think you can probably agree. I wouldn't call it real baseball, but it's fun to watch. Just to see the growth, and it's fun to see the energy because it makes you a kid again. Even though we're playing a kid's game, sometimes we get wrapped up in the business part of it. But just seeing the sportsmanship and just the camaraderie and just seeing all the big leaguers that actually played in it, and how it starts here, and then being able to. I think Jason Varitek, I'd have to double check this, but is the only one to play in the Little League World Series, the College World Series, and the Big League World Series, and to win a game. I think he's there's been people that have done it, but he won at all of them. So it's really cool to see how much the game is growing, and to see. I mean, shoot, Nebraska almost got there. We got beat by South Dakota, so it's fun to support your regions and all the other stuff, and I think it's really good for baseball. I think
it's great. It's great to watch.
Yeah, Little League's fun. I remember being Little League All-Star. It was super fun. You always wanted to play, so you used to get to skip school. First couple, everybody gets to watch you on TV. Congrats to the Chinese Taipei. It's shine a bright spot on them, and with all the turmoil going on in their country right now. So congrats to them. I didn't really watch any of the Little League World Series, to be completely honest with you, but I did scroll through Instagram or Twitter and saw one of the pitching coach come out and give a mound visit, telling him that all the heat's been on you, and the heat's on me this time. And he was mic'd up and everything, so it was cool to see. The mound visits to me are always the coolest because you just being as a coach, coaching my son, and then Jabba coaching your son. It's nice to see how other people go out there and when they make a mound visit or when they coach their kids and how they talk, because it really means something to the kids. Whether it means something to the parents too, but it really means something to the kids. It's just it's cool to see. And baseball is it is global. So you talk about wanting to see baseball expand. I think it is expanding, and there's also a game that you should look up called Baseball 5 that is fairly new, but you basically learn baseball in like 10 minutes.
I also heard that Saudi Arabia is one of the biggest known countries with a lot of money. They're starting to make Little League and baseball leagues out there in Saudi Arabia, so it's great. You're seeing that the MLB is trying to spread, and you're watching Chinese and Japanese teams.
Even in Dubai right now. Dubai has their own league where they're getting a lot of ex-MLB players to go over there, and they're paying them decent amount of money to go play.
They asked me to play in the inaugural.
Yeah, like there you go, and you can make a little bit of coin, but they have a lot of ex-big leaguers, and they're starting to get it. And there's a lot of money over there, so they're throwing money into the stadiums and the obviously the teams and whatnot. So it'd be cool to see what happens there. I think Barry Larkin's a part of that. Robinson Chirinos, I know, is Pablo Sandoval. There's a bunch of guys over there.
Yep.
Pablo Sandoval, another guy with a famous nickname, Kung Fu Panda.
Yeah, I played with him in Mexico. I got some stories to tell you off air.
I'm sure.
I need to hear some of those. Jabba, 3 guys ever played in the World Series trifecta, Little League, College, and MLB. You said one, Jason Varitek, Michael Conforto, and Ed Vosberg, who played in the 1980 College World Series. And that's it. Last one. Last story. And we are going to go to professional wrestling where there was a real assault.
Yes.
Raja Jackson assaulted a pro wrestler named Psycho Stu.
Boy, did he ever.
Named Sewer. You saw this video? I'm glad you saw it.
It's crazy.
Pretty crazy. Basically what happened is they were working an angle earlier in the day where Psycho Stu threw a beer at him, and they were supposed to have, Raja Jackson, the son of MMA Hall of Famer Rampage Jackson, was supposed to come in and, just, beat him and then, go away and get some heat on the crowd. But instead, Raja Jackson apparently took it personally and then got on top of him and threw 20 real fists plus at his face and knocked him out cold. He was in the hospital. He's okay, they say, and fine. Rampage Jackson commented on social media saying,
he should have shut his mouth.
He probably should have. Raja didn't say anything, but he certainly did. I don't condone my son's actions at all. He suffered a concussion from sparring only days ago and had no business doing anything remotely close to physical contact. As a father, I'm deeply concerned with his health and the well-being of Mr. Smith. That being said, I'm very upset that any of this happened, but my main concern now is that Mr. Smith will make a speedy recovery. I apologize on his behalf and to kick for the situation, whatever that means. Errol, dial it up!
I love Rampage Jackson. He's very well respected in the MMA world. He's a great person. Everything that he's done for mixed martial arts, from Pride to go into the UFC and being one of the faces of the UFC over the last 20 years. His son, Raja, I don't know much about him, but I watched the video. That was just absolutely disgraceful. Now, Rampage did not make any excuse that he had a concussion or brain trauma, but to come out there, and I understand, I would have just put up a post saying, I want to apologize to the Smith family. I hope he has a speedy recovery. That's what he should have said. But to come out and say that his son obviously had brain trauma or head trauma just says that there's some kind of excuse here. Your son went out there on national television or whatever, the national video, and almost killed this guy. If this guy wasn't the size that he was, he would have killed him. Wow. If it was Speedy, if he wailed on Speedy like that, the way he did, Speedy would have been dead. So it just absolutely putrid what he did to this kid, this guy. And honestly, Rampage, I should put this guy into straitjacket or something. I don't know what the hell happened to his son, but his son went absolutely nuts, buck wild. Wrestling is fake. Everybody knows it's a storyline. To do something like that and go out there and put yourself out there on national television and do that, I mean, embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing. And honestly, if this guy thought he had a mixed martial arts career, I don't know if the UFC is even going to take a chance with this guy after what he just did. So a horrible story. I got to give Rampage Jackson a little bit credit because he went out there and he spoke for spoke for his family and the Smith family. But disgraceful what that just happened. And by the way, it was on national television in that area where it happened. So it was horrible to watch. So
yeah, I want to just focus on one part too of it. Is just that the fact is that this was, of course, an independent wrestling company, not very high profile. That's why it's very independent scene, owned by, of course, WWE Hall of Famer Rikishi. However, one thing that I want to point out is just the fact is that Fish mentioned it earlier. The fact is, it was trying to be an angle played. A beer was thrown at Raja. And not to mention, nobody also talks about the part that he also apologized to him. He apologized. He saw he got a little too serious about it. He said, "Oh, I apologize," this and that. And Roger looked like he was completely fine with it. However, he was, of course, just bottling it up, waiting for them to get in the ring and do his moment where it was supposed to be a planned event, where he got in there, slammed him and whatnot. And, of course, like Fish said, threw 20 real haymakers. Here's the thing with that. When you go to these events, and I'm not sure who's actually gone to these events or these indie events, or how often people that might have gone or whatnot, these are like regular people in their communities, in their regular local communities, that people from their jobs, people from, I heard this guy was a former, was it a firefighter or Army veteran of some sort? They invite people from their jobs. They
He's a
invite
veteran.
people, former veteran. They invite people from their jobs, people in their communities, their neighbors, their families, their friends. And for Roger not to even think of that in that situation, and just only to get all he saw was red in that sense, and only just decided to completely wail onto the guy to the point that he almost could have killed him. It's very embarrassing to have someone as your family, as your friend, going to go watch a wrestling event like that. And I think he should be in jail for what he's done.
Honestly, if it was anybody else, if it was Speedy or somebody lighter than the guy that he was punching out, he would have killed him.
And another thing, too.
I think he knocked him out. I just watched the video.
Yeah,
I think
he
knocked him out.
He definitely knocked
when he slammed him down.
Dude.
Oh,
And
yeah, with
another-
the Alabama slam.
Another part
Yeah.
of that, too, is that apparently he was choking on his teeth in that where we couldn't see. So that goes to show how
Oh my gosh.
how hard he was actually hitting him. And the thing that also bothers me, too, I get that everybody was kind of in shock, but nobody really stops him right away. It doesn't take until one guy kind of pushes him in the corner to realize, like, everybody starts getting in the way. They, of course, get the man, Stuart Smith, up and whatnot.
Yeah, but if you saw, they had like 5 guys hold him down, and he still was
Exactly,
going
yeah.
after him.
Exactly.
He was still going after him when he knows wrestling is fake. He knows it was part of the whole show, and he's wailing on this guy, beating the hell out of this guy. It was embarrassing. And I like I said, I give Rampage Jackson a lot of credit that he went out there. It's just the way he said it. He was making an excuse in some kind of way for his son, saying that, his son got hit in the head a little too many times the other day.
He had a concussion 3 days ago,
Yeah.
so he's going to beat this guy to death?
That was an excuse.
Because he had a concussion 3 days ago?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
There's no place for that in a professional matter.
No.
Whether you're wrestling or in an MMA fighter.
I mean, the LA police are looking into it as
and he's going to get arrested. There's no
He's
doubt
already
about it.
arrested. He's already been
No,
arrested.
I'm saying he's going to get. He's
Right,
going to
yeah,
get.
you're saying,
he's
yeah,
going
he
to do jail time.
Right.
He's going to have to. I mean, the guy, like you were saying, I heard that he knocked out his front teeth. His jaw's going to be wired shut. I mean, the guy just completely pulverized him. So
in wrestling, they call that going into business for yourself, when you just want to beat somebody up because of some perceived slight. The only one, Tommy, that I can remember that was similar, that was like nationally televised, is when Brock Lesnar like threw the elbows at Randy Orton's head, and
right.
because apparently that was something real. And then Chris Jericho literally tried to fight Brock Lesnar. Probably wouldn't have went well for Jericho.
Probably not.
But
that was horrible
crazy.
to watch. Anybody that's seen it, and you could go check it out. It is horrible to watch. And it just shows you that these guys, these mixed martial artists, and Jake, you know all about it, and I've been I've trained a long time with some of these great mixed martial artist wrestlers and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu artists. When you go out there, when things are happening, you have to learn how to control yourself. And you know that your hands are trained to kill. And when he went out there, his father's one of the greatest stand-up fighters in mixed martial arts history. And he got a chance to train with his father for years. And to go out there and embarrass his family and his father the way he did makes him look really, really bad. And to me, if I'm a mixed martial artist like him and I want to get into the UFC, if I was Dana White, I would never even think about bringing this guy to the mixed martial arts world, especially what his last name is and what he just did to this guy, this Army vet who probably just went out there to have a little bit of fun and just got his teeth knocked out, his jaw shut, and almost got killed by a guy that's bigger and stronger than he is. So it was embarrassing. I think the UFC need to keep these guys away from mixed martial arts and the fighting world, combat sport. It doesn't fit in this day and age. So I think it's horrible. It was a horrible story, terrible to watch, disgusting. And Rampage should not be making, as much as I love you, Rampage, if you listen to the show, you don't go out there and make excuses that your son might have a concussion. Don't say that. It's horrible what your son did. And you should just say that. It was horrible. I apologize to the Smith family. That should have never happened. So that's it. Anyways, our final segment of the night is What's That Smell?
Hold up. What is that smell?
What's that smell?
Wow, you don't see that every day.
It's been a great show, ladies and gentlemen. I want to tell everybody, I don't know if everybody saw that story. Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant card that just sold for almost $13.8 million. The guy bought it for $25,000. $25,000, and he sold the card for $13.8 million. It is ridiculous. That story, ridiculous story. Could you imagine that? You buy a card at a card show.
I was saving that up. I thought that you were going to take that for this right here.
No, I had to say it. I have another story that I want to get into, but that story is crazy, man. $25,000. $13.8 million for a baseball card, a basketball card with Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant signing it. It's
Only
crazy.
thing would have been better, Goody, is if Charizard was on that card too, right?
No, he needs his Mewtwo.
Then it goes to $20 million. If it's a first edition, sorry about it.
Goody needs his Mewtwo.
Goody, that will set you and your family up for life. $13.8 million.
13.8. I'm chilling. I'm out.
For a baseball card. Give me a break. Anyway, so if anybody doesn't know this segment, it's pretty simple. We're going to go around in a circle, and we're going to tell you a story, and we're going to tell you what it smells like. So we're going to go Tommy, Speedy, Fish, Goody, Jabba, me. Here we go.
All right. So speaking of just actually wrestling, let me get the music started. Speaking of the wrestling
Blow my
that we were
back out.
mentioning, earlier, I want to go on a more lighthearted note and a more of a somber tone, talking about somebody that I was thinking of as a wrestling fan yesterday, and I know a lot of other wrestling fans were thinking of them, especially with all the memes, not memes, but the videos and stuff all over TikTok, Instagram, or whatnot. But I'm talking about Bray Wyatt, who, if everybody remembers, yesterday was the 2-year anniversary of his passing, where he passed away, of course, on August 24th. And where to start about Bray Wyatt? He had absolutely one of the best minds in all of WWE. To people that you look at who ever have revitalized their characters, people who have put in time and effort and the details into their character and their character work and this persona that they have, it doesn't really come much better as Bray Wyatt. And as Jabba's over here showing the picture, I know you were real close to Bray Wyatt. It's a very young Jabba there with no beard there, but he was just an absolute saint. Everybody that ever had got a chance to work with Bray Wyatt, not wrestling or continue to wrestle, there's nothing but great stories about him. He was an absolute saint to work with. He was an absolute sweetheart. He was just one of the nicest people that you can ever meet. There's tons and tons of videos of him outside, fans, little kids waiting to see just a single wrestler or somebody famous or whatnot. He would take the time, of course, hours before the show, go and greet some of the fans or whatnot. And like I said, his run where he first came into the WWE as the Wyatt family, like I said, the time and effort you could tell, and some guys kind of phase out after their first gimmick doesn't work. And The Fiend, Bray Wyatt came back, revitalized his career, and he's just an absolutely loving man, and it's so heartbreaking that he's not here with us anymore. Everybody always says that we thought we had more time with him. You can never hope, how much time you have. You can just enjoy it and whatnot. And
how did he pass?
He actually had complications with COVID.
Long COVID.
He had underlying heart issues too.
Yeah. Right. So
that's what happened with
Goody. You know who his wife is, right? Jose Offerman's daughter, JoJo.
Yeah, JoJo Offerman.
Oh, nice. I didn't know that.
Yeah. I didn't know that was Jose Offerman's daughter.
Yep.
I didn't realize that.
So technically Bray Wyatt's father-in-law. But yeah, it's definitely a shame, Like I said, one of the most love-hearted guys, and we are definitely thinking of you as fans, Bray Wyatt, so it definitely smells like some delicious roses that were placed on his gravestone or wherever he may lay.
Yeah, Fisher, you're saying something?
No, that's good.
All right. So very, very good, Tommy. I'll go back to the more what's that smell themed of the.
Oh, we're getting a little raunchier now.
Negative one. Well, no, not that level. No. I'm going to go to Cincinnati Bengals. We've criticized their ownership in the past with Mike Brown being notoriously cheap with his players. Now he's doing it with his former players too. And for the Ring of Honor this season, Boomer Esiason was the one who called it out initially, and there were a couple others, Lamar Parrish, a few others that were called out. Mike Brown for making them pay for hotel and travel to get into Cincinnati for their own Ring of Honor that's going to be later this season. Guys that gave your heart and soul to this franchise, and you don't want to even give them travel accommodations. You know what that smells like? It smells like some 3-year expired Skyline chili on a piece of burnt toast, a.k.a. Eli Apple.
Yeah, which I don't understand. They go out there, they pay Joe Burrow, they go out there and pay Jamar Chase and Higgins. They pay all these guys, but they won't pay for their ex-athletes to come in for the Ring of Honor. What a despicable organization. And everybody makes fun of the New York Jets. And at least Woody Johnson actually opens up his pockets. And by the way, what a name. I was talking to my friend about that. Woody Johnson. His name is Woody Johnson. I never even thought of it, but it is pretty funny when you think about it. I'm just saying. Woody Johnson.
Does he have good Woody?
I don't know. We got to have to ask his Johnson.
I was just say, it'd be ironic if he needed Viagra.
I was laughing the other day about it. I thought it was pretty funny when I was thinking about it. So, I don't know. Anyways.
Well, you know what? You know what's not funny? What happened to Ron Washington earlier this season? Longtime baseball guy, manager all over the league, bench coach over the league. Well, was the Angels manager this year. He's one of the oldest coaches in the league. He had to step down after a Yankees game on June 19th, and we didn't really know what was going on. Then all of a sudden he was out for the season, the medical emergency. It turns out today he had quadruple bypass surgery. And they forced him to take, it was 8 weeks ago in California, and they said, here's Washington's, I guess everyone calls him Wash's quote, doctors told me by the time I reached 8 weeks I could start doing some light work, but my light work was to come to Texas and be with the team. He's 73 years old. He said, I feel great. I really do. I didn't come here to work. I came here to be around my guys and have fun with them. So he might not be getting back to coaching, but Wash is back. He's okay. It's great news. So I looked up what's the sweetest smelling flower in Texas where he went. That flower is the gardenia. So congrats to Wash, and I hope you got a lot of sweet smells over there in Texas tonight, man.
I got Cleveland. Did you see the Bybee incident there with Voter? Just happened today's game. Cleveland Guardians have been shut out in 3 straight games, being outscored 24-0, and have not scored a run in 28 straight innings.
They need you to go start broadcasting for them again.
He is. He's heading out there on Wednesday.
Nice. You gotta save him, Goody.
Know what that smells like? It smells like the pot is cooking, bro.
Well,
something's cooking over there, and I don't know what it's going to be, but it ain't smelling too good, whatever they're cooking up there.
Well, when you get to Cleveland, make sure that you take a dump on the first base mound.
I get to Cleveland, I'm bringing my glove and cleats, and maybe my bat. But tell them I think I'm throwing a first pitch out at some point, so maybe I'll let it loose a little bit.
Oh yeah.
See if I can open some eyes there and ask them if they can gun it for me. Just get a taste.
Play with my pickle.
It ain't pretty. It ain't pretty. So
My pinky is bigger than yours.
anyways, I'm not gonna cancel myself. So
Droba.
Anyway.
So what does it smell like?
Droba.
Smells like
That's
shit.
my ass.
Oh, okay.
All right, Jamba.
I'm gonna go with golf.
Oh.
And we had FedEx Cup was going on in the Tour Championship, and it's a bit confusing to me. Scotty Scheffler, obviously number 1 in the world, won the most championships this year. Doesn't get any bonus, whatever. And then love Tommy Fleetwood, love him to death, but he's had 164 starts and did not win one tournament. He wins the Tour Championship, then ends up winning the FedEx Cup at points and gets $10 million, the highest purse that you can ever get. And then Scotty Scheffler gets a nice little swift kick in the butt. Mind you, his check was still decent, but for somebody that led all year in points, and majors, and then the guy that hasn't won takes one tournament and wins both and makes way more money than any other person in all of the PGA for all year. It sounds like that scene from the movie, As You All Should Know It, Billy Madison, when she called the shit poop and it's on fire and he tries to put it out with the boot.
Don't put it out with your boots, Ted.
And Scotty needs to tell the PGA, don't tell me my business, devil people.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our final What's That Smell goes to Nike's newest signature athlete, Caitlin Clark. Indiana Fever's Caitlin Clark. For all you haters, all the ladies out there that are hating on this woman, she is now one of the new Nike signature dream sneakers out there. Clark's first signature shoe will be apparel collection will be debut in 2026. Nike said she will join fellow Nike athletes A'ja Wilson and Sabrina Ionescu as an active and WNBA player with a signature sneaker. She's one of only 3 women now, part of the Nike family, that have a signature a sneaker. She writes and she says this, and I'm going to read it off. To me, this is more than just a logo. It's a dream come true, Clark said in a statement. People always talk about leaving your mark on the game, and this is another way I can do that. So there you go. And by the way, you know what it smells like? For all those ladies out there that want to hate on her, it smells like donkey doo-doo. That's what it smells like. For all the girls that don't like the one and only Caitlin Clark, you can go eat her doo-doo. That's what I'm saying. So I honestly, Caitlin Clark has done a lot for the women's game and even the men's game. And I think she's going to change the way you look at women, not only as basketball players, but athletes. And I think she's doing such a great job right now, standing out. And she's been taking a lot of abuse all over social media. Everybody attacks her. They don't like her. They love her. They hate her, all the other stuff. But what she does great is that when she goes out there and she speaks to the public and the media, she stays and she keeps it professional. And that's what I love about her. She doesn't go out there and try to be something that she's not. And that's something that you have to give her a little bit more respect for, because she can go out there and burn everybody. She can burn her bridges with all the people that hate on her. She don't do that. She goes out there and she says, she speaks from the heart and she speaks for real. And that's what I love about her. And that's why I root her on. And every time I go out, into the public eye and I wear her jerseys, everybody gives me the thumbs up and gives me a little bit of love, because Caitlin Clark is one of the biggest stars right now in professional sports. And you can't hold up or even not believe that anymore now that Nike has made her a big name and a big product for their shoes. So congratulations
Who do
to
you
Caitlin.
think sells more shoes, her or Angel Reese?
It's going to be her, no doubt about it. So Angel Reese has got to stop too. She hates on her so much, and Angel Reese just doesn't give her any respect or any of her due. And I respect Angel Reese in her game. She's a great player. She's a double-double machine, but she's not Caitlin Clark. And she's not the face of the WNBA or women's basketball. Caitlin Clark is. And what she's doing right now for the WNBA, it's going to open up doors for all different professional sports. How about volleyball being a professional sport and bringing in volleyball sneaker deals for the women's volleyball team for the Olympics? I mean, there's so many different things that she's going to do and what she's breaking through when it comes to sportswear and doing it with a giant in Nike. Nike is promoting her as their lead woman for their sneaker and their sales. So it's a nice story. Congratulations to Caitlin Clark, very well deserved. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to Lindsay Barra for joining us. She was fantastic. Thank you very much, Lindsay, for joining us and putting the time in. It was about an hour she was on, and she did a job. She did a job, and that her stories were sensational. Really sweet woman, and go check her out. Go check out the event September 21st, and we will post it up on our social medias. We'll post it up on our website. So anybody that has not bought tickets or got a chance to go and check out Yogi, as Jabba is showing you guys right now, the Yogi Museum in New Jersey. They're going to be there. They're trying to break a Guinness Book of World Record. So, congratulations to the Berra family, a sensational woman and sensational family. Great story, and one of the greatest baseball players ever to live. Thank you to all the fans on all the social medias from Spotify and Apple video and audio. Thank you for all the fans for doing what you're doing, downloading and listening to us every single day. TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, X, all of them. Thank you. Job in the mouth. You can check us out on all the different paths of YouTube from Worldwide Sports Radio Network, No Job in the Mouth. Thank you to all the fans for tuning in and checking out all the different content we're posting up throughout the week. So, and Speedy, thank you for being a pain in the ass as you always are. But Speedy, let me ask you a question before we go.
Here we go.
When was the last time you washed that hat?
Washed the hat?
Yeah, clean that hat. I mean, look at the dust on that hat. It looks like he put it in his.
It is pretty dusty.
It is one of the ugly.
I'm gonna say since never.
He never cleaned that hat, man. It looks like he stuck it in like a dryer or something. I don't know. It's bad. It's bad. I got to clean it up. Anyways, we'll be back on Wednesday. Who do we have on the show?
9:45. Another another sibling, I guess you could say, of a former baseball player. Jaden Fielder will be coming on, who's the son of Prince Fielder and the grandson of Cecil Fielder.
Third generation coming on the show, and Cecil Fielder, one of the greatest power hitters of the '80s, and now. You look at Prince. Prince was a pretty good power hitter too.
Yep,
MVP.
same amount of home runs.
Yeah,
still my favorite stat ever.
Great story, and looking forward to getting him on the show. And thank you to Nathan for getting him on the show as well. So, and thank you to Nathan for Lindsay getting and reaching out to her and getting her on the show as well. We will be back on Wednesday. Until then, this is Errol, Jabba, Speedy, and the boys saying good night. And we'll talk to you then. Good night, everybody.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Jabba takes it up the ass.